I don't mean Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 92. And the title I gave it today is Ukraine's Gamble. Iran don't dare to gamble. And Israel stopped gambling. And DPA also gambled. I also gambled. I took a nap 4 hours ago. Although 4 hours ago was my plan to do the open mic, I decided to gamble. And then the gamble almost backfired. Instead of doing this open mic 2 hours earlier, it starts now. So yeah, it's disastrous. So anyway, yeah. So can you guys hear me? I suppose so. Let me know if in the comments if the mic is okay for mine. And hello everyone. Okay, so gonna not talk too much monologue, but I just want to say one thing before I prepare this thing. I told you so. So a lot of people, just very excited because they're so anti-Israel, and then it's like, Iran is gonna hit back because they killed the Palestinian leader, and then I said, they can't possibly have a bigger response to the killing of a foreign leader than the killing of their own general, their own IRGC commander. I told you so, right? Iran did almost nothing. There's no immediate response. So yeah, I know. Yeah. So okay, mine is good. So I saw it. So let's okay. I'm gonna drop the link. Let me pull out my copy and paste first. Copy and paste. Okay, the link, the invite code, blah beep. Okay, so I'm gonna drop the link in the live chat, and I will pin it on Rumble, which I have dropped on Rumble. I have now dropped on the YouTube, and then I've pinned it as well, and of course on Twitch. Twitch. Twitch, and I have pinned it on Twitch as well. So one more. So again, as usual, this DPA Open Mic is live stream on multiple DPA's platform, on YouTube Open Mic channel, Rumble Open Mic channel, on DPA's Telegram channel, DPA's X, and DPA Twitch. So yeah. So the timing for today's open mic is shitty. I should have just done it yesterday and have less sleep yesterday, but now I decided to have less sleep today, which is like no good because it's coming to Monday for half of the world. So I expect a more relaxed, more chill open mic because I fuck it up by sleeping. You see. No, it's fake news. No, people say Wyatt don't sleep. No, it's fake news. So yeah, no one is coming up. So I go into monologue. Oh, Vaughn is here. Okay, give me a second. Hi. Oh, your audio is. I can't hear anything. Your audio is. You need to maybe or something. Audio. Weird. You try again. It's not just me, right? You guys cannot hear Vaughn, right? Oh, okay. He dropped. So I will continue on my monologue. Yeah, I bought. I have a new. This is not product drop. This is Samsung's latest Buds. This is Buds 3. Yeah, because I bought a new phone because my phone about to die. So yeah, unsponsored product drop. And I bought a new phone. This is Flip 6, Samsung Flip 6. So it's a flip phone. Oh, that's my wife. Okay, so Yeah.
Is that better now?
Oh, it's perfect now. It's perfect now.
Can you hear me at all?
Very clearly now.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry for the very late open mic. Although it fits your time, I think. It's horrible for everyone else.
I figure that, hell, there was people hanging out waiting. Come on, Maddie or Doug, Andrew, anybody.
Yeah. Yeah. So what? Did you watch the a lot of videos dropped this week? Like History Legend dropped a video. I think there's an interview by Real Reporter with Dan as well. And then you shared me some videos as well. The interview NBC with Grisha. Although the video is very short and not a lot of views. Oh, he dropped. He died. Oh no. You see? Sleep, sleep so much. Sleep. Always sleep. You see? Now all broken now. Nobody want to talk. Yeah. So yeah, it's back to us, you and me again. And yeah, and Von is back.
That's better. I think I had some lag or something in my Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So, have you seen the Dan's interview or Dan's video on Real Reporter?
Yeah. I mean, I agree with what he's saying to a point, but I mean, I think he needs to be a little more flexible in his view about it. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things you can say that are pretty much set in stone, but I don't think it's 100%. I mean, you know, I have my own opinion about the Kursk incursion because I don't consider it an invasion. I mean, you know, honestly, I thought it was going to be over by this Thursday. And honestly, I think it was over more like Monday or Tuesday. I mean, yeah, they're still up there fighting and driving around, but for all intents and purposes, it was probably contained in probably 3 or 4 days max. I mean, the fact that these guys drove down these roads in like 2 or 3 vehicles. I mean, you saw what happened to them. I mean, later on, there's videos of 2 or 3 vehicles scattered on a road, halfway destroyed or burned out, or tipped over in a ditch, or some Chechens dancing around their new trophy. I mean, it may not be the same vehicles, but more than likely that's what happened. And I think at this point, they're just driving around, missing each other, trying to dodge patrols. Because look at it. You know, you see the dead guys. It's 2 or 3 vehicles, maybe 12 guys, squads, or 5 guys. And it's probably like their vehicles get hit. Then you might see a few guys around the vehicle that didn't make it. And then you'll see these guys in the wood line trying to get away. And, you know, they're strung out along the wood line where they got taken out. And from what I understand, apparently, you know, I mean, they don't have a lot of forces there yet, but what they've got there is doing a lot of damage. Like, they got a lot of snipers, and I guess that's really raining hell on them because there's so much open ground for them to ambush them. And, you know, obviously the drones, but for what it sounds like, a lot of snipers, a lot of artillery airstrikes. Yeah. It's really just chewing them up bad.
It almost feels like the Russia planned it. Like, it feels like it's deliberately designed to be have a weak border, and if you come in, you're not going to meet any Russian forces like for a long time. You just keep driving. It's like you try to contact with your enemy, but the enemy is not there. Then you just keep driving randomly, you know, running out of fuel. Then you have to like resupply, and then you still don't know where the Russians are, and then the drones keep dropping on you. The airstrikes, you know, the helicopter missile strikes. Then you just keep dying there, but you didn't meet any enemy. And then they are also not burning down the settlements. They're not punishing the Russians. They're also not killing civilians. They adopted some civilians, as far as I understand. But
yeah, well, like you're saying about that, you know, I think that it's just a botched incursion because really, like you said, they should have went in. Like, there's that one city or town, Sudzotsko, whatever. You know,
Suja, is it?
Yeah, it's not that far across the border. But you take that, you secure it, you start setting up some kind of defenses, and then they could have maybe made a buffer zone along the border, you know, maybe 5 or 10 kilometers in, kind of like Russia did around Kharkov and north of it. And then you start running raids into there, where you can go back and forth. You're still close to your line, so if things get bad, you can just drop back into Ukraine and run away through the woods instead of being strung out all over the place. And like you said, I mean, why aren't you burning down the gas stations? Why aren't you burning down the post office? Why aren't you burning down the police station? Why aren't you burning down the court? I mean, it may not really do anything. It may piss the Russians off, but like you said, there's no punishment. I mean, you know, it's fucked up, but, you know, if you're going to loot the grocery stores, why not steal all the food and bring it back to your guys out in the trenches that are fucking eating shit? You know, I mean, or they need cars to drive supplies around and move troops around. Why aren't you stealing vans and trucks? I mean, they didn't do anything. They went around and like vandalized graves and like yelled at old people and took pictures. I mean, they really wasted, I mean, a stupid opportunity by just not really exploiting it well. They could have been doing raids, and I don't think it tied up a lot of Russian resources in the sense that it took anything away from other areas. But if you would have kept doing that, you would at least had all these forces that they may have wanted to use somewhere else, or maybe they should have been on a break, or maybe they want to move them somewhere else or rotate them, and now they got to deal with Kursk for the next few months while the Ukrainians raid it back and forth. But they didn't even do that. You know, I mean, they couldn't really go in with explosives and stuff and blow up bridges, but it's like, why not burn down the gas station? That makes it hard on everybody in the village. Plus, it denies the Russians a place to refuel. I mean, if they don't bring their own stuff, you know, why not steal a fuel tanker, park it on one of these bridges, dump out the fuel and set it on fire? That would probably collapse the bridge or cause enough damage that it might be out of use for a while. But I mean, you know, they didn't do anything. They didn't even blow up the pipeline they captured or hold it hostage. You know,
it's a very weird thing. Can you hear me? Right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
It's a little low, but I didn't know if it was your volume or if you weren't feeling good.
Is I don't know. Wait.
I mean,
audio. Okay. No, automatic. Is it better now, or is it worse?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Is a conundrum because they invaded to Russia, maybe to bring the war to Russia. They probably aiming for something big. Then it didn't work. It didn't happen. And let me adjust. I think you are struggling to hear me.
No, I am. I'm listening.
Yeah. So okay. So I was saying like, oh yeah. Then they want to maintain that nice guy, you know, the good side. They are the force of the good. So they don't want to touch the civilians. They don't want to burn down the cities or the towns or the villages because, you know, they are accusing the Russians of doing that in Ukraine. You know, burning down all the buildings like Bakhmut, Popasna is all flattened. So they want to blame the Russians, you know, that they are the bad guys. That's why they do this kind of thing. But in the end, that caused them to achieve nothing. They go into Russia. The Russian military, the main force don't want to meet them. The main force stay far away. And then the Ukrainian logistic line can't really reach them. And then they keep getting strike. And they just kept attrition away. So only the past, I think, maybe 4 days, 5 days, then we start to really see the line starting to form in the northern front.
Yeah.
And Korenevo, you know. Then the southern side is just broken. They can't break out of Suja easily. No, and I don't even think the main force is at Suja. Like, it's just the special forces. So,
yeah, I mean, I think literally what's going on in a lot of these cases is you've got these roads, and let's say 1 minute a Russian squad goes down the road, nothing happens. They go to a settlement to secure it or clear it because somebody said that there was Ukrainians there. Maybe from another direction, some Ukrainians are driving down a farm road. They decide to stop on the road. The Russians don't find anything. They drive back down the road. They get hit by the Ukrainians in an ambush, or vice versa. You know, the Ukrainians drive by, nothing happens. They come back the other way to go back to the OP or, you know, the CP and tell them what's up. And they happen to run into, you know, a squad of Russians or something. And the thing is these units don't need anything. I mean, they got rifles, they got rifle-mounted grenade launchers. They can probably carry some PKMs. And all they need is RPGs. They can deal with any of the vehicles that the Ukrainians sent across.
Yeah,
I mean,
so there's no heavy
and you saw
armor,
that
right?
one ambush where the guy popped out behind a fence, shot that RPG at the BTR from what, like 70 yards, and then next thing you know, they had the BTR. So I mean, I figure that's a lot of what's going on. That's why you see these, you know, they go down this road and you'll say, oh, they were all the way down here, and then, you know, you don't hear anything for 3 or 4 days. You might see some videos of random trucks destroyed, which may or may not be the ones that were on that road. but the chances are they went down the road, went back down, maybe nothing happened, or a drone found them and some guys set up on them. And especially if there's all these special forces guys running around, they're going to have good rifles, good grenade launchers, probably good sniper rifles, and they're probably going to have some premium anti-tank shit. Who knows? They might even be carrying around AT-4s and stuff. It's not like they ain't got them.
Yeah.
And plus, they were capturing stuff because they had to drive in with everything they could carry. So you saw the videos of the captured vehicles full of ammo and stuff. So even those little units can probably stay resupplied, even if they can't get something regular, because there's enough, unfortunately, dead Ukrainians laying around that they can just take their stuff and use it.
True.
Do you think the Kursk NPPE was the real target?
I don't know.
This is a lot of the theory, but I don't know. It feels a bit like ambitious.
I mean, I kind of feel like they say it is now because they needed to say something because it didn't really work out. And I mean, that's the other thing. Like they know it's going bad, and instead of falling back, it's like, I understand not wanting to burn down the cities and stuff. But it's like, burn down some fields, light some forests on fire. Try to make some cloud cover.
Yeah, they did nothing.
You got, what I mean. You got to run from the drones. You got to hide from the surveillance. It's like they're really not doing anything to hide, and that it's just a matter of time.
There was nothing to the Russians, right?
Slava Ukraine.
Hell yeah, John Scott. He's a long timer.
Hi, David. No,
hey, David.
So like,
that was good to see you. Finally caught you guys live.
Yeah. So it's just weird because I was when I play, EU4, like European Universities 4. I always the underdog. There's always this massive empire like the Ming Empire. There, I was like, you can't beat them. But I always just send my forces just run all across their country, where there is not defended. I just burn everything. At least you weaken them economically somehow, or cause some damage somehow. At least make it very painful and expensive to fight with you. But no, Ukraine went in. You're muted. They're muted. They just drive around.
Yeah, I've done that before, like on World of Conflict when I start losing and I can't win. I'll just form up these little battle groups and just go drive across wherever as far as I can, make them chase me and waste time trying to get me. That's kind of what that feels like it was. I mean, I know they're trying to say it was more than that and it was an offensive, but I mean, you got to figure too, even before it happened, all around that area, they were constantly hitting deployment points, artillery, so the chances are that the units that went in were already degraded, maybe some, maybe none. Plus all the reinforcements were probably degraded. Plus, anytime you move, you're going to get noticed, especially up there. So they're getting hit the whole way. So, it just seems like they really didn't plan anything other than go across the border and see what they could do. And I don't know. It just seems like when they got there, they didn't really do anything like they could have.
I suspect they wanted to meet the Russian military. Like they want to meet head on. They want to, clash with them or do something. But if the Russian military don't want to meet them, they're gonna struggle. And if they only use special forces, just do ambushes, like do Hamas warfare, it's horrible for the Ukrainians. Hi, Maddie, go ahead. You're muted.
Do you guys hear me all right at this time?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I'm out. As you can see, I'm outside. Maybe if I switch to just my little doggy face, I mean, I think I've proved long enough how ugly I am, and I am a real person, because it's hard for me to hold this and do all the things I wanted. Anyway, I think I agree with what Vaughn just said. I mean, it was a hopeless endeavor from the beginning to end. There was no way to keep a supply, keeping the Schwerpunkt or the spearhead sharp to keep penetrating forward. And once that momentum stopped, the entire offensive, quote unquote offensive, which is really just a border incursion, fucking stopped. And now all they're doing is just running around and whatever, APCs, whatever they can get, hitting the town, taking a picture and coming out. And we're being reported, like, because they saw the AFU there, that the whole entire village is taken, and that is not the case. You know, 5 people in a fucking APC cannot take an entire village. It just doesn't work that way. You're there, but you don't own it. You know, and it's hard. You know, why for you guys like you? What are you supposed to go on? You can only go what's coming back from the front. So I don't blame
I agree.
you guys, because you know, like I said before, you're going to get times where you're going to get reports of shit that doesn't make sense because it's extended way out, and they may be true. But I think you're going to see it to the Russian side more than you'll see it to the Ukrainian side, because eventually the Russians are going to be pushing hard enough to be able to push faster than the AFU can retreat, and once that happens, they can just start turning left or right to encircle them, because we got to remember what the AU, what Russia stated they wanted. They wanted to exterminate the Nazis and kill the Ukrainians' ability to fight war. If you want to do that, and the entire reserve is committed to the front, probably the first thing I would think that Russian MOD is thinking is punching through and wrapping around behind them, because to contain them so that they can't get away. This is the best opportunity to destroy this army where it is right now and not have to chase units all around fucking Western Ukraine. And I think the Russians know that. If they're at the point where if they go through them, I think they can actually do a lot of damage. And that's why I keep harping about the fucking road hubs. You know, roads, crossroads, bridges, and bridgeheads. It always comes down to movement. And this is why the Russians have a heavy armored mobile army. It was never meant to just sit there. Its intentions has always been to absorb the enemy, stop them, punch through them, and then exploit their rear. If you really look at it, read about how they developed the doctrine. It even says they came to a agreement that it would first be stagnant, then it would be mobile. And that's how they've treated their doctrine ever since, the way I see it. And I'm done with rant. Sorry.
The problem now is that the Russians have no incentive of rushing to push out the Ukrainians. Because imagine if Ukraine is starting to burn down every single village that they have taken. They start to burn down Suja, then the Russian military will be desperate because they need to quickly flush them out. Because if not, they have to pay to all these civilians, all these damages. They have to reimburse them or something. There's no rush. The Ukrainians treat the Russian civilians well. They interview the Russian civilians. It's like, oh, the Ukrainian soldiers tell us to just live our life normally. So they're very happy. They just continue to go shopping and everything. So then what's the incentive? What is the incentive for the Russians to rush? The Russians don't need to meet the Ukrainian forces. In fact, I'm not even sure I've seen a single Russian tank yet. Have you seen any footages of that suggest the Russian main force? Is there like the heavy, the BMPs or the tanks?
No,
it doesn't feel like it. It feels like it's all special forces.
It's mostly recon that's going forward right now, because the first thing they're going to do is put recon to find the best avenues they can find, secure the bridges, take care of any checkpoints that they have to, and control ambush areas. Then they were saying the main forces start to come through.
They're saying that a lot of the forces in there right now are snipers and special forces, and that's perfect for what they're doing, because they're just hunting these groups down and these small units that the Ukrainians are filtering through the border. And that's what's happening. That's why you're seeing 5 dead, 12 dead, 5 captured, 12 captured, 22 captured. I mean, they're just hunting them down.
Yeah, if the Ukrainians don't hold ground, like what they do inside Ukraine, in Donbass region, then they're not going to stay in the village, which means that their capture is not going to be permanent. It's going to be very transient. Maddie?
Well, I was talking about the entire front, what I meant about previously, but what you're saying about there, I think the Russians are treating it and actually labeled it as a terrorist operation at this point, and that is including all their anti-terrorism units, which usually don't include tanks or anything like that, because they need to be fast and mobile. I mean, they include tanks or have them attached to them. Yeah.
VSR, VRS, whatever, all those guys.
Do we have any sense of how many Ukrainian soldiers are left? Because when they went in, the estimate was somewhere in the area of 1,000, and they all got wiped out pretty quickly. Their material all got wiped out pretty quickly, and it strikes me that for the last week or so, what's left of the Ukrainian military in the area, they're basically just wandering through the woods like Hansel and Gretel, and they're not supplied, and they're starting to surrender because, you know, they're out of everything. So, like, how many of these people are actually left? Do we know? I'm guessing it's not many.
It could be thousands if you count reinforcements and all the other units floating around. I mean, who knows? There's probably a lot more down along the border than there is in these little areas. But
Sure.
I mean, maybe in the whole Kursk salient, maybe, I don't know, maybe there's 500-600 Ukrainians running around at any one time.
Yeah.
We discussed this each of the last times I was on. Is, you know, because you guys are the military experts, but how does this end? And there really is no reasonable method for how it ends. The Israel-Hamas, there's no reasonable method for how it ends. You know, even Iran, you know, just really just game theory, you know, politics. It's a disaster, and you know all the unknowns. It's 3 years now, almost 3 years. Israel's war is almost a year. You know, God forbid, it's just a disaster.
But that's the nature of war, because as long as you don't go into total war, that's modern life, modern civilization for you. Because if you go into like 1,000, 2,000 years ago, you kill everyone. No, so many.
I think that's a great question, Nunya, because how many are actually left in the pocket? How much was absorbed in the initial attack, and how much are reserves that are coming in and just getting wiped out as they get there? Because some Alexander Mercurius said about 5 or 6 days ago, he has a source that's seems very close to what's going on, who's been right before, consistently said that the Russians knew this was a possibility up to 2 months ago, and even told him in an email at the time that this was something that they were watching. So, you know, just like Kursk, if it, and I keep calling it Kursk 2.0 for a reason, because just like then, if that's the case, the Russians had the plans, or, you know, could have possibly had the plans, or at least an idea of the operational plans as they were, set up a defensive network to absorb it, just like in Kursk 1.0, and then absorb it, kill it, and then tack back through it. My question is really how coordinated can the ASU be inside this pocket right now to do anything legitimate that would actually gain them any advantage in surviving in this area? I can't see them. They're in Germany's box. You know, there was a U.S. colonel or something. I posted the video about him, who said that basically they put themselves in the box. Whenever you attack into your enemy like this, you are going to be in the box if you fail. And they failed. So they rolled the dice, they fucking hit crap, and they failed. And there's the problem. I want to ask this, though. They said there were 3 units of mobile howitzers with them. And I have to wonder if they were meant, it wasn't really meant to get to the nuclear power plant, but to be able to take it under fire and try to control it that way. Because I can't see them actually believing making it that far into Russian territory. I just can't. It just doesn't.
I mean, come on, dude. They thought Krinky was a beachhead. You know?
Yeah, I mean, usually you want to assume usually you want to assume rational actor theory, and you know, maybe there's a strategy, a grand vision, but also, you know, sometimes there's just a lapse in leadership. Like in America, you have road construction, and just like you don't get enough funding if you don't do something. So like, why are they doing this? It's just to meet funding protocols. And it's very possible there is no actual strategy. There's no grand plan. There's just corruption, covering up for corruption, and all this information that would be useful. There's no reason to release it. It's information warfare, not only against the opponent, but at this point, it's information warfare to your own people, where the most important party to hide the information from is actually your own side.
Yeah, I can corroborate that. Like in the last week we have a Ukrainian on. He confirmed DPA UA is getting a lot of money in their donation drive, and everybody is using curse as this curse offensive as the donation drive. They literally write that, you know, donate now to support the curse, the curse operation or something. You know? So, Lambo.
Yeah, the Kursk is a PR stunt. The nuclear power plant, to answer to Mehdi, I think that is a fortress. It's packed up, protected by the Russians. It's normal. It's a nuclear power plant, so you're going to do everything to protect that plant because it's nuclear, you know. But the whole Kursk thing is a PR stunt, just to try to show to the NATO that they are doing something, but actually they are hoping that the Russians are going to come en masse to take Kursk back, and they don't doing that. What are they doing is making trenches to make a front line to defend. That's it. They are. It's logic. Like I said, you are packed in a box. If you want to invade Russia, like that region, you need to go with 30,000 troops, something like that. When Russia came into the Belgrade region, they went over the border. Everybody was saying, "Oh, it's suicidal. They're never going to be able to hold it because you're not enough." And suddenly, Ukraine is going there with 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people. I don't care how much. Still not enough. And if I'm watching the news, they're only talking about the Kursk region, but they're not talking about what's happening on the front line, you know? They blew up a very important bridge. Yeah, they made a spare bridge a few meters next to it, a temporary bridge to cross over the river. It's not a problem. Bridges in a warfare, you know it, they're going to be destroyed at a certain point. So they always have a backup plan for every bridge in Russia. Actually, I think Russia has a backup plan to overcross the river again.
Pontoon, right?
Bridge, yeah, with the mobile bridge.
They have the pontoon plans. No, they have pontoon plans. They know where to put the pontoons.
So it's just a PR stunt, like we've seen here on the news. Ukraine is busy, but they don't talk about the other shit that's happening in Ukraine. Actually, if you look the maps, right, you can show the maps to us to explain to everybody on the live stream what's happened the past week. You can see New York as Bache, Vesely, as we see some very big movements of the Russians. Are we not speaking about 50 meters? We're speaking about hundreds of meters in one day. So it's just a PR stunt. And of course, the Ukrainians maybe are smart enough to not attack the nuclear power plant directly because they know it's a fortified area. The power plant is fortified. You can wonder where the Russians. They are at that close to that nuclear power plant, and they are. I think they are searching with drones. They are searching they are searching from the sky after where the Ukrainians are to plan their attacks to them. They are not in a rush to retake the Kursk region. Like you say, they're going to have a problem with supplies. For the moment, they still have food, but that's going to end also. What the Russians can do is start a new attack line underneath next to Kursk and try to close and from the Ukraine territory. They can fuck with that also. So maybe Ukraine is going to say, "Oh fuck, we're going to need to go back to defend our land." It's just a PR stunt, and Putin knows it also, you know. Von?
Yeah, I was going to say before we start going down towards Pavlovsk, I mean, you got. I wanted to tie a theory in, if it's true, to Kursk. I mean, you've got the destruction of 4 to 5, or the damaging of 4 to 5 air defense systems in the area. Some of those are high-end systems like theater defense that would protect large areas. Obviously, you want to protect the Kursk incursion. But also, if you were wanting to protect maybe a high-level headquarters that controls the operations where maybe Syrskyi is, there's a rumor that they hit something and they say they got him or he was killed. Nobody knows because nobody's seen or heard anything. But if you think about the air defense systems being in that area, I mean, obviously they would commit it to protect the Kursk incursion. but those are high value targets, so they wouldn't be there just for that. So there might be some truth to him being in the area where that was targeted because of the SAM systems in the region protecting the area. And if you think about it, he's been getting a lot of bad press. A lot of people are angry about how he's running the war and the defeats on the battlefield. So there could be a chance that he's been getting dirty, nasty phone calls from Kiev or shitty, radio messages from Kiev, and maybe the Russians got wind of it and took a shot.
Nunya.
That's all.
Well, I just wanted to follow up on one of the questions earlier around motives about why they go in. And yes, on the one hand, I absolutely think that this is there's a lot of PR around this in wanting to show that they can strike. So I certainly think that's an element. But I also absolutely think that, the Kirk's nuclear power plant was a target. I mean, that's what the Ukrainians said. So I think we should probably, believe them when they say that that was their objective, because they've clearly failed it. And I think absolutely that was probably the overlying or the underlying intent of going in, because they do want to capture something that down the road they know that the negotiations are going to come quickly, quicker than not, right? So, what we're seeing here in football terms, American football, is a Hail Mary pass. Okay, this is Joe Montana to Dwight Clark. The Ukrainians don't have much left in the tank, and they're trying to capture what they can before they're forced to sit down and negotiate. And that negotiation is going to come really soon. Post November elections in the U.S., I think, is when you're going to start to see it. So over to you, Vaughn.
Oh, I was just going to say real quick, though, but I mean, they captured that gas station, transfer station. So that was something. But I will say there is credence to what you're saying, because the Ukrainians have shown over the last 2.5, 3 years almost that they are obsessed with launching suicidal attacks towards nuclear power plants with zero results. So now instead of the Zaporizhia, they've just switched it up. They probably ran out of Marines and boats because of Krinky. So they had to switch it up to a land attack against a nuclear power plant. And they figured Kursk would be a good shot. And, obviously it's ridiculous and suicidal. So that's why they chose that option.
Mehdi?
Mehdi.
Well, as to when we were talking about water obstacles, getting in the way of the Russians, their scissor bridges span 138 feet. So they built the bridges at this length, because they look into the surrounding areas that they're in where they may be used, and they try to build them to fit with what most likely be the distance that would get them across these things. And I bet you that the canals that are built and some like that we think are obstacles to them are just nothing more than a scissor bridge. So we gotta, when you hear, oh God, the AFU just blew up bridges, that may not be as big as a tactical fuck up for the Russians as people think it is. Also, if they went in, which right now they're having a hard time getting supply, which they knew would happen. What is the first thing every army does? It takes it from the civilian population. So right there, they are becoming terrorists themselves, because we also seen videos of them rounding them up and using them as prisoners for exchange. I've seen videos of that. It clearly shows it. So, the more they stay there, the more their actions show how much of a losing proposition there is. It's the more shit that the U.S. is responsible for, in my view. Because in the end, we're the ones that put them up to it. We supplied all the equipment. We probably supplied all the fucking ISR intelligence, just like the Russians probably wanted us to do. You got to understand, they played this game well and been playing it for years beyond us. And there's probably a reason why the AFU was able to say, hey, this looks a little bit undefended here. Maybe we should go for it. See, are the Russians really that sloppy? with that massive amount of reserves they have.
Hey, with what he was
SPIA
saying,
got
though,
him.
since he dropped off, I mean, it's pretty obvious it was a thin screen of border troops, maybe some conscript garrison nearby. I don't even know if they were conscripts, you know, for what they were. You know, and maybe some other people here and there, police, maybe some other paramilitaries that might have been around, but obviously it was lightly defended. And, you know, obviously the West was involved in the supplying and the preparation. So you have to figure that they have the absolute best ISR platforms in the world. So they scanned the border until they found the sweet spot and cooked up a plan to do it. I mean, I don't know why, you know, it's like, I'm shocked the Russians don't have a soldier on every road or a platoon on every, you know, bridge or something. It's like, nobody does that. Nobody has that. I mean, they covered as best they could. The forces were light. They got smoked out by tanks and, you know, light armored vehicles. I mean, they didn't have anything but rifles. Probably didn't even have anything heavier than maybe they didn't even have RPGs because they're just border guards or police.
Well, just to follow up on Vaughn's point, for a bit of context here, like this area, Russia, the largest town in the region is like 5,000 people. So it's woods, it's forest, there's no infrastructure, there's a handful of roads. Basically, like the border is.
I mean, that's why they're able to run around.
Woods. Yeah,
because they're going up and down farm roads and side roads, and I guarantee you, there's probably been multiple times they've literally driven past each other, maybe separated by a hill or something, going two different directions, and then they circle around. Maybe they run into each other, or maybe, you know, they don't ever run into each other, or maybe they run into a drone, you know, or whatever. But I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, look at the place. There's no, you know, look at where all the guys are ended up dead, and all the ambushes. It's all in tree lines and stuff, or junctions.
I mean, if you compare to Hamas, you say 10 months later, Hamas still has fight left in them. And you even say 75 years later, Hamas still has fight left in them. And Ukraine, they have to make a move. If they have no good options, they have to choose from all of their bad options and just go with one of them. And we might see this continue. Like, God forbid, Ukraine's options will probably get worse and worse. And you say, well, you know, negotiate, surrender, but there's going to be a certain element that just like fight forever. And their options are going to get worse and worse. And, you know, like Hamas sitting there like, well, maybe, you know, cavalry is eventually going to arrive. Iran or Hezbollah will defeat, you know, something's going to come up. But even if not, like, God forbid, the Hamas-Israel war, it could go on another 10 years and no one comes to help Hamas, and they still might keep on fighting. You know, occasionally you see a few rockets fired that don't do anything. Occasionally they do you know, attack, kills a few soldiers. You know, so I wouldn't be surprised if you see that becoming the case in Ukraine, that their options keep on getting worse, but the fight, you know, may continue for years, even decades.
The issue with Ukraine is that they are the Hamas. Russia is the Israel. But the main difference is that Russia is treating the Ukrainian civilian, the population, better, whereas Israel is, you know, subjugating the Palestinians, and that gives Hamas legitimacy. But the problem with the Ukrainians, they cannot continue this war indefinitely. They are a proper government. Hamas is like a.
Well, they can't. Unfortunately, like, yes, they can. Of course, they can. I mean, you say it might be extremely unwise. You would advise against it, but like, of course, they could continue the war indefinitely.
Yeah, but we try not to go into Palestinian Israel now, because we try to stick to Ukraine first, because that's so much to talk about.
I'm just making the comparison, just because,
I know.
Just because they have no good options doesn't mean that they're going to keep on choosing from their bad options, and just because it's you know, obvious to military experts it's extremely poor decisions, doesn't mean that they're not going to keep on making them.
No, there is actually no good option for the Ukrainians. That actually, we have analyzed this before. I also mentioned this before. There is actually nothing the Ukrainians can do. The only thing that they can do, and I said this like 1 year or more ago, is that they can only invade into Russia. And they should have used the entire force that they used for the counteroffensive to invade into Russia and conquer Belgorod, and then use it to trade. And if they can't trade it, they should burn it all down. But the thing is, or they should melt away a big chunk of their force into partisans or special guerrilla war inside of Russia. They should spread out. They wear civilian clothes and just spread, and then cause massive chaos. They could have done that, but they didn't. Now they try to do that. It's a bit too late. The force is too small. It's like right in the first day of offensive. My report is already saying that. I already say that. No, it's too late. There's no way they can break it anymore.
But like they could still be doing terrorism, bombing, suicide attacks, just trying to kill a few soldiers here and there.
Oh, but it's useless. You have to understand these soldiers are not ideologically driven. They are not Hamas soldiers. You see. Have you saw the new POWs that was caught? They are from the Azov or the Georgian Legion as well. They if they surrender means that they are unwilling to die for the cause. If they cannot die for the cause, they will not do whatever you say they should do. They will not do it. When they are surrounded, they surrender. They rather get tortured by the Russian soldiers than to die. Then you can't be that kind of like Hamas type of terrorist. No, you can't do that. You're not at that level. Lambo.
You just need to understand one big difference between the situation in Israel and Palestine and Ukraine. There is not a army war in Palestine because Hamas is a terrorist organization that is actually trying to defend their people. What happened with Hamas is a group of guys that became so angry at Israel that they formed an organization to attack Israel. That's by hatred about the way they've been handled for all these years. It had nothing to do. You just can't compare the two with each other. You can't. There is.
Ukraine gets utterly defeated, they could become that. I'm saying, yeah, they're not that now.
No, maybe in the future.
Okay, that's all of their options are out, and that's their only option.
But like we already explained, there is that option.
He was just making comparisons. We don't need to get all crazy about it.
If you just compare the whole conflict of Ukraine, Russia, compared to the conflict that we have from the past 6 months with Palestine, there are much more dead civilians in the Palestinian side than in the Ukrainian side. There is no big hatred against Putin, is what the media try to tell us, that the Ukrainians are hating Putin. No, it's a political game. It's a NATO that want to weaken Russia, that want to hurt Russia and not listen to Putin. Putin said already for years and years and years, don't come closer to our borders. And when they started again with Ukraine to become a NATO country, to become a European country, Putin said, I'm fucking sick of it. I'm going to invade Ukraine with the SMO and stop all that shit. And also how the people of Odessa have been treated from Ukrainians. For a lot of reasons. There's no one comparison between the conflict in Israel and the conflict in Russia, Ukraine. You can't compare it. There's two different topics. Just two completely different topics.
Okay, I agree. My main point is that they're still fighting, though.
Okay.
Just look at that. Israel doesn't give a fuck about civilians. No fuck. There are three terrorists in the hospital. We're going to bomb everything. Do you see Russia doing that? No. So end of story. End of conversation about it.
Even with that, they're still fighting.
Lambo, okay. It's a fair comparison, okay? Everything is comparable. Everything is comparable because it makes a distinction, all right? So, for example, if you want to compare Israel with Ukraine, then Palestine is like the Donbass, and in that case, like Russia would be like the Arab countries, you know, but they're not helping the people of Donbass. It's like if Russia wouldn't help the people of Donbass, you would have a Palestine against Israel in Russia against Ukraine. It would be Ukraine against the Donbass. And that's the problem, you know. That's why they can't dissolve in the population and make up unconventional warfare. Ukrainians can't do that because they don't have the support of the population to do that. If the soldiers would just dress up as civilians and be partisans, they would be denounced by their own population.
Yeah, exactly my point. Vaughn have his finger up, but he looks.
I was just gonna say, another thing that's going to go on with this Kursk operation, I mean, it's all contained for the most part. Now they're going to start squeezing it down, and in the whole process, they're hitting all the reserves and all the artillery and deployment points behind there. And, you know, we don't really know what kind of forces are coming to bear, but obviously the Russians have plenty of reserves sitting around that they could put there. They have the ease of movement because they can move anything they want by train, plane, or car, road, rail. There's no real threat to their, you know, logistics, you know, until they get close. So, I mean, it's, you know, once this, you know, collapses and they start pushing it down, you know, there's a good chance they might just keep going from that point because there's nothing in front of them to stop them from going back across the border. I mean, they don't have to go way down. They can just push down like they did around Kharkov and set up another area. Or, you know, maybe they'll get lucky and it'll turn into like Pavlovsk where there's nobody left and they can start pushing down and spreading out and seeing where they can go before they hit anything.
I just want to add on to what Vaughn just said. No, like I just now I was saying about the main force. The Russian main force is not here. If you remember I think the second Belgorod incursion, where the Ukrainians withdrew and then the Russians rushed in to retake the grounds, you saw the number of armored vehicles and you see the mayor walking along with the soldiers and then whatnot. Those are the main forces. They have proper armored vehicles and tanks and everything. We haven't even seen this yet in the Kursk offensive. The Russian tanks, the Russian main force is not around. So, yeah, Lambo.
Yeah, but he has a point, and there was already an area that already said in the past that the Russians. I was thinking the Belgorod region, I was right about it, and then I was thinking more on the side of Russian to just mess up everything with Ukraine, and they're going to do that. They're going to, after a while, we don't know when Russia needs to do it, push all the guys of the Kursk region back at the border, encircle them, kill everybody. I don't care. Deliberate the borders of Russia. And then maybe they're going to start push downstairs. I'm always thinking that the best strategy that the Russians can do is fuck up at the main front line. If you open a few spots, you can fuck up at the main front line. I don't think after a while I think after a while they said we don't really need to do that because we can push like nothing on the front line themselves. We see the evolution of the front line for the moment. Like I said, it's not 50 meters a day that they are pushing, it's much more. And yeah. It's just what the Ukrainians is doing now. It's just a political bullshit, wasting their own time, wasting their own manpower, wasting their own ammunition, weaponry. For what? They already did that a lot of times in Sevastopol and Crimea also. Attacking Crimea, continuously attacking Crimea, trying to attack one fucking bridge while they know Russia has a railway line and a new railway line to provide support and everything that Russia needs in Crimea. It's just PR bullshit, useless bullshit. Every time they try to attack a submarine and a dry dock, it's a waste of weaponry, it's a waste of money, it's a waste of everything. And they're just going to do that PR stunt. That is the only thing I can say about that. Mehdi? No, Virgin, I don't know who was first.
Virgin first.
Okay, Virgin then.
Hey guys. Well, this whole Kursk story is quite interesting. A lot of things are very strange. For instance, one could argue that Ukraine has reacted much faster to the Kharkov distraction by Russia than the Russia did to in Kursk, especially. Also, what's interesting is that there are seemingly absolutely no defensive preparations other than border guards in the border area to Ukraine. So where is the Surovikin line in Russia? Costs maybe, let's say, a few $100 million to build. What's the issue? Not too much. Why didn't they build anything? Either it's a bait, or they didn't care because they have the depth. But still, it's interesting. Where are the soldiers? There is always the talk about Russia has some 100,000 soldiers somewhere waiting and or not being used or being prepared. Obviously, they are not there. So either it's not really urgent for Russia or they are not prepared. So there is a lot of interesting stuff happening. I'm not very He well, it's a distraction that the Russians didn't need to do it themselves. I thought the Russians would start another distraction somewhere in Sumy region, but the Ukrainians beat them to the thing. They started it earlier. They're wasting resources there, but obviously Ukraine is not very focused in the Donbas area anymore. And I said so a few open mics back that they maybe are not keen to fight anymore in areas where which they probably will lose anyway. So why lose manpower there? But what is your opinion? Is it a trap? Do you all of you think that, or is it just lack of manpower in Russia?
Mehdi.
A combination.
So, any way to look at it, but the first thing I want to say is for all the NAFO idiots that laughed about T-64s being rolled out, well, guess where they go? They go to these regional defense forces. Let's look at the force that incurred into Kursk immediately. The size of that force should have been able to penetrate much further than they did if it was just simple border guards in front of them. It's not what happened. You know, we got to remember that there are regional defense forces for each military district, I believe, from my understanding, especially like DPR and the LPR. They have their own forces. They dealt with it. They contained it until the reserves could get there to it. You know, and it's done nothing, absolutely nothing across the Ukraine, the front line right now to stop Russian moving forward their operational plan. It's done nothing to do that. And if we hear of units that were moved from, like, say, you know, the units that are moved, they're going to be very specialized units, which Russia already said was happening. It's their anti-terrorism units, and the units that are meant to be able to fight that are also being rotated to Kursk. They're not losing their main force. They're not losing some massive amount of tanks where everything grinds to a stop. I mean, we know they have at least 350,000, or maybe not that. Well, I'll just go with 100,000 reserves. And if you look at Kursk and you look at the entire line, you see that Kursk is a little pimple that was contained and now will be destroyed. Either it will wear itself down to where it cannot fight anymore, it'll be taken prison, or it'll be killed. It's not going any further. And it hasn't been going any further for 5 days now. You know, once it lost its momentum, all this is trying to break up APR and fucking survive. That's all this stupid shit is. It's not coordinated. There's nothing they can do. I don't understand why it's such a big issue, because if you look at it from historic value, it's nothing. Mm-hmm. No, but that to me is not reality. I do not have anything from right now.
They can hear you, dude.
I've read history and I've followed some of this shit.
With the robot, check your connection.
Yeah. Nunya or Vaughn?
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't think it was a trap. I think it was just a lightly defended area with border guards, and the Russians have the depth because of the terrain to buy the time to get the extra reinforcements there they needed, and that's pretty much what happened. I mean, yeah, they surprised some guys, captured guys, killed guys, drove around, but, you know, whatever was there was enough to keep them from getting to Kursk power plant or anywhere else, really, other than a few vehicles and stuff. So, I mean, it worked out. I mean, I don't think there was a trap, but I mean, it's turned into a kind of a trap, so the Russians should max it out while they got them there. You know, might as well wipe out everything there and then see if you can go south once the salient's gone.
Nunya.
Well, I agree with what Vaughn just said. I mean, from what I initially read, anyway, it was only like 1,000, 2,000 troops. I mean, that's really not a whole lot in a forested region like that. They all got wiped out. Whoever's left is getting wiped out by whoever's there. So there's no real reason to deploy additional troops, particularly as they're pressing along the main line of contact. As Lambo pointed out, you know, the Russians are making pretty big advances, and part of that is because the Ukrainians diverted a lot of their men and machinery over for this comedy of errors that they're trying to do on the border. Another thing that I wanted to flag that I don't think is getting a whole lot of attention, that Ukraine did this, but what this now does is give Putin a whole lot of political cover, because, you know, any sort of negotiation now, Putin's taken off the table. So he can go back to his international partners and say, look at these terrorists killing people on our borders. We will not negotiate with these people, and we're going to take what we're going to take, and we'll tell you when it's over. So I think what we're going to see from the Russians very shortly, I don't know when, but I think it'll be sometime in the next month. I think you're going to see the gloves not fully off, but they're going to start to take them off a little bit more, and they're going to start to step up some of their attacks. And Ukraine won't be ready for it. They've got nothing left. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, well, if everyone agrees it's a military failure, you know, considering Ukraine only had bad options, was it at least a political success? And, you know, from that calculation, all of their bad options, none of them are going to turn into a military success, but at least they got a political success that is able to draw Western support, get some media attention, you know, even here in the West, and some of the, you know, pro-Ukrainian military channels are still making it look like, you know, like it's some sort of success. And, you know, so God forbid, if you're Ukraine in this situation, was this the best that they could have done? You know, at least they got a minor political success that will get them a little bit more money and buy a little bit more time of Western support.
I was just going to say, I mean, honestly, if you look at it, everything's coming into alignment for Russia at about almost the right time, because, you know, obviously you can't say they shaped the battlefield willingly, because, you know, war is chaotic and everything can happen. But over the last year, they've, you know, really shaped the battlefield and treated the Ukrainians to the point to where it's getting to the point where they can move it. They're starting to move at will, especially down out in front of Avdiivka. They're taking what they want. They're moving and making a lot of gains. They're capturing and cutting off a lot of stuff. And then you factor in the election. They know they've got a window to make as many gains as possible. And I think the thing's just lining up right. I mean, we still have a couple months left before the election, plus a couple months left of good weather. You know, there's a real good chance that things are going to line up and Russia's going to make, whether they want to turn up the offensive or not. I think it's fallen into place where, especially, you know, from, you know, Chavashar south straight to the Dnieper, you know, that's all at risk, because there's nothing left to stop it. And I think a lot of it's just going to fall into their hands just by moving forward and seeing what's there. And when they don't find anything, they're just going to keep moving. And I think, you know, that's what I think they're looking at. They've got this window of time to grab as much as they can. That way, when they do, if they do to go to a negotiating table, you know, they're going to go with as full a plate as possible. That way they have stuff to give away or negotiate with. But I think this next 2 months is going to be pretty active and crazy, especially in the South.
Was it just important in the chat, Red Neutralis, that it's a success because you got more people watching? And like, I wasn't watching until the news started saying that Ukraine's winning, and then I turned to Wyatt's channel to be like, well, what's really going on? And so like your viewership's up.
You know that phrase?
Yeah, YouTube let me off, Jill. Somehow, I think.
But you know that phrase? You know that phrase, silence before the storm? It's happening for the moment because I'm, you know, I like aviation. I love bombers, big bombers. Like Trump's going to say, they're amazing, these huge bombers. It's amazing. It's cool. These big wings, all these bombs. Where are they? Did we see a couple of weeks already not so much big airstrikes from Russia? I don't mean the fab bombs. I mean the cruise missiles. The cruise missiles through Kiev, Lviv, You know, all these parts behind Ukraine, on the backside of Ukraine, we see shit. Nothing happened for the moment. We're always thinking, oh, Ukraine entered Kursk region. They're going to do a big vendetta, a big revenge. Nothing happened for the moment. I am afraid for Ukraine. They're going to have a very cold winter. Very cold winter. It's not happening. Putin, Russia, is planning something for the moment. We had already a few times messages like Olenia, the air base of Olenia was full of big bombers. They didn't take off. They are not there. They are playing games for the moment. I think they're going to strike in a couple of days, weeks. I'm waiting. I'm looking every day for it. They're going to organize a very big airstrike over Ukraine, and they're going to strategically not only try to find the F-16s because you're searching after them, but they're going to destroy power plants very hard. They're going to give the Ukrainians a very bad winter, I think.
Well, you know, you had that backfire crash, so they could be in a maintenance cycle, a stand down while they check out the
normally
airplane.
Not, because you let flying. Normally you need to know that, Von, because you have that helicopter experience. Normally, if you have your Air Force flying, 1/3 maximum go into the sky, 1/3 is stay ready to back up.
Oh, I know, but I mean, when they have accidents, sometimes they'll ground it just to make sure.
Yeah, maybe with the F-22 they lost one crashed because malfunction. Can be, but for me it's not enough. For me it's not enough. Mehdi, wait a little bit. For me it's not enough. I just think they're going to have a message of the Tupolev 160 White Swan. How long ago did we saw a message about that plane, a takeoff of an airfield to do some striking? So we're speaking about the KH-22 cruise missiles. Very long time ago. They are doing something. They are planning something. And it's going to be big. Going to be huge. Mehdi, and then Voin.
I so want to back you on this because, Wyatt, let me ask you a couple of questions. When have you heard of a huge artillery bombardment happening? You haven't. When was the last time Russia has launched a wave of missiles? They haven't for quite a while.
Yeah.
That usually means two things: resupplying and getting ready for a strike or movement. Either way, neither of those are good for the Ukraine whatsoever, because that means the artillery is moving up, probably for position for their forces to move forward. That's why I always kind of ask, periodically, what is the usage of artillery around the front? Because right there is an indicator you can look at and say, if the production that Russia has, that we know they have, and the way and the firing that is outgoing right now does not match what was happening previously, which usually means you're stockpiling, like firing 2 shells but stockpiling 1 for an offensive. And that's how they build them up over time, and then boom. And just like you said, when was the last time we heard about, like you said, the Kinjal missiles launched from these bigger these bigger forces getting involved in this? They haven't. So something has to be coming, because they ran out of shit. There is something happening.
So it's like Lambo said. Lambo, do you mean that they are storing the cruise missile for one massive strike? Is that what you mean just now, Lambo?
I just think they are taking their time. So they did already big
They're preparing
water hydropower dam strikes. They already weakened Ukraine for a lot of electricity and energy. Now I just think they're just planning. They're taking their time to looking after new strategic points. I think they're going to spare the best weaponry to find the F-16s. I think the F-16s is a good lucky thing for the Ukrainians. That for the moment, other strategic places are going to be spared, because priority number 1 for the moment is going to be the F-16s. Power plants, they can destroy it whenever they want to. You just take let's send and let's destroy it. It's just when we're going to do that. Like I said, Russia is always very civilian friendly, but I don't think it's going to be for the winter very friendly for the civilians and like room temperature in their apartments. But I just thinking they're just taking their time to do one big, massive strike where the Ukrainians not going to have the time to evacuate everything on time. For the moment, they're doing geranium strikes, they're doing little strikes. Sometimes you have a message of about Tupolev 95 taking up, Tupolev 22s taking up, the MiG-31s they're taking off, but not these big massive strikes where they, for the whole night long, they're going to do striking, rearm, strike again with 20, 30 planes. They don't do that. It's a very long time they did it. I just think they're waiting the perfect moment to do it, to just fuck up around with the whole Ukraine, that they don't going to know where to react anymore. And maybe it's a tactic of Russia to maybe they find the F-16s, they're going to destroy it in that way, and they're going to destroy a lot of other targets just to mess up with the Ukrainians. That's my point of view.
It's Voy and then me.
Yeah, Voin and
Okay, right.
Vaughn, before you go, this is for you.
it's pixelated. I leave for 30-40 minutes, guys. Bye-bye.
Later,
See ya.
man.
Well, regarding the missiles, Russia has not answered with a lot of missiles because they have obviously run out of missiles a few years ago, as we all know. Probably they, meanwhile, have run out of shovels as well, and wash machine chips. But anyway, I think the Russians have clearly known, or not known, maybe they have not known that UKIS will do that, but they definitely have war games and prepared plans how to react, and they most likely know how to react, and they're not just now thinking about it, how to react. And I don't think they will just react in anger and like a kid throwing tantrums. They will react, but in due time, when the effect of the reaction is most effective. What I'm wondering is how long will Russia let this incursion inside Russia exist? And also, it's not just that this thing is probably done from the Ukrainian side for political reasons, but there are political issues coming from that in the Russian side as well. This would be an opportunity for Russia to officially declare war, which would change the legal status of these military activities, obviously, and Russia would have more freedoms regarding creating and accumulating resources and manpower. I'm not sure what they will do. Will they do it? What do you think?
There's no need to
Vaughn.
do it. It's
Oh, I was saying, like, in regards to the bombers and the missiles, I mean, you've got, Probrovsk, coming up, and there's rumors that the Russians are maybe talking to the Ukrainians about the capitulation of that city so they don't have to destroy it by, just, I guess, going around it and convincing them. So maybe, maybe they're building up for some big strikes, like a show of force. Maybe they'll make an offer. Maybe they'll bomb some stuff to show that the offer is serious, or maybe they'll make an offer. If the offers decline, maybe they hit the power plants and military infrastructure around the city, maybe some train yards, and make it, water treatment plant, make it hard for the civilians to get the point across. They don't have to bomb the city outright, but, just hit some, like it could be something like that coming up with these, with these big cities on the verge of falling. It might be a show of force to convince some of these areas to capitulate and, become open cities. And, because there's really not a lot of Ukrainians and fighters down there. And like somebody said earlier, there's really no motivation for them to fight on land that's already been annexed and is probably gone anyways. I don't know if that's really factored into the conscript's mind, but I mean, it could just be that, they could be getting ready to do a big demonstration by hitting a lot of civilian stuff to convince the civilians to put more pressure on the civilian government. And I mean, think about it. It's a massive pressure campaign on the ground along the entire front, all the FABs, all the airstrikes, whether it's against fortifications or, power plants. I mean, hell, a few months back, they were even using Lancet drones to hit the substations for small villages and stuff. So even those people were getting, you know, having life made difficult for them with not having power. So maybe that's what they're getting ready to do, a big show of force to maybe convince some people to throw in the towel, or just make life harder to speed up the process.
Yeah, I would guess Russia's
Oh,
going
I-
You've seen the clip with SU-34
Maybe they ran out of targets.
free Patriot Rock.
I think it might be bigger than that, guys. Like, keep in mind that it was just a month ago when Putin made what I believe was a very genuine offer to the West on sorting
You've seen
this
the
out.
clip.
And I think that, you know, a month has now passed. We've seen this incursion in beyond the Russian borders. And I think what we're seeing right now is Russia's pivoting to what they think is plan B, which is, we can't negotiate with these people. The offer's now off the table. We're going straight to the river. We're taking Odessa. We're taking Sumy. We're taking everything because you guys just can't be trusted. So I think that that's what we're going to see very shortly. I think you're going to see a mobilization. I think they're just going to push them all out. Because the time to negotiate is over, and now Putin has the political cover to do so. So that's where I think we might be going. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, just real quick on Nunya's point. I mean, and the fact that the Ukrainian army is in the position they are in, it just sets that table even more likely for Russia to take advantage of it because of the complete degradation of the Ukrainian army.
Yeah, I would strongly agree. I think Russia's going to continue to show restraint. They're probably focusing on the day after because they have the complete advantage here that they actually are going to have to govern this territory, and political concerns of what it's going to look like after they win. So any large military escalation probably doesn't give advantage to Russia. And also, the further they do this, the longer they drain the West, and the less likely. But I mean, it's possible what you're saying is right, but I just assume Russia's continually showed restraint. Russia's continually looked at the larger picture the day after, and they also have to consider this is, you know, the proxy war against the West and America and the suppliers, which also probably doesn't benefit them to escalate it.
Go on, Mehdi.
Hmm.
Or is he frozen?
Are you there, Mehdi?
Yeah, over here. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I think they're good points. One of the things that, you know, I look at from my point of view, like I said, I'm not an expert. I was trained in it. I followed the history. I followed the profession itself, and that's led me to this. So I just want to get that clear. I hate being called an expert. It's not what I am. One of the things that I'd like to point out that is, look at what's going on right now in the West. We're all talking. We're all tense and waiting. Imagine what's happening in AFU command right now and all the Western leaders, because they think they probably know or believe something big is coming, and Russia knows that and is just dangling it out there because it freezes everything along the front until they know where this comes from. They cannot really move forces to be able to build up in front of it. You know, so they don't know when it's coming. They don't know from what region it will come. But all they know is they think it's coming, and everybody's frozen in the position we are in. And that is actually a tactic in itself at work, because it's letting the political side of it, the side of humanity and morality, do its work. You know, hopefully maybe catching up to it, and maybe they will not have to invade at all because it will stop. But I think this is, you know, Nunya said a good point. I think that the gloves are off. And this is it. We got to understand that we think it's just Ukraine that's in battle now. It's not. It's NATO. And Russia's always known that. And we have to realize that, because we did label it a proxy war, which means with your permission or on your behalf. So we cannot deny that we're not involved in this already. You know, it's just about, are Americans going to be willing to commit their own forces to fight in this war for Ukraine if it is a vote by the people. Because right now, the Washington, D.C. elite are just doing what they want, and none of the American people have had a say in it. And that's the other thing I want people from outside the West to understand, is that most Americans do not see or talk about any of this. It's not in their preview. It's shuffled off to the side. They don't know the shitstorm, the death toll that's going on. They're continuously lied to by the same idiots who sat there and got their sons and daughters thinking they could play Rambo and get an easy gig and some street cred by going over to Ukraine, fire a couple bullets, and come back a hero. Well, they found out that you're in big boy war now and you're going to be slaughtered by artillery fire. And let's go back to it. When the Russian SMO began, they didn't open up with artillery barrages into the civilian population. They penetrated it knowing they were going to take losses. You know, we need to think of that as well. That is not, I don't think, what is coming next. I think we're going to see what they could have done initially, what many of us thought they would do initially, and we're wrong, and I was wrong. I kept on thinking Russia had enough to keep going and end this, and it's not true. I didn't have a real grasp of it, but I'm not there either. You know, so people like Wyatt inform me, and I start to learn from there. And I got to say, my Kherson crossing, Arnie Martinov pointed out something to me that I did not realize. About Odessa is a really touchy thing because it's got a really big historical context to it, from my understanding. And it's not something Russia's going to just slam missiles in to control, because there's a lot there that belongs in their history that they don't want destroyed. I did not know that. So it changes my view on how they would approach Odessa. You know, there's a lot as being out here that I don't know, and nobody knows. We're all guessing. We're all armchair warriors here. You know, but you know, when you take out your biases and you look at force A against force B, how can you deny that Ukraine is not on the verge of collapse and just shattering?
Well, that's why
I don't think
Russia's focusing on the day after in their strategic decisions. And even the longer this goes on, I mean, not necessarily favors Russia, but it certainly hurts Ukraine in the West more than it hurts Russia and the Axis.
So, welcome Bigari. He's alive. So good. You can continue to talk on DPA Open Mic.
Hello.
Hi Bigari. But I want to comment on what Maddie said. Personally, I don't think the Russians is going to do anything more than what they have already done, and I don't think they go into kill mode to kill more civilians. I don't think that is still going to be the case. They're just going to continue what they have been doing. I think it's already working very well. Because it ultimately is not just an attrition war within Ukraine, it's an attrition war on the geopolitical stage, the economics as well. As the longer this stupid war continues, the worse it is for the Europeans. I think for the Americans it's not that bad. It's maybe the dollarization would be the problem, but no, for the Ukrainians it's much worse. The deindustrialization and stupid energy prices is going to be worse. So I think Russia will just keep this stranglehold to the point where it's not just Ukraine will have to capitulate, but the entire of Europe, the EU will have to back Russia to stop. That kind of situation. So we are not there yet. We are still far from it. So I don't think that will be the case. And another comment I have regarding this Pokrov offensive is that, some of you guys say it's a Hail Mary. It does reminds me of how how we play computer games, like real-time strategy. Sometimes you're so defeated to the point where you just decided to select all your units and take and just want to see what you can do in an attack. That means you're going to lose. You already know you're lost, but you just want to do one attack and see whether you can break their defense or not. And I think that this offensive give me that feeling. It's like this one last attack that they can try and see whether to see whether did they actually make a mistake 1 year ago. It's like they try and see how much they can do, and then it's like they can access assess, oh fuck, man, we should have done the offensive into Russia first, to see what they can do in an attack, because within Ukraine itself is a static front line. It's very hard for them to do anything. So now you go into Russia, you can actually see how you can do it. Maybe NATO also wanted, maybe US also wanted. They want to see whether the tactics, the maneuvers, does it work against the Russians, and this is like that last strike, and that comes to what Mary was talking about just now, was that would the Americans want to really go into the war? Because this is going to be the closest thing ever for the West to really strike into Russia. Because after this war, if this war ends, Russia will going to have a big buffer zone. So this is like the last chance, for the Americans or the Europeans, for the collective West to really attack Russia. If not, there's no way you can get in. Like, the border is going to be like further again. Maddie?
I agree with what you said. There's many ways to look at it. Like I said, none of us are experts. We're all just going by info that's coming in from the front available to us. So I think every idea that's been expressed here so far has as much merit as the other, to be honest, because we really don't know. And what Wyatt said is very true. The one thing I have against that, Wyatt, maybe the pushback, it's not necessarily against, it's the cost of money of keeping an army that long, your reserves that long, and continuously having to pay for that, because it does hit on the economic side of Russia too. Because that does cost money. They can't just leave the force there forever until the entire Ukrainian force just decides to walk away. So I think they're in a position where maybe they should, maybe they won't. We don't know. All I could say is, what was pointed out was, we haven't heard any of big missile strikes, haven't heard of any big artillery barrages or anything like that. And it's not, if you think about the history of this conflict, that usually means something's coming later on. Anyway, the chat, the super chat that came in, I did see that. Vaughn sent it to me. He sent me the video of it represented by a video game or whatever, which was pretty slick. I was sitting there on the edge of my seat going, oh my fucking God, could you imagine being a pilot in that thing? And here's the thing though, a lot of people are not really paying attention to. There was another party that was viewing it all, telling him which direction to swing. He wasn't on his own. Somebody was assisting him throughout that whole thing. There was a lot to that. I think that we should really look at and respect this, because the internal communications, I guess, got cut out at one point. So he was just going by what he was being told. And at the end, you hear him, starting to scream at his, I think it was his wingman or whatever, who their internal comms got cut out from shrapnel. The plane did get a hit. It just received a simple shrapnel burst, and it would continue to fly its mission and landed. Unfucking believable. You listen to the guy. I don't know. I don't never been under that much pressure in my life, and never will be. And that guy is a fucking stud.
It changes my view of air-to-air combat, or the reaction to surface-to-air missiles. Like, it's not how we imagine it. You always thought that it's just one person, just fly and then just die, But it's way more than that. It's so more complicated. Like, they tracked the missile right from the launch, and then they started to maneuver, and then all this panic. Nunya, Bigari also have the fingers lifted, so don't miss him.
Oh, I was just gonna say real quick. I think it's the first time in
I just wanted
history Russian fighters dodged a Patriot.
You guys hear me? Yeah. No, I just wanted to say, talking about the day after, and call me cynical, but I think the day after is coming sooner than we think. I think it's coming in November. Doesn't matter who wins the election. The funding, the arms, it's all dried up now. And they just want to get to November. That's the goal. And I think for the Europeans in the EU, I think it's dawning on them now that, oh my God, we're going to be stuck with this ward of the state that is Ukraine now, that we have to do something with, and we don't have the funding to do so. And I'm not even talking militarily. I'm talking reconstruction. I'm just trying to keep the lights on in the place. Europe has made their bed, and now they've got to lie in it. And part of that is dealing with this failed state right in the middle of Europe that they enabled. And so I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the European politicians deal with that sometime in the next year, because they're going to have a lot of problems on their hands. Like somebody was talking earlier about terrorists from Ukraine going into Russia. They're going to have problems with terrorists from Ukraine going into Europe. You're going to have a lot of angry people in Ukraine because they realize now that they were used. I don't know who's next, but Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, first I want to address the coping in the open mic about Russian response. Like everything is fine, everything's fine. No, everything is not fine. Ukraine, like you may not want to admit it, like because you are anti-West and everything else. Ukraine did pretty good with Kursk invasion. So that's one. There is a lot of incompetence in Russian ranks, like, and situation at the border was about that. So, like, you hear stories when, like, border guards have only like small guns, not even rifles. So they don't even like have the means to defend themselves. That's a big problem, and right now, like, that's a continuation of this point. There is a like snob. I don't know how to call it in English. Maybe the best. You can make mistakes, but you cannot lie. That's Russian like mantra right now, and the line is what is coming after for people, because like what Gerasimov said on the first day. Everything is fine. We threw them back. Like people know, like they hate that shit. So that's the big like movement right now to, because Russia is not meritocracy. Russia is not meritocracy. There is a lot of people in position of power that don't deserve to be there because they only have like good ties somewhere. And that's also in the military the same. Like it's political, it's in the military, it's everywhere. So that's the big movement right now that is coming, like to get those people out. Like the second point about the big response strike, I don't think it will ever come because Russia don't need it. Ukraine wants it. Like you can like Iran and Israel. Israel wants Iran to respond. Israel wants to escalate. They cannot deal with Hamas for 10 months already. They want direct escalation of war. They want USA to come into the war. The same with Ukraine. If Russia strikes, like, for example, government in Kyiv, it's a big story. Like, or they strike bridges across Dnieper. Like, they could have done it a long time ago to simplify the war, but they don't do it because they don't want escalation. Everything is going according to plan. So let's just be stable and move at the consistent pace. We don't want escalation. We don't want some other political escalation that maybe bring NATO into the war. The same is Israel. Israel wants Iran to attack. So, because they cannot deal with Hamas. Like they talk about attacking Lebanon, where Hezbollah is much stronger than Hamas. It's like fucking bonkers. And they cannot deal with Iran 1v1. So they want escalation. So the Western countries like, okay, we have to come and help them. And the third point is about Pokrovsk, like some couple of anecdotes. Like 2 days ago, if I remember correctly, like the city, like Council of Pokrovsk ordered dragon teeth for the defense of the city when Russians are 10 kilometers away. And the delivery date for the contract, which is 32 million hryvnias, which is like $800,000, is 31st of December. Okay. So you know. By the way, like the next frontline changes tomorrow will be hilarious because New York has fallen officially today, and like the south of Novoselivka Persha, everything is withdrawn. Everything is Russian, by the way. And Russians are on the verge of fighting in Selidova. So everything is going to shit there, and those are big cities. Those are not like settlements like you see on the map, like 3 houses. Like Selidova is 20K before the war. Pokrovsk was 55K people. Mirnograd was 40K. Hrodivka is like 15K. Toretsk is 25K. New York was 12K. So it's not like villages, it's cities. And now it's going to shit. And from what people on the ground, like Ukrainian soldiers, are saying, that Russians outnumber them on Pokrovsk sector is like 10-8-1. Because every reserve was thrown into Kursk. And the last point before I pass to one, that last week I thought that Russia would just throw Ukraine out of Kursk. Now the more I think about Ukraine believed its own success right now, and they are throwing more and more reserves. They are piling reserves. Russia is like, okay, boy, keep coming. We will just sacrifice some territory. Yeah, it's bad PR, but you're throwing a lot of reserves, a lot of armor vehicles are getting destroyed. Like you see videos every day. So I think they will not be in a hurry to throw Ukraine out. I can see it being for like 3 months, maybe 4 months. They will just grind and use this because Ukraine resources are not like unlimited. They will just use it in Donetsk to completely like frontline changes in the next months will be some insane, I think, in Donetsk. And the last point about the border, Russia considers it's not a war; it's special military operation. They don't guard Kursk because they create the rules. For example, like when you see like Gangs of New York, like movie, gangs we will fight on that street. We will come with like sticks, no knives allowed. So that's Russian stance. But Ukraine comes with AK-47. And if you catch my analogy to the Kursk, like Russians are like, okay, we have some rules. We are here with some sticks, some maybe knives, but the opponent comes with AK-47. So they were like not really prepared. Like Ukraine, on the other hand, they have like even on the border with Belarus, like estimates is like 80K Ukrainian soldiers are guarding the border with Belarus, and we are not in war with Belarus. And like Ukraine is constantly like digging fortifications on the border with Belarus. Russia is not doing that because Russia is not considering it a war. War is only in Donbass. Okay, one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, on Bulgari's point, I don't think anyone. I mean, I didn't say, that Ukraine didn't have success. Whatever reasons that success, lightly defended, good planning, good ISR, corrupt Russians. My only point is their initial success was nice, I guess, for them, but it got locked down and stopped pretty quickly. And, now I kind of agree with you. I think they may not have planned on turning it into a kill box, but it's kind of worked out into that. And, you know, they can slowly push down, like somebody was saying earlier, so they don't do a lot of damage, you know, bombing stuff. And, you know, as long as the Ukrainians are willing to feed people in there, then they'll just kind of sit there and use it. But, you know, maybe once they stop, they'll just go ahead and go back to the border and, you know, maybe go farther if they can. But that kind of makes sense. You know, they have it contained. Now they can just see what the Ukrainians want to do. If they want to keep filling it up, they'll kill them or capture them. And if not, then they'll eventually clear them all out and restore the border. But that seems plausible for the next couple months. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna, you know, pivot to Israel, but you know, just what Gary was saying, a few comparisons. You know, like 10 months, Israel can't defeat Hamas, and so they're looking at like, well, God forbid, either they have to do an ethnic cleansing, genocide, or they have to completely destroy the axis of people that might conceivably be militarily supporting it. And you know, politically, they can't get away with. I mean, maybe they can, but with the, you know, genocide. But in order to, you know, escalate it, get the U.S. involved in Iran and Hezbollah to alleviate further concerns. If you look at Russia, kind of similarly, that they don't want to have to do an ethnic cleansing. I mean, somewhat they are. That you're just clearing out all of the people that might continue to support Ukraine in the territories that they've conquered. So if they're looking like, okay, Netanyahu, Israel, they don't have any day after strategy. That's why, you know, it's looking more like ethnic cleansing and genocide, because they're never going to be able to govern those people. So if Russia is a little bit more intelligible in some sort of day after strategy that doesn't have to ethnically cleanse all the Ukrainians there, and then also, you know, the comparison to the axis with, you know, Israel needs to escalate it and get the West involved to defeat Hezbollah and Iran. Russia, they're not going to be able to, you know, draw other parties to defeat NATO and the U.S., but they could weaken them and just say, well, the only way that they're ever going to be able to govern day after in the territory they've conquered in Ukraine is if NATO and the U.S. is too weakened to cause them much trouble. And so that has larger strategic implications. And it could also be, you know, like, okay, Ukraine has certainly no good options now. Russia probably doesn't have that many good options either. You know, they're, you know, just like Israel looking at Hamas. What are they going to do? Ethnically cleanse the whole area and then try to govern it, permanently weaken the West in order that the West can't, you know, try to extract damages on Russia. So I mean, it might be similar actually. You know, we are never going to get to this day after, but I think you know, Russia is way more strategic in their planning, looking at the day after than probably Israel is.
I think the difference is too is the, you know, the culture they can work with. I mean, I know some people complain about it, like I'm calling it, we'll call it the Iron Curtain. But I mean, I just assume that, you know, when the war's over and Russia has its territory, it's going to create its buffer zone or DMZ or whatever you want to call it. And they're going to go through and vet all the people in their new territory. And if you're on Team Russia's side, then you can stay. If you're not, they'll probably say you got to head west and leave. Because, you know, they're not going to want to deal with people 10 or 20 years down the road getting some hair up their ass and starting over again. Now, it may be a long process. It may take, obviously, years. It's obviously not going to be 100%. But I would just, and I don't mean they're going to be cruel and mean. It's just going to be like, you know, like, I mean, if you're in Azov, you're probably not going to be allowed to live in Donetsk or anywhere over there. You're probably going to have to leave if you're lucky enough to get out. You know, if you're a regular guy, territorial, that just got conscripted and you didn't have any real ideological or political, you know, stuff they could, you know, pin on you, you know, maybe they'll let you resettle there or stay. But I don't, you know, I just assume that's what they're going to do with their territory. They're going to vet the people that stayed behind. They're not going to let just anyone come in, and they'll probably resettle it with a lot of Russian people from other parts of Russia because they have all these promises with money and, you know, resettlement and apartments and stuff. So, you know, they have plenty of veterans and other people that'll be there and available to do it. So it just seems like the most logical thing. And I just think they have a better chance of pulling it off just because, you know, they're dealing with people that, you know, they're not going to, you know, as long as the water's running, they can go to work and they got a roof over their head. Most of those people probably wouldn't even care who's running it.
Yeah, but Vaughn, how are these day after considerations affecting their current military decisions, or are they interplayed, these day after considerations, with the day-to-day operation?
I mean, I guess you could say in the day-to-day they don't kill a lot of civilians, but at the same time, you know, the Russians are going to take care of business, and then they'll negotiate too. So I don't think they'll go out of their way to be overly cruel, but there's things that, you know, like I said, you know, blow up power plants, you know, stuff make life hard for civilians. You know, blow up train stations or, you know, bus lines or whatever, blow up the mall, you know, stuff like that. Then maybe they pressure the government more. But I don't think they're going to go after civilians outright, because they still want these people to, you know, be favorable. And obviously they're not going to have enough people from other places in Russia to fill up all these empty settlements. So
I mean, there is no
one. I just assume that they, you know, they're probably fighting a war.
You don't.
I mean, right now I feel like. Well, I just say, I mean, I feel like right now they're fighting the war and they'll negotiate later.
But I'm saying you don't have a far right like Russia, like you do in Israel, where it's like, you know, like a decent amount of the population's like, no, I mean, genocide, God forbid. The only answer, ethnic cleansing. This is only going to be over when every single one of those people is pushed off the land.
Because,
I mean, it's not
because they are the same race of people. They are all Slav, or they are all Russians. So which is why it's different. Like Israel and Palestine is like Jews and Arabs is totally different people. Which is why it's a
think about it too. That whole area. I mean, there's plenty of people there that remember the bad old days and the KGB. So it's not like they can't organize these processes to vet people and, you know, root out terrorists and all that. I mean, think about it. We talked about it before with like counterinsurgency and stuff. I mean, if you're a rebel in a Ukrainian rebel or guerrilla or terrorist, I mean, you honestly can't even trust 4 or 5 guys to be in your cell, because you don't know if one of those guys is a Ukrainian or a Russian. And I mean, we've talked about before how much, you know, before the war, just in general, the Russians probably have people all over Eastern Europe, everywhere. They probably know everything. You know, I mean, maybe if the satellite misses the train yard full of tanks, don't worry. Babushka told her cousin down in Mariupol about the train full of tanks that drove through her village, you know, at 3 o'clock last night. I mean, I just figure stuff like that's going to be very hard. And, you know, like Wyatt was saying, they're the same people basically. So I think that whole system would be a lot easier to pull off and regulate and, you know, get compliance versus trying to do something like that in Israel and Gaza.
There might be another similarity that Russians might have some sort of repopulation plan the day after, where they're going to bring in populations from other places in the Russian Empire to settle that land.
I mean, who knows? I mean, what's going on in, you know, look at Mariupol. I think they said 4,000 people a month or a day coming back. I mean, who knows what's going on in Lysychansk and these other places that have been behind Russian lines for a while.
Different parts of Russia.
It's probably just the Ukrainians that moved to Russia. Like they migrated, then maybe they want to come back to Ukraine. The problem with Russia is too huge. It's a big country. There is no reason to move to Ukraine. Like unless there is work opportunity, you know, there is some special deals, you know, there's no reason to move. Like Russia, you can move literally anywhere in Russia. Russia is huge. Bigari?
Yeah, there is a term in Ukraine for people like what Von was mentioning, like vaguely. It's called like derogatory term ждуны. It means the ones who wait. They wait for Russia to come. Like why people in like why did like civilian people were in Avdiivka when Russia took over Avdiivka? Because they waited for Russia. The same is with other cities. Like in Chasov Yar, there is still civilian people. The second point is about filtration. Like that is happening right now. Like if Ukrainian wants to come to Russia right now, they go to Moscow and there is a filtration point in Moscow in the airport. So FSB checks everything that you done in your life. Like there is stories about like people that got rejected from coming to Russia, that they like liked some posts about Ukraine, like they had a like Русский военный корабль иди нахуй about the Moscow cruiser that sunk it was on the credit company. Like they did some posts on social media, mobile phone, another account previously. FSB can check everything in your life. Like
Yeah, that's what
people
I'm saying. So you think they'll vet people pretty heavily that are coming back in, right?
yeah, but those are from the like those are the stories from the people that got to Europe, like from Ukraine, and then they wanted to come to Russia because Russia, like for example, like captured, for example, Melitopol, the city in Zaporozhye. Yes, they fled from Melitopol before to Europe when war was coming, and now they want to come back to the home, but they need to come through filtration first in Russia. They will not just let everyone through that they can think, oh, he maybe supports Ukraine, he hates Russia. No, you are not allowed. They check everything.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know they were doing that now, but I just assumed that would be a natural process after the war. But if they're already doing it now, then I would imagine it's going to be even more refined by the time they get to the end of the war.
Yeah, every social media everything you did online about like supporting Ukraine or like not supporting, like saying that Russia is bad or something like that, they check it, and even like slightest shit, you are rejected.
No one wants to talk.
Okay, well, time to pivot to Israel.
Lambo is back.
Pivot to the Middle East, or
Yeah, I did the live stream also.
I mean, I think we pretty much covered everything. I mean, unless you want to,
David was trying to say something, right? David was trying to say something.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just saying to pivot to the Middle East, unless someone else has more on this chapter.
Wait, I got the super chat for Lambo.
Oh yeah, and I spoke about it. Last week. I saw it on Millennium 7. Vaughn sent me a beautiful 3D DCS footage. But Millennium 7, I think you also linked it to the YouTube of Millennium 7 during the live stream last week. Yeah, it was crazy. It's chill. It gave me goosebumps because you hear that pilot breathing, doing his effort to avoid that. Yes, that's real life. That is crazy footage. I think maybe in the future we're going to see more of that. And thanks to Fighter Bomber, that's posted as very first person on the net, that footage. I think it was very crazy. It was yeah.
That was what they were bombing Mariupol, right? So that was way back.
2022. Yeah, it was in 2022. It was during the Mariupol conflict.
Yeah. Well, think about it. I mean, and back then they had way more SAMs, and that guy got through. And well, he didn't drop on it because I think they had to drop their weapons to evade. But they did get damage and return to base. Yeah. But still, I mean, it's like, he survived that back in the days when they had tons of SAMs for real.
Yeah,
I mean, probably a lot easier days now.
And to consider also during the Mariupol conflict, they didn't use the FAB bombs, so they were attacking from very close range. They lost a lot of planes in 2022, 2023 before they started really to use the FABs. Then we started to see also less and less Sukhoi 24s being shot down in the air, Sukhoi 35s, Sukhoi 30s, or 27s, 25s, even 24s. But it was the beginning of the war. We saw a lot of footage, and also the Ukrainians lost a lot of planes. They were doing very close combat, and I think that the Sukhoi 34s were launching dumb bombs, so the normal bombs without the FAB kits. So these guys were in severe danger when flying like that. Also, now they are more in the comfort seat because they are able to fly behind the front line, so they are more safer. They have more air protection. maybe better warnings also. They learn from their mistakes. But the beginning of the conflict was very scary. Yeah, exactly. And Aussie Sam's, Ukraine was very. So it was a start. They had the patriotism also. So you can actually figure that out when it was exactly ish. But it was fucking scary. Yeah, but that was the most difficult period for the Sukhoi 34 pilots. Now they're more in their comfort seats, doing their FAB strikes. Normally we're not going to see these type of strikes anymore. I don't know who want to go first, Bigari or Van?
I'll just be real quick. I just wanted to say, also on the, we supposedly lost another challenger this week. So that makes potentially 2 to 3 challengers lost. 2 for sure, maybe a third one. And then I believe we're up to 19 M1A1 SAs destroyed or damaged. So that leaves like basically a company left and 2 platoons of challengers, plus whatever they got left in Leopards.
No, Rosomac not anymore. They don't do close support anymore. That's done. The purpose of a Sukhoi 34 is fabbing now. We don't see dumb bombs anymore, something like that. So I was speaking about the Sukhoi 34. Close support is Sukhoi 25. So I just want to answer to the chat.
Bigari.
Gary.
Yeah. Since we talked about Kursk, I want to talk about the biggest CAC nation in Europe, Germany, because recent the Nord Stream stuff came back, and they basically directly blamed Ukraine, which is funny that they think that Ukraine can do it on its own. And if you read, if you're not retarded, stupid, maybe you have more triple-digit IQ, and you read everything that comes in the articles in the West, the main line is United States has nothing to do with it. That's the main line. Maybe you need to think slightly deeper. So that will be interesting. That the Germany also said, official, in the articles, sources said that we could use it as a Article 5 on NATO because it's attack on the strategic object. But it was our friends that did it, so unlucky. We will allow it, Ukraine, to destroy our German economy, because German economy is going to shit rapidly. And also the latest news from Germany is that they will cut all funding to Ukraine because they don't have money. They would like to continue doing that because they are cucks, in geopolitical terms. They would like to. They see that Ukraine is doing some funny stuff with their wife, and they ask, do you want water? Maybe some snack. I don't know. They would like to do it, but they cannot because they are on the verge of not having any money.
I guess that's roughly read.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Because what I read was that they have committed, but the thing is that they can't because they realize their budget cannot afford it. So it's not 100% cut, but by 2025 it'll be 10-20%. They cannot fulfill the whatever commitment that they have. That's what I roughly read, but it's not from. It's just from Telegram or Twitter. I can't remember. Nunya?
Well, here's what's going on here. They're throwing Ukraine under the bus because I go back to the end is near for Project Ukraine. They just want to get to November. Then they're going to drop them like a hot potato. This is just another instance of it. Though any logical person, like Bagari just said, anybody with a room temperature IQ would look at the whole argument and say, okay, even if this were true, then the logical next question is, why are you guys supporting this terrorist regime that blew up your infrastructure, right? But they never get to that because obviously this is just a big ruse. They just want to throw. They're preparing Zelensky to throw him, Sirski, Zaluzhny. All those guys are going to get thrown under the bus. This is just part of that. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was going to say also. I mean, I think part of it is, give me a sec. You know, someone else can go.
Oh no, you got the Medi
I got
disease.
distracted. Sorry.
Okay. I would answer Nanya question. Why would they do it? Do you know what happens to the sovereign state when you allow foreign military bases on your territory for 70 years? You are not sovereign anymore.
Allow.
Yeah, allow.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Surprise.
Oh, I
Yeah.
remember. I was just going to say.
I can't remember how that happened though. It wasn't very voluntary. It wasn't very consensual.
Yes. Also, do you remember the threats from Trump that every NATO country has to spend like 2%? I read some shit about from Germany. They're really funny. They consider public roads as a military objects. So they spend on public roads and it's considered for 2% that what they're spending. No one wants to spend on the military. We are fixing roads. It's military, man.
Yeah, but it's important. It's important for the logistics. And Germany has a very big problem with a lot of bridges that need to be replaced. So that's priority. Also, don't forget who designed the Autobahn. It was a little guy with a little mustache like that. In Germany.
I was just going to say, I think the reason that you're seeing people start to write Ukraine off is because they have to take into account Donald Trump becoming president, and they have to take into account what Trump has said, despite people want to say, oh, he's going to keep the war going, he's going to do this and that. I mean, he said when it comes to negotiations that the United States will be negotiating from a lesser position because of the success on the ground by Russia. He stated way more people have died than you're being told. He's probably pretty well aware what's going on. And like I said before, who knows what kind of deal motherfucking Trump's going to pull out of his ass. But you know he's going to try. And whatever deal that is, more than likely, is going to be where he can say they got something for America and they look good, they did the best they could do. And maybe it's going to be like, let's say the $300 billion we get paid, the $300 billion, and Russia gets to take whatever it wants in exchange for $300 billion. And Trump and Putin both go like this, and they're done with Ukraine. I think that's probably the most likely thing. And I think a lot of people in Europe and other places are worried that they're going to get stuck with this rump state of Ukraine that doesn't have a lot of value left in it, or resources, or chances to turn it into something. So they're scared.
And the entire of Europe promised to rebuild Ukraine. But they didn't say that. No, only rebuild if they win. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's in the fine print. Only if Ukraine beat Russia. No, I didn't know. I'm not sure if there's a fine print on that.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's a good chance that they both wash their hands of Ukraine. Putin gets what he wants. Trump. I mean, think about it. If Trump gets $300 billion and Russia gets all of the Ukraine that they want, he's going to say, "Hey, I got paid. We got paid back for all that money we spent on Ukraine. What kind of, so he can spin it that way. And whatever's left of Ukraine is screwed, and Europe's screwed dealing with it. Because he's going to make them deal with it.
What's going to happen after all this? Do you know who's going to rebuild Ukraine? It'll be Russia, because they're going to figure out that the only people who actually care about them are the Russians. So I think that ultimately that's what's going to happen. Russia's going to take what they're going to take. They'll incorporate that into Russia, and eventually they'll build a decent relationship with Ukraine whereby they have business dealings with them, because no one else is going to deal with them. And that's what will happen.
If Bigari is very smart after the conflict, he need to start up a construction company, a road construction company. A lot of money to make with that, to rebuild everything. I'm joking with that. Actually, it's very sad, but I think it's going to be a realistic, smart move to do. If you have a good construction company with a lot of, I think you're going to serve some migrants from China, something like that, to have extra work power. You're going to body make.
Bigari, you need investment, let us know.
Lambo.
You want to invest in your company.
Lambo, I finished as a master in civil engineering and construction. So
Perfect.
this is-
Perfect.
Perfect, man.
Hey, all you need to do,
you
man,
have a
is
lot
get
in
one of them
here.
fat NATO contracts to build roads. Wink, wink.
yeah. I
And we
just
got-
want to point out what Nanya said. Russia will rebuild the parts that they will take. BlackRock will rebuild the parts that are left. So that's the first point. And like to the talk about Trump, it's a lot of coping. Like Trump is not super powerful. Like, if you look at his first term, country was run basically the same as before. If you don't look at his persona, he didn't start the war. That's the big point. But foreign policy didn't change at all, because United States is not run by the president. It's run by the Pentagon and CIA.
Yeah, but you got to look at the situation is different than that time. He's different. The situation is different. And
The
like I
point
said,
is-
nobody's saying he's going to get a deal. It's just with him, there's at least the chance of a deal. With Biden and Kamala Harris, we're pretty much guaranteed World War III. I mean, because they're fucking idiots. So I'm just saying, you got a little bit of hope with Trump, zero hope with the other two.
Yeah, but
Hey,
saying, guys,
Gary, quick.
there's no guarantee we're getting out of this. Like the World War III Armageddon, like there's no we haven't even got to the Middle East yet. There's no clear plan of how this ends, and anything could set this off. And unfortunately, always have to phase in that it's more likely to escalate than de-escalate, especially if you don't have a clear path of de-escalation.
Can I say the last point? I think that the Trump can start the World War III more likely than Kamala.
No.
Kamala they will just continue this slow grind. They will not do anything stupid. Trump can do.
No,
can do
dude.
something.
The problem with Kamala and Biden is you have to worry about them making a dumb escalation or miscalculation. Whereas with Trump, there's less of a chance of that happening because he'll have other people around him. He won't have his defense secretary will be a military person. It won't be a transgendered with a penis and tits.
Yeah, but if you sorry, Nanya, and that's my last point, and I'm done. If you look at the United States apparatus, it's like a big ship that doesn't turn. They will continue on the same course without doing some escalations. It takes somebody that wants to create some shit like Trump to create unbalance in that system. They will continue on that course, slow course. Yeah, we are world hegemon. Well, we're not, and we will continue, and we will fund all these proxy wars, but we will not do anything other than that. Trump can do this, something like that.
You might be right, it's more likely, but anybody can do a stupid decision and escalate it and cause other people to have no choice but to you continue the escalation. That's why the stuff has to come to an end. There has to be an immediate plan for de-escalation, which no one has.
Hey, but Gary, I just wanted to put a button on your comment about BlackRock and investing in it. I have my doubts on that one. I'm not so sure. Yes, I think obviously Russia will rebuild the oblast that it takes, but that little western corner, that's not something that BlackRock is really interested in. They wanted the East, and I think what you're going to see as soon as this all falls apart, and it's going to fall apart really soon, you're going to see the BlackRocks, the Vanguards of the world, they'll be pulling out quicker than they can, and they'll just write it off. For them, they're a private corporation. They do it all the time. The bigger problem will be the governments, particularly the European governments. What are they going to do about it? They have a moral obligation to Ukraine after enabling them the way that they have. And I think you're going to see them pull out. You're going to see the real face of what Western Europe looks like and how they feel towards the Eastern Europeans. And that'll be something interesting to watch. They won't want to fund Ukraine if there's nothing in it for them. And even if they wanted to, they don't have the money. That's where they're at right now. So, I think that rump state of Ukraine is in real trouble either way.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, I mean,
the world that's not
I think down the road at some point. Well, just give me a sec. Down the road at some point when they find out who their real friends are or aren't, that's when Russia can come in and, you know, make the connection and save the day. But it might be 10 or 20 years down the road before that happens.
Yeah.
My thought, I don't think Trump will start World War III. Don't worry, it's not going to happen because Trump's priority is United States internal politics and internal infrastructure and internal economics. So the chance of Trump going to a big war, I don't think so. It's not going to happen. The problem with Kamala Harris is not that she wants to go into a World War III situation. Is she might not know their own limitations. She may have too rosy thoughts about United States, and then make a poor decision that cause escalation or war direction where, or maybe she take bad advice because she knows nothing. That could also be a problem. Like you have a John Bolton type. Who knows? You do not know what the hell is going to happen with Kamala Harris. Lambo.
Yeah, like I said during my closing last week, forget about thinking even now in the couple of years coming about World War III. No country in Europe is even preparing to even enlarge their military. They are maximum restocking. And look at us, Belgium. We are fucking we are going maybe to throw our F-16s away to Ukraine. So we're going to lose capacity of planes. If we are in a risk to have World War III, we're going to keep our F-16s. We're going to add F-35s, but we're going to keep our F-16s because we're going to probably need it. We're not doing that. No country in Europe is doing that. They're giving everything away. Yes, we have now a bit higher military budget. The Belgian figures are pretty funny, but that is just to restock. And we are lucky compared to the other countries in Europe. We are not actually providing a lot of own ammunition to Ukraine. Why? Because we don't have the type of weaponry that Ukrainians are using. We don't have the same shell types. We don't have the same tanks. Yeah, we had the very old Leopards that were already been sold to a private company when that private company made a lot of money to resell it for Ukraine. But that is the thing. Yes, and like I say, we are economically not strong enough, but that is something else. Preparing a war, there is all take money for that. But we are just not ready for it. We are not ready for it. We are not asking about extra manpower. The youth here from 18 years old are not. They do not need to go to the military to do basic military training like we did during the Cold War. All these things are not happening yet. When the government are going to say all the guys from 18 years old need to go to military school for 1 year or two, like they did in the Cold War, then we can think, maybe a lot of chance of escalation about World War III. But now there is not even a thing in my head is going to think like we're going to have a World War III. If there's going to be World War III and some big, let's take the example that Russia and China are going to collaborate with each other at 1% together with Iran, and they're going to invade Europe. Europe is done in 1 week. It's done. It's done without using nuclear strike. We don't even have a good army to protect the European borders. It's not big enough. We don't have enough ammunition for that. So it's impossible now to even think about World War III. The only big escalation that can happen, and I really hope it's never going to happen, and I don't believe it because it's going to be the end of the world, is nuclear escalation. That is you send one, you get one to return, and so it's going to be the end of the world completely. It's going to be game over for everybody. So don't even think about that. What I am thinking about Trump is going to stop the conflict if he's going to win the president elections. If Camilla is going to win, she's so stupid. She sees herself like a black person. Last year, she was still Indian. It's like I said last year, I am a dude, and today I'm saying I'm a microwave, So it not makes sense. That woman is so fucking stupid, and people are going to vote for her. How fucking dumb are you to do that? It's crazy. But she's never going to go in power. I don't believe it. But Trump is a smart guy, as a business guy. Not much changed during his first term. But what he did was he stabilized the conflict, and he went to speak with everybody. He went to Putin. He went to Zelensky. He went to Xi Jinping. He went to Kim Jong-un. He went to all these guys. He kept control about the global situation. Once Biden came in, everything fucked up. Everything, even the own borders of the United States, fucked completely up. That's how wrong it is with Biden. I know with Camilla, it's never going to be not going to change even a little bit. It's going to be much worse. Everything. She's going maybe to say we go to start World War III, but nobody is ready for it. So even think about this is stupid. Who's the next one?
I just want to add one more thing. Though, imagine those people who are always on the fence. They are totally not interested in politics. They think Trump is a buffoon. Then they think Kamala is an idiot. And then he's like, what the fuck am I choosing? What happened to my country? Both are idiots. No, they have to vote for two idiots. Bigari.
Yeah, just anecdote. Did you see the news recently that Denmark withdrew from the NATO exercises because they don't have money for that?
They gave everything away to the Ukrainians. They gave the whole stockpile away to the Ukrainians.
Imagine that Denmark managed to demilitarize themselves. Like Putin didn't even need to come to Denmark to demilitarize them. Like they managed to do it themselves. Like also about nuclear escalation, I think that like if you like playing the game of chance, like where would nuclear escalation come? I think it would be more likely from the Middle East, not in Ukraine. I don't think that Putin will ever like use nukes because people love to talk about it's a tactical nuclear weapon. Man, it's nuclear weapon. It doesn't matter for the other states that you used tactical nuclear weapons that is only like 5 km in a radius. No, doesn't matter. It's a nuclear weapon. So I hate when people like say, "Oh, it's tactical." It's tactical. It's not. Doesn't matter. It's tactical.
Yeah, that's such horse shit. I mean, I've got some old manuals where they talk about using tactical nukes, and it has the breakdowns of radiation and stuff. It's just, the idea that people actually thought they could shoot small nukes at each other and it wouldn't get out of hand is ridiculous. And that's another thing that's dangerous. A lady like Kamala Harris, she's going to be influenced like people like Lindsey Graham and whoever else that want a war and want the next war, because she wants to be liked and popular. And, she's not smart enough to know any better.
Well, I just want to throw in the point that I also think that, yes, and I agree that the likelihood of a nuclear conflict is more likely in the Middle East, largely because of the size of those countries. Like if you look at a country like Israel, for example, if Israel went to war with Iran and Hezbollah and throw in whoever else you want to, it could get overrun very quickly. And that's when nuclear warhead starts to go off, because it's an existential threat and you don't have time to actually logically think about things, and you're just reacting. So I think that absolutely that would be the most dangerous place in the world in terms of a nuclear conflict, just for the sake of the size of Israel is not geographically that big. Whereas Russia, or the US or anywhere else, like there's some size to that, and there's a bit of safety in having size, I guess is my point.
I think the problem is in the US, it's the internal stability. So like Trump is more likely to, God forbid, wage war against the own citizens, the border, use military police to crack down on protesters than to do something international. But the US, basically every country in the world right now has extreme problems, economic, internal, cultural, like you name it. There's not a single country in the world that you couldn't argue is on the brink of collapse, civil war. And I mean, some countries are more stable than others. And should any major country Pakistan, Bangladesh. Things could spread constantly every other week. There's an article about China's about to collapse. Once a country is internally having these problems, is more likely to make rash decisions. It changes the risk reward calculation, and especially when there's already wars going on, and it's really a pretty dire situation for the world, even without these global conflicts. Just the internal problems that we're all facing, and then try to connect how those two factor together.
Yeah, but I don't believe in nuclear power. Nuclear war is just as missile rolling. Say I have nuclear, so don't try to mess with me, otherwise can happen a lot of things. Now we seeing with Russia is not working pretty well, but we don't need to forget Russia and United States can destroy the whole planet 2 times at least. Just to use that type of bomb is so crazy. It's so out of the box in my head. It's just saying like, I am big, don't mess with me. France is playing that way because you're nuclear power, so they can play that way. Other countries doing the same. So they leaving France alone, of other countries alone in a certain way. They're doing the same actually with Russia. That's why the United States is never going to attack directly Russia. They're using Ukraine for that, for instance. That's actually their tactic to do that, because they know if they mess too much, but they know from each other and never going to conflict each other. The Middle East, the Arabic countries, is something else. I don't see doing them also. If you just drop one bomb on Israel is gone. You don't know the damage a nuclear bomb is doing. It's just out of the box thinking, Van?
Yeah, the problem with Israel is it's a small country, like Nunya said, and a massive rocket attack and missile attack could cause the Israelis to respond with nuclear weapons, because they would be so devastated. I mean, imagine if their nuclear power plant got hit and they had a leak, or all their air bases got damaged to the point they couldn't conduct air operations. Or a bunch of civilians get killed because it gets overwhelmed. I mean, you've got to factor in, there's rhetoric on both sides, obviously, but you can't deny some of the psychotic rhetoric that has come out of like some of the Israeli pundits and leaders or former leaders. It's just like some of the idiots here in the States, that are flippant and talk crazy, like act like nuclear weapons aren't a big deal, or we can do whatever we have to do to win, whatever justification. And that's the problem. You've got some real hotheads with their fingers on buttons, and you've got some situations that can get inflamed pretty quick. I mean, it probably wouldn't be hard for Israel to get overwhelmed with a rocket attack if it was coordinated between Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran, especially if Iran has some of the stuff they claim they have. They could probably do a lot of damage and because they could overwhelm the Iron Dome and stuff. But I think that's one reason why Iran hasn't attacked, because they don't want to give Israel any kind of justification, because they'll say things like, well, if you attack us, we're going to take out your entire nuclear program. Well, I don't know what that entails, but, I don't agree with anybody starting an environmental disaster for their own, whatever reason. I don't care if it's national security. I mean, that's just unacceptable. I mean, I wouldn't excuse the Ukrainians bombing the Zaporizhzhia power plant any more than I would excuse the Russians doing it, or anybody else for that matter. And, like when Saddam blew up the oil fields in the Middle East and dumped oil into the Persian Gulf, people made a big deal about that. But now you have people talking about attacking nuclear power plants and using nuclear weapons, and they're pretty flippant about it. And it's dangerous times. And I think, the Middle East is the hot spot where something could happen, because you got a lot of,
risk reward calculations change with instability. I mean, we're in a case of instability, and the risk reward calculations for every nation are changing with that.
Yeah, but that's the most concerning point. For me, a nuclear escalation, if something happens this year or next year, is going to be a power plant that being attacked, and you create Chernobyl 2.0. You don't want to know how devastating that is and how big the problem is. If you just take an example, attacking power plant in Israel is done with Israel. you basically almost need to evacuate the whole country because it's going to be so devastating. Look how Fukushima was, Chernobyl still. Don't want to know how big the damage is if you just hit a nuclear power plant, and that's very concerning. That nobody is like very concerned-y. Like they are talking on the news about Ukraine is trying to take the Kursk power plant. Fuck, just kill Zelensky if you really want to do that, because it's going to be fuck off dangerous. We had with Chernobyl in Europe, we had the nuclear, or you call that the new clouds passing over Europe, over Belgium. It's fucking dangerous. I don't understand how people are doing like, oh yeah, Ukraine is trying to take a nuclear power plant. Oh, what's going to happen? No, it's fucking dangerous. It's not good. That is the thing I concern the more. Nuclear war is for me attacking nuclear power plants. It's brainless. How the people are thinking about it now is fucking brainless. Quiet.
So Israel is very unlikely to trigger a major regional war. The reason because Israel is not that different from Singapore. Like they are just a few million bigger in terms of population, but military doctrine is the same. Israel is never meant to fight a long war. The military is not designed to fight a long war. So Singapore is the same thing. We are meant to fight a short, powerful war. We utterly defeat the enemy's military and we claim victory. That's what happened in the Yom Kippur War. That is what happened in the 6-Day War. So that's how the Israel is supposed to fight. When they go into a war that is unwinnable, where you fight guerrillas, it's not possible to win. It's just impossible. Like if you look at Syria, it's the same thing. They can't defeat all these different tribal forces. It's like it would never end because it's just not, this kind of war is not meant to be won. It's not won in the battlefield, it's won on the civilian side, So the other thing is that I don't believe anyone in Middle East is planning to escalate. Ultimately, you have to think in the term of the elites, the leaders of these different countries. What is their motivation and objective? Not even Hezbollah really wants a war with Israel. They might shoot all the rockets and whatnot, the drones, but they know that they know there's a limit to it. They don't dare to really go into a full-fledged war with Israel because there's no point. They have already secured power in Lebanon. They have good political control. Why lose it? You can't win militarily against Israel, so what's the point? Similarly for Iran, what's the point of having Iranians killed or risking your political status or your power and wealth and influence just for Palestinians? There's no point. Palestinians are not even Persians at all. What's the point? No one, just like I know in the beginning of this October 7th war, I already said no one will come and save Palestine. A lot of people who are very pro-Palestinian don't believe me. 1 year on, we are almost 1 year now. Nothing happened. No one is there for Palestine, not even Egypt. Everybody is wrong. I'm right. Wow, you see, so ego.
But a little bit, you're going to suffocate. Switch it a little. Yeah.
But this is the reality. The reality is sometimes a bit more boring. What is dangerous is when you do it something like in Ukraine war, where you force someone into a corner, then they have no choice. Then they may do something crazy, like Ukraine could, which is why also Russia did not want to push so hard. That could be a reason as well. They don't want to force Ukraine into a corner, whereas they start to blow up nuclear power plants, just for one final hoorah. I think that will be a scary thing. I think they want to convince Ukraine that you can't win this war. Just give up. I think that's what Russia is doing. And Fawn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think, I think Israel and the United States are really trying to goad Iran into attacking with this constant edging of, it's 72 hours, 24 hours. I mean, I think Iran has decided or calculated that all they have to do is let their proxies do these little drone attacks on the bases in the region, that pushes the Americans back because they're not going to base any expensive aircraft at an air base in the desert that a drone can fly into. So that'll limit the capabilities somewhat of the United States Navy and Air Force, and maybe even the Israelis, because they can't operate the way they would have if there weren't drones flying around. And I don't think there's any reason for them to initiate a war with Israel because, like you said, somebody was saying, they've got a lot of money invested in their infrastructure, their government, their projects, their nuclear program. I mean, I don't think they're going to spend, 40 plus years of getting to this point just so they can lob a nuke at the Jews and the Jews can nuke them. And that's the end of both of them. It just seems kind of pointless. So I don't think that's likely to happen. And I just feel like it's still a point though, where there's, people in there that could overreact, but just kind of have to wait and see what happens. But I don't think Iran's going to attack. And also they supposedly got a lot of military equipment from the Russians recently. Maybe another reason they haven't done anything is because they're still getting all that stuff set up, like S-400s and EW sets and all that. So maybe they don't want to do anything until they have all this gear in place and deployed where they want it. But I kind of feel like they're happy to just do the proxy attacks, and not fall for the bait.
I mean, a real question whether America stands by Israel committing a genocide. And whether this goes on, it's been almost a year, whether it's 2-3 years, the death toll. I mean, no one could really help the people in Gaza have no fighting chance. Even Hezbollah, I mean, they could cause some damage, but the axis, the resistance, the threat is more important than to actually go through. So similar to Ukraine, if Russia just keeps on doing the slow grind, nothing's probably going to stop them. If they escalate, then maybe someone would step forward. And same with Israel. If Israel just keeps on doing a slow grind in Gaza and the death toll keeps on raising up, they'll probably be able to get away with it. Maybe the international diplomacy, business sanctions, becoming a pariah nation, but militarily, it's very unlikely anything's going to happen.
Yeah, I wonder about Israel.
Is like getting cramps.
Well, the thing about Israel is, I think the plan was go into Gaza, push everybody out into Egypt, take the territory, and call it a day. That was the plan. But I don't think they anticipated such a dramatic global backlash towards what they were doing. And so I think they're kind of hamstrung, like they don't know what to do yet next, because the plan was go in, push everybody out, anybody who dissented, kill them, and, paint Hamas with the terrorist badge, and we need to fight terrorism. Like, this is the narrative that's always, always, always worked. And this is the first time when it hasn't really. And they're struggling to deal with that. So to answer your question, what's going to happen next? Good question. I don't know. You would think logically they would pull out, but they've got too much invested at this point. And like you said, they're now a pariah state. So, I see Israel going all in. But problem is, I also see, the people in Palestine going all in. So we got a problem on our hands for sure there. Now, what I will say, though, is the public backlash has really dropped off, though. I think that the Western media has done a pretty good job in keeping everything muted. So, here where I am, I'm not hearing a lot of outrage about what's going on in Gaza anymore. So take that for what you will.
There is no day after plan. So, if it's basically all or nothing, and if ethnic cleansing is impossible because they can't force the people out, it's basically, God forbid, like genocide, or there really is no other, because there is no way to end the war. Maybe whether Iran or Hezbollah or anyone's going to come in to save the Gazans is extremely unlikely. Just a disaster situation, and it creates perpetual instability, which changes the risk reward calculations for everybody.
Bigari.
Yeah. First point on Iran attack. Like Iran was like forced to respond to the death, to the killing of. I don't remember how the gentleman was named, but you need to consider the modern information space. There was an assassination attempt on the candidate on Trump like a month ago. Do we talk about that now? Oh, everyone moved on to the next thing. Like Iran just needs to wait like a week, maybe 2 weeks more. Everyone will forget that Iran even was supposed to do a like revenge attack. Everyone will move on. No one cares. Second point about public backlash to what Israel doing. I didn't see that. Like people were saying, yeah, killing civilians is bad, but we support Israel. Everyone supports Israel. Everyone supports Israel. Like normal people, maybe they don't support Israel, but like if you talk about governments, like yeah, they could vote in the United Nations, like some voting processes. Oh, we condemn this shit, but United Nations are useless institution. No one cares about it. So what really matters is financial support, and financial support is on the side of Israel. No one cut ties with Israel. Like I saw that Colombia cut ties, some economic ties, but it's Colombia. Europe didn't cut ties. United States didn't cut ties. So Israel is pretty much approved what's going on. And the third point is about
Bulgaria,
genocide.
Are you saying genocide's inevitable then?
No one cares, man. No one cares. Like it's the same as like people saying, "Oh, I care about LGBTQ rights in Saudi Arabia." When I do you care? Do you like when you wake up? Do you care about women and LGBTQ rights in Saudi Arabia or in Pakistan or Afghanistan? No, you don't. You don't. You care it. You care about when you need to post on social media that you support it, or when you need to talk publicly. In private life, no one fucking cares about it. No one cares that Palestinians are dying. It's war. It's happened. Okay, move on. No one cares about it.
Wait, are you saying that it's going to be a genocide? There's nothing that's going to happen. Like, however many are dead now, just look forward to more and more dead Gazans.
No one cares. No one cares.
Let's not exaggerate. You can't just kill 2 million people. So let's not exaggerate.
Yeah, but you can't just kill 40,000 people, or if it's 200,000 people. But yet, 10 months now,
you can. You see, they did it. You can.
So I think
Iran. Wait, Pratap. I need to drop this this very outdated joke super chat. So
Prota,
yeah.
Are you wearing pants?
Come on, man. This joke is so old already. Come on.
One of those really stupid comments of people that have no respect for themselves, and they have to make those type of jokes to feel themselves good. Anyways, when you were talking about Iran, and that's the reason why I come inside, was I think most people don't really stop to realize what are Iran's interests, their own interests. And this is the thing that's we always like to understand Iran portraying as the evil entity that has no other objectives in life than to say bad things about Israel, try to annihilate Israel. I'm sure, like so many people were here, the last thing people in Iran when they wake up in the morning would be, how do I destroy Israel? It's probably never in their minds. So the thing is we have to look at Israel at their own interests, and their own interests are about, they have a society that due to sanctions has not been able to advance. And they realize it, and they started to being integrated. Well, the war in Ukraine helped a lot to start integrating regionally. And this is for them the most important thing they need now. It's to create new trade routes, to create new industries, new forms of development that will help their population to stay quiet, because one of the biggest problems we have here, and this also explains why Israel is so successful in Iran nowadays, is that Iran has not been able to develop in the same velocity, or no velocity actually, but in no velocity compared to the rest of the world, to the rest of the developing world, and the population understands it. So whatever happens, if you look at people that really understand about weapons and so on, well, how did they kill that man in Tehran? They could have done it, and many other attacks in Iran, because they had the help of locals. And this is what people don't really understand. So Iran understands there is a problem of cohesion, national cohesion, that they have to solve. They have problems with the Baluchis, with the Azeris, with the Kurds. And even what we perceive as Persians, there are many small communities of Persians of all types of skin color and understanding, religious understanding as well. So it's a very complicated country, and it has achieved a decision, a very important decision. They want to develop again. They were taken off from isolation from China and India, and this is a very important thing for them. Now, you guys made a very good point, especially the one that they just need to help, and that's exactly they need to give some time, and people will forget. So this thing about that Iran will lose his face, this is like destroying their prestige. It's the same thing with Putin. He doesn't care. Who cares about the prestige? It's just a couple of days, then they will have their job done. They want to achieve something. That's important. That's their goal. And when we saw, for instance, when the president of Iran died in the mountains, we saw Putin going to Iran and making them understand, be quiet, don't react, think twice, these are your objectives, this is what we have to do. And they are doing exactly the same thing now. They made some kind of ultimatum to Israel, which is either you make a ceasefire in Gaza or we will attack. But time is being burned. So this is one of the things I wanted to say. The other thing is about Israel is the big problem here, because Israel has a hidden agenda that is not clear. Some people, like you guys said, more or less correctly, they don't even know what they are doing or where to go, but they can't stop. They started, and it's like many people say, when you start a war, you never know how to end it. Now it's pretty much this hidden agenda, what they really want. Do they want to expand the state of Israel? Because let's face it, Israel is tiny, and they want to increase their size. And this is public. Many of these politicians in the regime in the government of Netanyahu say it very clearly. They want the north of, they want the south of Lebanon. They want parts of Iraq, parts of Saudi Arabia, parts of Jordania, and they want the Sinai as well. So this is a question of time until they go for it. And so any war, like we saw, any war, Israel offers itself a bunch of territory from someone. And this is pretty much what they are going to. The problem is that the world is not the world of the 70s or of the 80s. We changed. We are in a new reality. And this is a thing that I think Netanyahu lives in the forgotten time. And this time it will be more difficult. And some people were saying that genocide is not important. I think you are wrong, guys, because Israel is on the brink of being in a position, situation where they are again
ostracized, right? Ostracized by the international community.
Ostracized, like in exemplary punishment from the international community, because the international community needs to find itself together again. And I have the feeling they will sacrifice Israel, not anybody else, because the international community needs to find a new point of understanding, and this could be a good one. I'm very sorry for Israel. It's an amazing country. Whatever, if you guys need to realize what they did to that country is amazing in the last years, and he's really sorry that someone stupid, just on the grip of power, destroyed any future for Israel. It is very difficult for them to get out of this mess with any face at all. Sorry.
Bigari.
Yeah, what I said about genocide, that no one cares. Like, I mean, no one cares about like 40,000 people. Like, you can accept it, like, somewhat.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, it's true.
Mm.
It is true. That's why I said
you-
to David, if we are talking
Unless
about
it's
2 million,
400,000.
If,
Yeah,
if,
no.
if we're talking about millions, yeah, people will care. If we're talking about couple of tens of thousands, okay, it's a war.
Well,
Another point,
I also
like another point, I'm completely agree with you about Iran. Like, people don't realize the internal politics of Iran. It's not a united country. It's like a divided country. Like, from like religion perspective, it's not united, and from local minorities, it's not united. So people only talk about on the surface. It's like the same as with China. People like I don't know a shit about China internal politics. So like when I like think about China, I don't know how they think. The same with Iranians. You need to understand and you need to study it for not 1 year. Like good people that understand like that's why countries have like institutions. Like we have like Middle East institution, people that study that region for like decades to understand it, because it's not fucking simple. And most people just think on the surface, oh, they are bad, this is their reasoning, they will do this. It's not, it never works like that. It never works like that.
Mhm.
Well, just to follow up on that point, you know, I got to flag that it's not 40,000 dead women and children. It's 40,000 dead terrorists. That's what the media has done. They've been very successful in creating the narrative that everybody in Gaza, doesn't matter who you are, you somehow deserve it. And we can't forget that, because we're horribly racist people. And this is just another example of it. You've got the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Ukrainians who are as pure as the new driven snow, and they're victims and all this. And then you've got the Palestinians who have been, you know, penned in for the last 20 years. And we somehow seem to, you know, turn a blind eye to it. So we can't forget that a lot of this comes back to us just not caring. We just don't care. And it is what it is. You know, it's unfortunate.
It's actually very disgusting how the media plays with it. It's like if you have a night strike over Kiev and a cruise missile that was shot down by air defense landed on a building, wounded 2 people, they're going to talk longer about that one compared to Israel. That bombing also admitted that they bombed the school, killed 70 people because they were thinking there were 3 guys from Hamas inside of the school. It's fucking nuts.
But that's only the Western media. It's not necessarily that way all around the world. In some places,
but it's the media that's telling it around the world.
Well, I'm saying the English speaking, the Western media, the other media channels.
The big outlets.
But I mean, no, but I mean
the big
that also that
outlets
the
control the
politics
narratives
Yeah,
everywhere in the world.
Yeah,
that's
but
just
I
the
just
narrative.
mean that the politics also are going to whine about that lost cruise missile that hit that apartment building because of the inhabitants of Kiev were so fucking lazy to not go to the basement to protect themselves about this bombing because there was an air alarm. They're going to whine much more about it, and they're not going to say to Israel, no, it's done. Stop bombing schools. Stop to kill innocent peoples. Just learn to track your Hamas guys and kill them separately if they are not in civil areas. Of just do something else instead of, oh, we're going to try to kill 3 soldiers, but we're going to take 200 people with them.
It's but God forbid, why like
nuts.
10 months now you haven't done Israel because Israel hasn't actually taken any territory. Like it's not like there's actual change in territory, and you can't
there is, but they're not saying
anything that's happening. And
of
there's
course
no
there
clear...
is. Oh, come on.
There is, but they're not saying
David.
it.
No, there is
Gaza
all
has
the
lost.
time. The West Bank keeps diminishing by the hour. Come on, David. Let's not be.
Yeah.
Let's
Well, I mean,
not.
in the
Let's
way
not
like
hide
Ukraine,
the
you
sun.
can't map it. Like, I mean, there's
It's
been
too small
incursions,
to
people have
map
been
it.
killed, there's been human rights violations, but Israel, I mean, maybe in the West Bank, but like, I mean, Gaza, Israel hasn't really conquered any territory. It's unclear whether Hamas has even been defeated anywhere in Gaza. The few areas where they bulldozed everybody out, but I mean, you couldn't do a wartime mapping there because they're not actually conquering territory. There is no end game here, and it's going to be a disaster for Israel because at best they could you just put the wall back up and go back to the status quo, and it's unlikely they could do that. I mean, that's
I
if
always,
we're talking Ukraine,
I
like the
always
day
say,
after. Russia probably is working on a day after plan.
The problem
Israel's
is the
day after
accords of
plan was
Oslo.
always contingent on.
Prata, very fast going to just compare something. It's like you have like mapping the Palestinians is like trying to map the activity of ants. That is how you need to try to map Hamas. You just can't do it. But like you say it yourself, Israel is bulldozing after they passed. Why do you think they do that? Just to clear the ground. To after that they can reconstruct. They're already preparing for reconstruction of the new territory of Israel. The only thing that Israel wants to do now is completely destroy the Palestine to make of it one new Israel. That's their goal.
Yeah, but
Just
they've
to
only
push everybody
bulldozed like
out of the
5%.
country.
They haven't even like only like a small border area. They haven't really even got to the center of Gaza City. Khan Yunis, they bulldozed a line in the center, some around the beach, some
Yeah, but
around
if you bomb everything, you kill 2 million people.
yeah, I'm saying God forbid there's no end game here, and it's a disaster because there's no way out of it. Like at least Russia, you could foresee a day after. It's unclear, even from the best case scenario for Israel, how this ends. And it's possible Israel could sustain a forever war, or it internally collapses. That Israel economic a year of running a war, the draft reserves, and like we were talking earlier, that Israel now is pushing to expand it to get the U.S. involved and say, well, maybe if Israel could get the U.S. involved and defeat Hezbollah and do a regime change in Iran, where that appears to be the main strategy. The Israeli military experts basically saying, well, 10 months into the war, not defeating Hamas, what we need to do is expand the war.
I think we are forgetting something. So Gaza exists because of the Oslo Accords, where it was also decided that there will be two countries. Now, if Israel leaves the Oslo Accords, as we know, it's what Netanyahu always have been trying to do. There will be a problem for the international community to deal with Israel, because most countries in the world continue to say a two-state solution. It's what they say all the time, two-state solution. The other solution, which I think it would be better, would actually for Israel to integrate those citizens as their own and be responsible by international law to treat everybody decently and following the humanitarian laws. Now, they do this because they kind of, they are another nation, they are not ours, but they are under our subjugation. So they play with this all the time. And that's why also Israel doesn't want to abandon the Oslo Accords. But if they do, like you're saying, David, if they really go and build settlements in the Gaza Strip, they will have a problem. Actually, we're already seeing countries starting to sanction people that live in occupied areas of the West Bank. And this will probably become a thing in the future more. But I think Israel needs to be punished for what they are doing, because otherwise they won't change. And if they want to be a normal country, they have to accept they are a tiny country that lives in that area and needs to make peace with their neighbors. If they still believe they are going to conquest the whole Middle East and create a new Solomonic empire, I don't know, then...
I'm not sure it's conquest. They say they have to be a regime change in Iran and a defeat of Hezbollah for Israel to be safe. And I mean, the West Bank is larger territory. There's open. You could push the people away Gaza, you can't push the people away. So really,
If you let
Israel hasn't
Israel,
conquered, and Israel hasn't conquered anywhere in Gaza where they could actually successfully build settlements there. And it's unclear that Israel is going to successfully, even if they were trying to conquer territory, clear it out where they could successfully build Jewish settlements there.
though the logic is the same. They can't abandon the Oslo Accords. That's it. But again, to the Hezbollah, and sorry, I will give you the words in a minute. The thing about Hezbollah and Hamas and all these other proxies of Iran, we have to understand they are in a dilemma now. Either they go to the path of development, they need so much because otherwise they will have a really big problem in the future. The regime is not going to stand. At the same time, they want to keep some of that area of influence that they took so many years to develop, and they just did it because they were living in isolation, supporting all these proxy wars and proxy elements and terrorist groups and so on. If you let Iran develop, they will abandon these groups because their sense of objective, their own national interest changes. And this is one of the problems that the US doesn't understand. The West keeps putting more and more sanction, of course, within the interest of Israel. But Israel, as we know, is a very bad advisor when it takes to the Middle East. They just made shit. They were the ones saying that Saddam Hussein had nuclear bombs. They could destroy. They have all this mass destruction. It was a little bit in there. They were confirming that narrative, even if you know the US wanted to do it nevertheless. But they were the ones also constructing that narrative. And many other situations, they keep bombing the Syrian regime, although the Syrian regime haven't been doing anything to them at all in the last decades, but they keep bombing Damascus, a big city. So this is the problem. Let Iran develop, and they will abandon this type of lifestyle. So this is my point. Go on, SL.
Yeah, I think that I just want to return to some macro picture and what is the major difference between all previous conflicts and the situation that we have now. I think the major thing that we just industrial era just came to its end, and we are now in informational age, and you can link it to as well as like the globalization phase is over and therefore world is now global. And one of the consequences of this is that we have this kind of spooky relationship between different conflicts. Like we have conflict in Ukraine, we have conflict in Israel, and we have this shadow conflict in China that may occur in future. Like it's kind of on the backstage. This Taiwan kind of thing. And so one of the new properties of this environment is that before world was global, West strategy to divide and conquer works really well, because you kind of could separate all the conflicts, isolate them, and win in each case. But right now, because of globalization, like Israel cannot pull their usual thing, biblical kind of thing, because they have a really great punishment of the basically world community. So the price is different. Like they want to do their usual thing as they did always, but the pricing is different. It's cost much more right now, because you can see everything that is going everywhere, almost in real time. Like there, for sure, there is a lot of fakes and so on. But anyway, world is now much more transparent. Like it's just different. How to say? It's different environment. Therefore, old strategy of divide and conquer, they efficient still, but they how to say? And it's really hard to explain the leaders like why we did this in so many cases, and it's every time it works. Why we want to do the same thing, just end this thing for good? Like they in the loop. They think that we will just use the best scenario of this book that we have for all, like for every situation we kind of have a book with scenario. So we just use this scenario and the problem will be over. But for some spooky reason, it's not working anymore. It just because and they kind of deny the thing that anything is different. Like they deny it, and time passes. Just time passes. It's 1 year, it's 2 year, it's 2.5 year. Like and they can, but they believe that it's all the same game. They play the whole the same game, and it's maybe it's impossible to for the old dog to learn new trick. It's just impossible, because our brains is hardwired. You just stuck to believe what you learned and what was winning strategy for you for so long. You cannot learn the new trick. It's just impossible for human, maybe. So
What do you
maybe
think happen if people?
There are incompetent and corrupt leaders in the West.
I mean, if you're
In
right
fact,
and people do
all
say
of
the
its
same,
leadership can be decided as such.
Maybe the issue
Russian
that
leadership played its heart best.
maybe the only option that we have is that we will burn this conflict really slow motion, really for a long time, until old people with old habits will go away, just naturally go away, because they just cannot learn new tricks.
Yeah, of course you can. I think when you meant that the era of information was a mistake that the European and Western leaders made in the 90s, when they believed that industrialization was over and we were about to go to the era of information, because we were seeing internet growing so much and gaining momentum in every days of our life in exponential area. It was also the time when all these internet companies become so important, and then they fall down late in 2008. But what happened is that the Western countries were so much into believing in it that they actually didn't care about industries moving to other countries. They actually wanted it to happen in order to concentrate and control all the information space. The problem is that, of course, industrialization, it's important. Things like infrastructure are very important. The Chinese outgame the West in that, because understanding that they needed the infrastructure that the others didn't have, that the others had for a long time, they were able to modernize, adapt it, construct it better, and even export it around the world. So when you're talking about the globalization, the global world that came out of this era of information, the internet, we're still in the internet, is that somewhere in time, because we lost the grid on the industrialization, the centers of industry around the world, is that globalization didn't stop. They kept going. So globalization is advancing at high velocity in spaces that we didn't care to know about, like in Africa, in Latin America, and so on. They are growing. These markets are growing like crazy, and they are creating new areas of existence. And the West is not being able to control them anymore because they kind of thought that just controlling the space of information, they would control everything. But they also lost the control of the space of information. So when we're talking about the globalization happening in Africa and the way that information is exchanged between people in very informal ways, right? They can't control it. Now, they still believe they control the narrative, which is another thing. That's why they keep doing the same old mistakes, not realizing that things are changing. And I think one of the reasons for this mistake, it's an old problem that happened with the era of information. It's what Anthony Giddens told us, that is the illusion of knowing the other. Because we see pictures in real time of what is happening on the other side of the world, we believe we understand what is happening. Just watching a picture tells us everything, which is not true. The context is not there. So what is really happening? We still need to go. We were talking about Iran, about those things. We have to concentrate. We have to see, perhaps it's how we perceive Iran is fully fake. It's not the Iran that really exists. No, the same thing happens to all peoples around the world. This illusion of understanding the other just by seeing a picture. It seems familiar. Of course, it has the same lecture, because it's like this. I'm a master of my self-own representation. That's the problem with the West. And that's where I think they are making these mistakes. Now we see that the West, and I'm finishing here, the West is investing a lot in regime change in many countries that are not conforming. So we just saw it in Pakistan with Imran Khan. We saw it now in Bangladesh, and we'll keep seeing these in a much higher rate. So go on, Nunya.
Well, just to follow up on Prada's points, which I agree with. This is exactly what happens when you let the corporations take over your government. 40 years ago, we outsourced everything that wasn't nailed down, and now we're living with the consequences of it. China's been investing in themselves while we've been investing in stock buybacks. So that's where we are now. We've got nothing left. We've got no manufacturing base. We've got a crappy service economy that nobody really understands. And yeah, it's going to get worse, because now we're going to have to play catch up, even if we can, which we can't. But we'll try, and we'll see how it goes.
I would just finish something to Estelle. Don't confuse AI with internet. These are different things. So what's coming is the AI. It's a completely new dimension. It's different from the information space. I saw Bigari has the finger on the air, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, just read the, I don't remember, it was an article or report from 2002 by like United States, like geopolitical strategic like road course for the next years. How they describe China in that report from 2002. It's just rice plantations. They are not the threat. It was 20 years ago. People don't like, they don't read the big picture. So that's about China and how West was treating the China 25 years ago. Also about the information space, like I don't know how like it's really impacting the things, because when I talk to people from like, I play games like and we have like some Discord server, and a lot of Europeans are there, and when we talk about other things like information, they still believe that West is hegemon, so they can do whatever they want. Like the best example is the Yemen. Do you remember the operation? I don't remember how they called it. Like when Britain and United States decided to strike Yemen to stop the disruption of the trade in the Red Sea. What was the result? Did they stop it? They did nothing. Like absolute
Operations
failure.
Prosperity Guardian. Prosperity Guardian.
Yeah. Absolute
Name.
failure. Absolute failure. But people that I talk to, like they still believe that United States can just come in and eradicate Yemen from the face of the earth. Like they can do whatever they want. They just don't want to. They just don't want to. You see? They just don't want to. But they can do everything. People still think like they live in a separate reality. Like when I talk to people from Europe, they still think that they controlling things. When I talk to people who live outside of Europe, like from like a so-called global south, like everyone is fucking laughing at Europe and the United States. No one respects United States anymore, and they don't understand that fact.
Well, it's kind of like the collective West. They're all off over in one corner, kind of stumbling over one another, trying to figure out what to do. And while they're doing that, the rest of the world has just moved on. And they're all just making deals with themselves. They're all just making business. And they've got this kind of weird cousin over here that's doing something, but they don't want to get too close, and they're just there. They happen to be at the same wedding, but they don't really want to talk to them, so they're going to focus over here. That's what's happening right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Just
people
to
theoretically
just
could
to
align.
just to catch up. Sorry, to Nani, like a weird cousin that randomly shouts out some quotes on stories about Cold War, and you cannot try to avoid him because he is he's really old and he's not not exactly a threat, but it's kind of, you don't want to make him sad, so you cannot try to avoid him. I mean,
I think the West
he
still controls a lot of the narrative around the world.
Actually this uncle is still part of the family, important part of the family, but you just don't want to mess with him or make him sad.
Go ahead, Prada.
Yeah, and they still control a lot. So big news outlets like Reuters and so many others, they still produce a lot of the main information. The thing is, though, is that what we have to understand, and what Bigari is saying, that is making the Westerns a bit laughable, is this social constructivism. We start repeating a lie ad aeternum, and we start believing the lie, and we care that the lie is true, and we believe everybody else is doing the same, which obviously is not. Even if the West keeps controlling a lot the main narrative, this repetition of a lie, it doesn't come that well in societies that are still not post-informational. And with post-informational, I mean they already went to another level of the information space, where information can be produced according to your wishes, to things that make sense in your belief system, and so on. And they become true because you keep repeating it, and because you actually have societies that still can pay a little bit for your they still live very well. They cannot be allowed to promote those lies. And the citizens are very happy. Most of the citizens are very happy in being lied to. So we have several Europeans here are Mr. Lambo, me, myself, Nunez from Canada, David, I think, is from the United States. We just have to look at Kamala. Kamala was taken as a very stupid woman that said nothing right, and now she's being sold as a very progressive, intelligent, very successful woman that is going to bring the US to a new stage of the karma around the world. So there you go. How did this happen just a few weeks? And before her, it was we were talking about something really important that should be shocking, which is the fact that one of the candidates in the United States, a country that sells itself like the big enough democracy around the world, was actually tried to be, someone shot at him. Someone tried to kill him. So where is the democratic spirit in these countries? It's not. But social constructivism is working amazingly, and the rest of the world, like Gary was saying, is laughing at us.
Yeah, but SL's point that people could change, theoretically, we could act harmoniously, we could get along, we could adapt ourselves towards harmonious interaction, but that's difficult. That's enlightenment. Most people can't, either are incapable of doing it or don't have the willpower to do it. And if people just keep on acting in the same pattern, we could predict how things will escalate. And, that's what we get war. And sometimes, the school of hard knocks and punishment, where you assume that, people who take enough punishment are going to learn to change their ways. But that's not necessarily clear either, that people might just keep on acting in the same behavior pattern, no matter how much punishment they take. And, so the war games, we can play out these scenarios. And unfortunately, the world's in a very dangerous period, because there's so many different interests that are just acting the same way. And there's countless conflict internally in every nation, between different nations, between global powers. And, something has to change to reset it. And, it's unfortunate to be the situation.
I think that about information space, that European and United States, they control their information space really tight. This is why like social networks are highly regulated, monitored, and so on, that they basically constructed their own informational space and try to keep it in order. And the rest of the world either don't have sufficient resources to do that, or they don't actually need to do that. It's kind of this garden thing, like they want to keep their information space. They construct it. It's constructed space. And the rest of the world is basically jungle without any rules, or without any regulations, without any monitoring. And it's actually bigger, but maybe it's less centralized, but it's bigger. And the problem with make containment of information is really hard to contain. Like there is like technologically West is superior for sure, but this is the problem with the nature of what you're trying to contain. If you're trying to contain, I don't know, like in industrial age or in agricultural age, it was much more easier to contain technology. But if you contain technology itself, it's kind of leaking. It's kind of like finds around every, like it have its own nature that it actually cannot be contained 100%. It just go rounds. People find information, and the
but
more.
If you want to find the information, you need to be willing to find the information. What if you are not willing to find the information?
Most of the people go with the flow. They don't have their own capacity to find information or do anything about it. They just go with the flow. What all around them saying this is the truth. That's
But what does that
absolutely
information even benefit you? Like, okay, I'm a U.S. citizen, and I came on to Wyatt because I wanted to know the truth about what was happening in Ukraine. And so let's say I'm better informed. I know what actually is happening. Nunya, also maybe other people watching this. How did that benefit me? How does this information that Wyatt gave to me about what's actually happening in Ukraine benefit me? What could I do with that information?
I already said
question. It's for me. Question or
can I first
Really don't
respond
bring up
on
information
that
about
one?
anybody.
Can I first respond on that one? The problem is, and I said on multiple times during the open mics, is people are fucking lazy. And we are questioning ourselves. So we're going to search more and more online. We're going to find YouTube sources. We're going to get on the DPA. After that, we're going to do the live stream like we're doing now. And then we're going to Telegram. And we're going to discover more and more and more and more. But a lot of people just stop at the news sources that they're seeing on Facebook, and they're just reading the title, and they believe the thing that's what is on the clickbait title. Actually, it's just a fucking clickbait. The article itself is completely different. But the people are just reading the title, and that's it. They are not going to go further. And the biggest problem is also, and happening now on Facebook, you need to pay to see the article. That's the biggest problem for the moment. And people don't want to pay. I don't want to pay also. So I don't going to read the article, but I'm going to find the article another way. I'm going to find it, and I do my little research. But the majority of the people doesn't do that. You're just fucking lazy to do it. So just believing what you're reading. That's it. That's it. Bigari?
Yeah. What you're talking about, there is actually a fucking term about this. It's called low information voters. That's like when in the United States, people during election cycle, people talk about swing states. They talk about low information voters, people that don't follow the politics or information space every day, and they don't give 2 cents about it. Like they don't care. I was one myself. Like I was living in a country like in Ukraine. I didn't know who was like prime minister, who was like I knew who president was, but I didn't know anything about the country because it doesn't impact me in like my life. So I don't care about it. And most of the people are like that, because if you just threw away all the shit that like, oh, it impacts me, it doesn't impact you like directly. Most of the time you can live and don't know shit about politics, and you can live and don't give a fuck, like, because people that talk about politics like we are talking about here, like geopolitics, it's like so minuscule really care about it that it doesn't change anything. Majority of people don't care. They care about how they will provide for their own family, when like they are going to see the next movie, what will they eat today, something like that. No one cares about politics unless it's directly impacting their life. Like right now, the fucking idiot in that is in charge of my country is directly impacting my life, so I care about it. Like when he's gone, I will probably don't care about it again. So that's how people work. Like,
yeah, the only thing that for sure, but usually when people like try to make counter argument about this how to say information spread, and that it's hard to contain, that people don't care and they just follow. That is true, but it works both ways. Like most of the population don't want to find information, don't want to analyze information, don't work, like don't want to think with their own minds. Most of the population just go with the crowd. That is true. But the small percentage who actually know how to work with information and know how, like they know how to play it, they know how to manipulate it, and this small percentage actually change the rules. And people who don't want to participate and just follow with the crowd, they perfectly will adjust in new kind of environment. It will be settled for them. Like that will be some painful episode, and after that they will be okay, that's fine, I'm already in new system, that's fine.
I think there is something else in the Western societies that is being used wildly. It started already before the pandemic, but with the pandemic become generalized, which is the mechanism of ostracization. Everybody that that thinks differently, that gets out of the mainstream explanation of any phenomenon, will be ostracized, will be criminalized for thinking different. It will be, I know more the names in German, they are very creative, but it's like climate change denialist, Putin and the standard apologist, and things like that. So each time you change, you try to inform yourself, and the information you get makes you change your opinion towards the mainstream idea, and you talk to other people. These other people will immediately start the name calling. And this is so important because we saw it during the pandemic, how families got apart, how people that were against the vaccinations were almost criminalized for trying to explain why and why they were so skeptical about it. And this is what's happening now is if you dare in public to give another opinion towards a certain subject, most of the times there are subjects they're imposed on you, like transgender, gay rights, all these things, wokeisms, Putin is bad, Iran is evil. If you try to change, if you're talking to people, try to change something like that, they will ostracize you. And for most people, for most normal people, this is the worst that can happen for them. They do care a lot for their family. They do care a lot for their colleagues on work. And so they auto-censored themselves, because the feeling of being name-calling, the feeling of being ostracized by their friends and colleagues, it's a too much higher price to pay for you to try to be a smart ass and know it better.
I just wanted to add, like, it's not only
but you know that in this equation you need both carrot and the stick, and vice versa, like stick and the carrot. You cannot have only the stick, you need carrot as well.
Well, we got two new people. I mean, so I found this information. I care. So now I'm a dissident, and now I'm streaming. So like I watch Wyatt, and then I got my small audience, and I tell them. And so in America, I'm like a conspiracist, a dissident, because I'm saying things different. Although there's other people that care, and they're not going to watch through this whole space. So I could tell them a little bit about what I heard, change their minds. But I mean, it's a little bit demoralizing that it's unclear what you could actually do with this information. Maybe it's just the personality type of those who want to know and become an influencer or something, but it's really just the personality type of those who want to know the truth.
Bigari. I really don't think that you can.
Bigari.
I just wanted to add to the point about like people cannot allow to think differently. You see it like on the macro level in the European Union, like when Orban went to the Moscow. Yeah, have you read what European leaders said? He doesn't represent the official line. I was born basically in the communist country. It's kind of the same wording, like official line, party line. Like he doesn't represent, like the sovereign country in Europe cannot do anything on its own. You need to fall back in line. You need to think how we think. Otherwise, you are like on the outside. Like,
well,
a lot of people, like a lot of people who I know, like who are basic, like normal people, like they think that Hungary should be kicked out of EU because they don't represent like official line of EU.
Well,
yeah.
The whole thing that that's the whole purpose of union to exist. Like what union means. Union means that you surrender your own sovereignty and kind of collect it.
No.
Bullshit.
It's not like that.
European
Union
maybe I understand.
It's what they are trying to do, but it was never like that. Taking the example of Bulgaria, I'm sorry because Mr. Lemmer had the finger on the air, and I will try to be very fast. The thing is that there is no European line, a real deep decision, European Union, how to deal with this problem. The thing is that most countries shut up. There are a few ones that are very loud, and they took the advantage of being the first talking it and start, especially the European Commissions, and they were very, and the other ones didn't. They were scared about talking. So is it the other mechanism I was talking about, the censored mechanism? But actually, it's a good example where there is no line, but someone decided to impose that as a line, and all the other ones, they shut up and don't say anything. And Orban, I think it was just Slovakia that dared to say that he did it right. All the other ones didn't. Mr. Lambo, sorry.
Yeah, Orban is actually the only one that not licking the ass of the United States. That's it. Europe is too complicated to speak about because it's so messed up. Also, you have a lot of regulations and not even every country has its own shit, and it's not logic. You need to real Europe as a Europe that work together and has the same regulations for every country in Europe. That's my point of view. But never work like that. They're just in a union. They're just together and doing some decisions for their own welfare. That's it. But start to talk about Europe, we're going to take hours for it because it's so complicated and so messed up. So I prefer not to do it.
Do you all want to talk about the latest development in New York?
Yes, and I also because of that, I just watched the maps 5 minutes ago. Is a lot of changes, but I just have one question for Bigari for Ukraine. How is actually in your region? I don't want to know where you live exactly, but do you have problems with power shortages, like power supply for electricity, something like that?
You see, it's so dark. His place.
It's not only because of that, but I just saw an article that they're going to start to like regulate how many power in cities going to have certain periods, certainly in the winter. I don't know how the energy and infrastructure is for you in Ukraine for the moment at this point. Do you or afraid?
It's dark because I'm sitting outside because I don't smoke inside because I don't want to my fucking house to be unlivable.
Yeah, you're smarter than me.
Yeah.
Which country do you live
Lambo feel emotional damage.
He's from Ukraine, Prata.
He's
living in Ukraine. He's hiding. He's hiding.
About energy, like in June, for example, I will tell you. Right now, it's okay. In June, I had power for some days for 4-5 hours a day.
Wow.
Yes.
That's crazy.
And so for example, if you it's almost impossible to work unless you have generators at home. If you are working remotely, I am right now.
The power cuts was more over day, and at night you had power because everybody is sleeping.
At night they give power for 4 hours, and during the day they give power for 4 hours. So effectively, you have power for 4 hours a day. Because what are you doing at night? You are sleeping.
Yeah. If you want to maybe, I don't know, Prata maybe missed the last open mic, the one of last week, maybe explain very short your history, Bigari, to Prata, that he has an understanding about who you are and which situation you are, because it's actually pretty interesting, and a big heads up for you to come online, because
Prata should watch the last episode. For you guys didn't watch the last episode of the open mic.
Yeah, but he can do it in 2 minutes.
So much.
He can do it in 2 minutes if you want to. We have time.
I grew up in the western part of Ukraine, like city of Lutsk. It's Volyn Oblast, so it's on the border with Poland and Belarus. My mother is Russian from my motherline, like everyone is Russian, and from my fatherline, like it's Ukrainian and Polish people. So, like my grandma experienced the good life under Bandera rule, so we don't really like him here because it was terror. But in other oblasts like Lvov, Ivano-Frankovsk, they really like Bandera, for example. They think he's a hero. Here, they did public massacres of Polish people, which my family, like some of my family are Polish people, so we don't really like him. But for example, for young generation, they don't talk about it. Like the younger you are, the more fucking brainwashed you are. So younger generations, they believe they are ultra nationalistic in Ukraine. The more younger you are, the more ultra nationalistic you are. So they did a good job with brainwashing. But right now, I'm fucking sitting. Like I was during the start of the war, I was living in Kiev, but after the Russians withdrew, I moved to the west to my home. And right now, I'm just dodging mobilization, as they say.
A question to you about the first days of the war. You said you were in Kiev. What about that story about collaborators and sympathizers? Is it true you were hunting people on the streets, calling them sympathizers and collaborators?
No. It's all bullshit. It was a lot of friendly fire, just killing, and a lot of people. You need to understand that Ukraine gave out guns to people without background checks. So there was a lot of doing personal business, as they say. Personal business, and people just shot oh, I think you're Russian.
But a lot of that,
you're that.
But a lot of that personal business was political.
Right now, there is a big problem that no one talks about.
So how do you then explain that they I guess a trade union building fire?
Let us speak for Garrett, please.
Right now, there is a big problem in Ukraine that no one talks about it. A lot of people that are fucked up from the war, like PTSD and all that shit, are coming back from the front lines or temporarily coming back for the vacation. You see a lot of cases where oh, that guy shot a lot of people on the street. That guy threw a grenade on the street. It's really not very good, but no one talks about it. And government doesn't support veterans at all. Psychological help, no one. If you lost limbs, leg, no one supports you. You are material. You're only good if you can fight. If you demobilized with injuries that you cannot fight, you are done. There was a video from a guy that lost his leg and his arm, and the monthly payment he receives from the government is $50. And government doesn't provide help with recovering. Like,
well,
so
things are so bad. They are talking about cutting all social expenditure.
Yeah. Right now, the talk is that the salaries, like government salaries for teachers and doctors from December, they will not receive any government salaries, like who works for government, because every money will need to go to the soldiers. So people in other parts of life are fucked permanently. And there is no money. Like, Ukraine is in default. Like, if you look at the all agencies, the rating is already at RD, like restricted default, because we suspended the payments on foreign loans. We are not paying anything right now, so we are in default. And like, economy is sustained from the reserves, but reserves are not unlimited. So economic crash is coming, and it will be really hard. Like right now, there was some polling, and like 48%, around 30% of the people said that they have money only for food.
One personal future question for you, Bigari. After the conflict, if the borders are again open, so you're not going to be arrested or something like that, to try to escape Ukraine, if you're able, what are you going to choose? You're going to stay in Ukraine, or you're going to leave the country?
I prefer not to speak.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Because I have there is a relative in Königsberg, so I will not tell exactly where it is.
No, I understand completely. It was just or I get an answer or I don't get an answer, because I have a colleague.
I will just say the general feeling from like people as soon as borders will be open, but I will not. I'm not sure that they will open even if the like hot war will end.
You think?
Millions of people will fuck off, like,
because the European Union is really scared about the moment that Ukrainians can flee freely. They're really
because
afraid. They are expecting 5 million people.
Yeah, there's something I'm thinking. Like I have a colleague that is he was born in Crimea. I think it was Sevastopol, and then he moved after 2014. He moved upstairs to not far away of Belgorod. Underneath Belgorod, you have that big city, the second biggest city. Come on, Wyatt.
Kharkiv.
Kharkiv, yeah. He moved there. So I also geolocated his house, and I'm going to say to him when he's going to be invaded. But he's a member on the DPA forum. I think he's just looking. He's not active speaking there on DPA forum on the Telegram. But he was. I don't think he was actually first candidate to go to the military. Then they rejected him because he had serious back problems, so he was not good enough for them. At that moment, he did that.
He will not be rejected now.
Huh? No, it's not possible anymore. But no, they're not going to reject you. But he did that. So at the moment he went to the army, he already sent his family to Belgium. And then he crossed the border with some friends. He managed to go to here. He already told me he's never going to go back, and it's very sad for him. Every time I talk to him or I start a conversation with him, I think like if I need to record everything every month, he's changing like every time his opinion and his. I don't know if he's understanding completely what's happening for the moment, or hearing his friends shitting about some stuff. But I say to him, so I geolocated your house, and I'm going to say when they're going to invade your city, the outskirts of Kharkiv where he lives. But yeah, he tried to say very positive. But I see in his eyes, and when I speak with him, he has a lot of difficulties because he loved to be a citizen of Ukraine. So it is a big miss of him for him to. These are sad stories, you know. So yeah, I hope for you, Bigari, you're going to be safe for a long time, and they're never going to find you. And And I'm so happy you joined on the DPA because you're a very big, important new member, and I'm very serious about that. Your knowledge is very realistic, and you can learn a lot of people, new stuff, and important stuff also that we need to know actually about the situation there. So
I got a quick question for Bigari. Can a woman now still leave Ukraine? Can they still get out and in of Ukraine easily, freely? I know the guys cannot go out, but the girls can go out?
If woman doesn't have like education or profession that cannot be used in the military, so like medical workers cannot leave.
Oh goodness!
Yeah.
They must
And
regret
right now, like I want to expand on this point. Like Lindsey Graham, the fucking shit that is Lindsey Graham, was visiting Ukraine recently, and for like about 6 months already, the talk from the like public opinion leaders in Ukraine that we need to lower the mobilization to 20 years. So I expect that it will be lowered in the next like 6 months, because they always do that. They throw the idea, public always revolts about it. And then the discussion starts, and then it dies down. It was the same with when they fired Zaluzhny. It was the same with new mobilization law. The talk was for like about 6 months, and then they just do it. So people like a lot of people will be not very in favor of the war, because right now they're in favor because they cannot be mobilized, but in 6 months the situation will change.
I didn't know that some women cannot get out. Nika.
Yeah, I have a question to Vigari, and feel free to not answer, of course. Do you think that after the war, a lot of Ukrainians will feel a grudge toward the European, and maybe some of them will act upon it?
Sorry, what did you say? After the war?
To have a grudge, on the Ukraine, on the Europeans for not helping Ukraine.
A lot of Ukrainians right now, like if you read like comments in Telegram, I know it's not like the real public opinion, but they hate Europe because they think that they don't do enough. Like,
but do you think that they will see that they are the ones who get them in that situation in the first place, and maybe some will act upon that?
No. People don't understand why the war happened in the first place. They think that Putin is bad, and he just wants to conquer.
This is very sad. Yeah, that's delusional.
But it's an interesting question, Nika, because there are several strategists already in the European Union. They are thinking about it. What the day tomorrow, after tomorrow, when the Ukraine will be, when the war is over, and what we do with Ukraine? Shall we put it inside of Europe? This is very dangerous because we won't be able to reconstruct Ukraine at all. It's too expensive. We won't have money. And the thing is that Ukrainians will understand that they were used just like pawns, NATO against Russia, and their country, and they are very afraid that these people might turn against, not blame the Russians for their miseries, but the Westerners for it, and they might want to do something as a revenge.
It's bigger, but I just want to add a point. It's like the Chechens. You see how the Chechens fought the Russians, and they got quite assimilated. Not like they live together now, and the Chechens have the grudge on the Europeans and how they were the cause of it, and a lot of people think that they are the cause of what happened in that war. Maybe that can happen to the Ukrainian too.
I have a question for Bigarik. Could I ask you a question?
Yeah. Sorry,
So I'm not sure if you have already answered these questions on today's show, but what do Ukrainians feel about the latest Kursk offensive?
Last week question.
Yeah, it's last week. Everyone is still like doesn't give a fuck that Ukraine is losing a lot of land in the Donbas. They only ask when Kursk will be taken and what will we do when we enter Moscow. So
it's just a PR stunt, like we said before. Wyatt, if you're going to talk about the development in New York, can you explain it here on the if you want?
Okay, first I'm going to show you a few maps first.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Thank you, Wyatt.
Wait, I can't see.
Because it's big. It's big.
Wait. I see which one should be better. Okay, maybe this one. Okay. The entire the entire salient or the encirclement has closed as predicted, in exactly the way how I thought that it will close. So because of the pressure, the Ukrainian forces just redraw everything. They just, like I say, it's undefendable. And this is by Ryba, this Ryba's mapping. So you can see that most of New York has already been taken by the Russian forces, again, as expected, because, like I said, it's undefendable. And then latest news just dropped by Deep State UA. They have just updated their map, and they have they map it a bit differently from the Russian side. It actually shows that the Russians have entered Nelipivka. So, and the Russians have also taken this entire chunk around here, which clearly, you know, this gray zone is just cope. This 100% cope. There's no Ukrainian troops there. Deep State UA like to do this kind of thing. I noticed Deep State UA lately like to do this kind of thing where they draw all this encirclement that cannot be true. It just
also the left side disappeared. If you go one day back, if you go to yesterday, you can see that the left side, as you see the shape changing. Very funny, but they drawn it.
Yeah,
everything is still occupied. So actually, the red area is much bigger now.
As far as I can tell, Deep State UA has been deliberately withholding certain information at times. And then they sometimes draw. Okay, you know, a lot of people complain about, you know, the gray zones. Like, I don't draw gray zones on my map, and then the people complain about it. But I tell people, and this is what I want to say: gray zone is just a code mechanism. No, as long as they don't want to concede that they lost so much ground, they draw it into a gray zone and they say, "Oh, it's gray zone." You know, no one is there. But the reality is that.
Can I say something about this?
Yes.
Do you remember Krinky situation and the long depot post from Deep State? They said themselves that brigade asked to not map the advances of Russians on the map of Deep State. So they map what people from the ground ask them to map. Also, another point. Deep State in the comments banned people that were telling how many square kilometers lost per day. Because they say the official position is war is not measured in square kilometers. So
surely not. Surely not.
Yeah, so they are not very interested in mapping the real advances to say like, oh, we lost this much in this day. They are coping so fucking hard that you don't really understand. Like, you need to understand Ukrainian language and go into the comments to understand the level of coping.
I don't even. Every time I click it, you know, I do the translate. Because I do the whole translate, so I see everything in English. Yeah, I can never scroll through, you know, the second scroll. Like, it's unreadable. It's like reading extreme NAFO forum, and I don't dare to comment, or I don't even dare to put emoticons at all. Like, I do not know. No, I don't want to get banned from Deep State UA. I still want to look at the updates. Yeah, but you can see that the mapping is very different. from the Russian one is, let me go, yeah. So, and for the Ukrainians one, they actually admitted that the Russians have entered Nelipivka. The road is cut off. There's no way to cross the road anymore. The road is now under Russian control. Literally, it's under Russian control. It's just next to it. If you look at the Russian one, they are already near the other road, which is this road. So both road is gone. So now you look at DPA's mapping. Now I map both sides in. You can see that there's no way out. So the entire of Nelipivka is also going to be abandoned, like for sure. They won't hold defense around here. It's undefendable, and because I need to pull out my arrows.
Can it be already abandoned and they're just going to continue to walk in? Because, like you say, it's impossible to stand off there.
It's all gone. The Ukrainians will not hold defense here. It's undefendable.
Yeah.
The Russians are coming from 3 different directions, 4 different directions. The Ukrainians have to withdraw from this area. It's undefendable. And because if not, then you're just going to get captured. Unless your aim is to get captured, then then you can stay there. But the problem is that you might just get drone strike before you get captured. So that's the danger. Surrendering is not always necessarily an option, unless you try to get help. So Ukrainians are going to withdraw. I'm not sure where they're going to hold the next line because it looks like a horrible place. This is the big news. Nika?
I think there's some changes too in north of Avdiivka. I think there's a bit of changes there too.
So this is the Avdiivka front is also a shit show over here. This big chunk is by Russian mapping. So this is Russian claim. This is not confirmed by the Ukrainian side. Ukrainian confirmed this area. This one is Russian.
This one also. Yeah.
So Ukrainian DPA only acknowledge this area. The entire this big chunk is by Ryba. Ryba mapped it. At one shot, it means that the Russians have captured Skushny, Mezove, Komishivka, Zavene, Novozelany, all of them captured in a single swap. So this is by the Russian mapping. Do I have that?
There is also some geolocations that confirms the captures because Russians raised the flag in Skushny and Mizhove, if I remember correctly. So it's kind of confirmed.
Yeah. So I haven't saw the geolocation yet. So because I mapped based on geolocation, I just going to wait for Crimean Caprice or military summary to do the map. The geolocation. I'm not going to do the work. I have no time to do geolocations. But yeah, if you look at Ukrainian mapping, it's a bit more conservative in the Avdiivka front. But it still looks pretty bad. It's still the Rhino. The Rhino, of course, already went to shit. It doesn't look like a Rhino anymore. Yeah. So this also no more Rhino here.
But
so it's very bad.
These advances are going to go very fast because there are no big here in the Avdiivka front. There is no big city anymore for a very big part of the time. So they're going to advance very fast. They already do.
Yeah. So there will be the first boss. These are the 2 first boss. Actually, this is 1. I do not know. I didn't expect the Russians to come here, but no. This the first boss, and then second boss, third boss. This is the final boss. If this is gone, the entire Donetsk front, the entire southern half of Donetsk front will collapse.
Yeah.
No, because you really
Mirnograd is already on the FUBs. So
yeah.
Also, if you look south, at the Selidovo, like if Russians take Selidovo, everything south is cut. Like if you look at the roads.
Yeah. Yeah, there's this road here. So they can still go through here, which is why Pokrovsk is still very important. The moment you have Pokrovsk gone, the entire this area here, okay, let me draw in another color. This entire frontier will be disconnected from the Slovians Kramator side. It'll be entirely, this front will be on its own, this front will be on its own. The Russians will basically control the entire area. And then, yeah, it will make reinforcement very, very difficult. But of course, the southern side will probably survive better. I'm not sure. It's just going to be some big collapse. Ukraine can still fight, definitely, for sure.
But even the southern side will be affected. The pressure, the pressure will,
affected.
Yeah, the pressure there, it will spread. Sorry.
So the reason is because Pokrov, there's a train station. This is actually where they drop off the Ukrainian troops, reinforcement to the Donetsk front first. They always drop off at Pokrov, and then they sent to the front by trucks or something else. So this is the train station that the Ukrainians use. So if this is gone, then it's going to be a big headache. Then I think the train then goes to Konstantinivka, I believe. Konstantinivka train station also works, I believe, if I'm not wrong. But Pokrov is a major one. So without Pokrov, I'm not sure where they can drop the next train. Yeah.
Pokrov is also already on the maps, I think, because it's actually the same distance as I'm looking on the map as Mirnograd, because our friend here, Ukrainian friend, said that Mirograd already was on their FABs, and Pokrov is actually basically the same distance from the front line. They are fucked.
Yeah, there is no much. There's no train coming to the entire southern part anymore. If you lose Pokrov, then I think it's only maybe Novopolevka. There is still probably train over there, from the look of it. Is that a train? No, it's not. I got scammed. That is just a road. So yeah, I don't have a proper good mapping here. Yeah, there's no good mapping to show the
Google Maps. Google Maps is still the good one.
Yeah,
normal Google Maps.
Yeah. So, but anyway, but Pokrov is the main one. That's the main problem. So that's why Pokrov is that important. Whatever shit happened in Kursk, it cannot compare to the collapse that's happening over in the Adiyevka front or the New York front. Particularly Adiyevka front. This is very, very huge. The development here. New York is not very important. Actually, strategically, New York is not important at all.
No, it's just open space after that.
Hey, biotech.
Yes, I think this is a very interesting part of the war. In this fog of war, of course, I think all of us pretty much suspect that this is a last desperate attempt, right? And if you pay attention, you can see a high degree of Nazi-influenced soldiers from the Ukrainian side, with Nazi symbols on their uniforms and such, German effects. So the impression is that this is the hardest core of the Ukrainian army that is left. And they are the only ones that are willing to fight, basically. And if these troops now are crushed and go to the death, I mean, we have to respect it. In a sort of way, we have to respect them. But if they are crushed now, as it seems like they are, I wonder if there are, maybe it's not so much resistance left in the Ukrainian men.
They're currently still training troops, for sure. They're still training offensive troops. They're giving them better training than they did before, because they realize that the poorly trained troops are poor troops. So they are making more efforts in terms of training. Like even the Ukrainian foreign fighter that was with us previously, he's isn't participating in this offensive. So there is still offensive troops. There is in the rear. But the problem is that it doesn't necessarily means that they could have enough.
I mean, it could be a sign that they start to have a morale problem within the Ukrainian army. This offensive.
Oh, for sure.
You see too the systemic
really well. So let's not underestimate their ability to create momentum, and also let's not this is happening. The front is breaking down here, perhaps with an intention, because the thing is that it started to break down when they just got to Divka, and since Divka they haven't been able to hold the lines properly. But the Kursk offensive was very well planned. It's not something they decided in a few days, and the lines were already falling apart here. So this perhaps is also wanted. that these parts goes away, and they already understood in the peace negotiation treaty with Russia, they will have to give up these lands, the so-called Donbass at least. And what they are trying to make with the Kursk is to exchange for something more important that they considered more important than the Donbass.
Kursk is useless. The easiness of Kursk is because you have no civilization there.
Prata, just one thing. Do you think they really, even themselves, even if they are delusional, do you think they really can support, they can defend the area that they entered in Kursk, where they couldn't defend fortified areas like lasted for 10 years? It's unthinkable, even if...
I think everybody realized that Kursk was a mistake in the sense that it didn't go as expected. But it was very well planned.
It's well planned, but still stupid. It's the most stupid PR thing they did. Just look at the map of Kursk. You don't have any, except of Kursk itself. You don't have. It's all small villages. You have nothing to do there.
Mr. Lambo, but don't forget the Russians are also very cynical. And I think
but they are not.
They created a trap. They created a trap to the Ukrainians. So the Ukrainians felt in their own trap.
Yeah, actually,
I'm more into that. I'm more into. Sorry, Mr. I'm more into that. The Russians. It's hard to imagine, but I think the Russians really. It's better to attract the Ukrainian into your area and do zone kill than go there and lose man and lose machines. And what are they doing? They are just blocking them. They are hitting their. First of all, they hit all the trucks, the vehicles, the tanks, and now they will take care of the personnel. So I think, listen, the way that it was done, I think it's more than a trap, a bait, than it is a mistake, because this is the only area when the Russians removed the mines. Then they didn't attack. They waited and waited until the Ukrainian took the bait. I think it's clearly a trap. Plus, the main defensive Russian it's not like the tanks; it's the territory. The Russian doesn't.
I think Wade probably has the same opinion. The airborne brigades were advancing much faster than the mechanized brigades were able to progress. So they were being hit really hard in the first days. And this is the biggest problem. The mechanized brigades never were able to go so fast. And because they were so content with being so easy, they couldn't keep themselves to the objective. So they kept going. Well, the problem is as well that they all say nobody really knows the objective. They kept it so much in the secret that they are just doing stuff. They don't really know what they're doing. They're just doing stuff. What do you think, Wade?
Just one thing. 2 seconds. Don't forget, this is the main defensive way of the Russians. They trade territory with man and with everything else. They have a lot of territory. They can trade it, like they can go before that 30, 40 kilometers.
They're not going to do that, Von.
Yeah, I mean, it was well planned in the sense that, they picked a good spot. They reconned it well, probably with all kinds of drones and stuff, and probably had the Americans in the Western, electronic surveillance help them figure out who was there, where they could go. And like I said, they had a couple good days, and that was it. I mean, they didn't accomplish anything. They had an opportunity to do things. They didn't do it. And, now they can either keep feeding this. I don't think the Russians set it up as a trap, like I said earlier. But, if it turns into something that they can use, then why wouldn't they? I mean, if the Ukrainians are going to keep feeding it, it's contained. All they got to do is work their way in and pin the guys down and either catch them or kill them or push them out. I mean, if it takes a couple months, big deal. I mean, think about it. Once those guys are gone, what's to stop the Russians from keep going south when they pissed away all these guys inside of Russia? They're already short of men down south. Where are they going to get more replacements to stop, the hole in the border?
So I want to add a bit more, intrigue. In case I forget, during my reporting, so at least you guys on the open mic, have this privilege. So we have the Ukrainians have taken some grounds, in the Turskoye Poreshnoye region, Kositsa, they are attacking Cherkasskoye, and then they have taken some grounds around Martinovka. Then I find this interesting. Okay, Russians are getting pushed back, but then we have the similar thing happen now over on the western part, where the Ukrainians seems to have some more progress over Kerenevo. They seem to take Ogovka. They seem to have taken Snagos and Panasovka. It seems like they are making progress. But I got a feeling that it is also could be a trap, that the Russians are deliberately withdrawing. Because what happened is that over the past few days, I have been reporting that, it's getting stuck. The front is getting more and more static. And then I feel like if this is a trap, if the Russians deliberately wanted the Ukrainians to get stuck here, they need to give them some victories. They need to give them reasons to double down. Because if the line is too rigid, the Ukrainians cannot break through, then the Ukrainians may just give up. So
a good bait.
And if it's a trap, they will want the Ukrainians to invest even more. Like they give them something to celebrate about, then they will throw even more forces in, because there is political pressure on them to continue to double down, for sure. Like, just now we already heard from our Ukrainian friend, like, the Ukrainians are very excited. They're talking about Kursk, talking about Moscow. So the political pressure will be on Ukraine to double down, to cover up the even greater collapse over in Pokrov sector and the New York sector. So Russia, redrawing, because the Russians are not putting in the main force here. These are all special forces. They just redraw the special forces, and then Ukraine take some ground, then they have to double down. They have to send in more logistics, send in more troops, send in all the reserves. And like just now, I think it's Nika, or I don't know who mentioned about it. Going into this area here, it changes. It's a different kind of war. It's not the war in Ukraine. It's a war. This is more maneuver warfare. This is more modern warfare that we thought that Ukraine war will be. So they going in, it's going to be airstrike, drone strike, missile strike, ambushes. And it opens up, because in Ukraine everything is hidden. Here, this is foreign territory for the Ukrainians. It's more dangerous for them, and the Russians know their land better. They know all the roads. So yeah, this is just what I thought. Hate biotech.
I'm pretty sure that from NATO's perspective and the West's perspective, which seem to be specialists in divide and conquer strategies, I'm pretty sure if you follow the war from the very beginning, it seems that they always have tried to start a riot within Russia with the demonstrations in the beginning. We have different, like this operations that clearly has a goal to start a riot within of Russia, but they have never succeeded. I'm pretty sure that this is one of these attempts to spark a revolution within Russia, as in a split, in a divide and conquer strategy. And you also see how BBC and the Western media try to pretend that the Ukraine has the Russians on their heels going back towards Moscow. It's probably just to ignite this potential revolution within Russia. And I think it's very interesting that even though they have continued to do this ever from the beginning, it's a sign that within the Russians seems to be very strong together. Actually, I mean, there are no surveys on this, but I think that they never are able to divide the Russian people with all the attempts, with all the specialists in psychology. Remember, these people, they know all about divide and conquer, but still they haven't managed. And this, I think, is maybe one of the last chances they get to divide and conquer Russia.
But even if you look at the Kursk mapping, if you just look at the Kursk mapping, I don't even believe all that blue is occupied territory. Actually, you need to see like a very big tentacle-ish, like if I take the example about the ants that are going to hunt everywhere and they're going to, I mean. If you draw a line of all the blue dots, there's actually where the Ukrainians are occupying a little bit of territory, and everywhere where you don't see the blue dots, it's actually again a Russian territory. I'm never going to believe you're going to have 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers occupying a territory that big, because they'll just continue to moving. They're actually never stopping and staying on the same place. Ukrainians, Kursk is just a joke of what they were trying to tell us. And just a response about Prata when he said,
let's just wait. Rain. Let's just wait for rain, Mr. Lambo.
Yeah, rain and cold is going to be over directly. Russia can already maybe held that region is without electricity already. So and they already shut down the power and everything there where the Ukrainians are, because everything is evacuated. Every region, every little town or village is already evacuated there. But to respond of you of the big change about the warfare, yes, Adjevka was a big one. But what were the biggest things that happened in Adjevka? First, they made that famous tunnel to be a big advance on that high ground space, and then they really started to use the FABs like they're doing almost everywhere on the front line now. For me, we said already before previous open mics, the FABs combined with the drones are actually the very big game changers. That is why we see all these big advances, because Russia found a way to create a sort of air dominance that Ukraine can't fight against. And all these planes launching these big bombs over the city makes that everything is crumbling very fast. That's why New York fall. That's why in the future Torrance is going to fall, because they are able to fuck up everything very fast and faster. We saw it in Adjevka. Once they start to bomb the city center of Adjevka, it was game over. We saw that. We said it during the open mics. They're busy fabbing dozens of bombs a day over the city. So they are actually hitting the citadel. The citadel is the most important fortification zone of a group in the city. Once they started to do that, you saw the city completely crumble in days. And now we're seeing that over the whole front line, where that Russia really want to push through. They just fab the crap of it. Now we saw the cities not far away of New York and Vesely and all that other stuff. These cities are not going to stay for long. Why? Because they are fabbing everything. They're in fabbing ranch. And that is the game over situation for Ukraine. The only possibility that Ukraine can hold something is to hit the airfields that they're trying desperately to do. Is not working because Russia still continue to fabs. So they are not affecting the Russians a lot enough. That's why I'm also always say, why spending all these resources to fuck up around like in Kursk? It's all useless shit. You need to focus on your fucking own front line and protect it, but you're not able to do it. So they're trying desperately to do other PR stunts like Kursk. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
There's no difference.
I think there are two
dying
arguments.
in Kursk and dying in Ukraine is the same thing. There's no different. The war don't change. And Nika has his finger up.
Yeah, just dying in Kursk maybe it's more exciting than dying in a train.
True.
This is one thing, but
you can't deny that.
Yeah, the thing that make me think that I want just to point that the thing that make me think that it's a trap. First of all, I don't know if it's the first or the second day. The amount of drones that went into the region, I don't think that you can prepare that in that day.
Yeah,
you need to prepare it before. Yeah, this is the first thing. The second thing is
helicopter strike. It's not just drones. It's air strike.
Exactly.
Helicopter strike. It's crazy number of this kind of strikes. I was surprised. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Where did they find all these things?
It's like very prepared from in advance. Secondly, the fact that they removed all the mines. Until now, we didn't see the main Russian army. When in other intrusions, the Russian army reacted very quick. So until now, we don't see really a Russian army. and the fact that the front is collapsing in a accelerated way. So everything make me feel like the bait is the territory, the nuclear power plant, the media. So I think it's, in my opinion, it's a trap. That's why I say it is.
Prata, you're muted.
I do agree a lot with the idea of a trap for several reasons, that the ones that Nika mentioned, but also the feeling that the Ukrainians were left to move around as they wanted almost for a long time, and still are, and they are making them expanding more, and everything is very porous, so they can, the Russians can go through anywhere. They just need to, okay, here there is no one, let's go through here. And the Ukrainians as well, I think the platoons are getting smaller and smaller, and they're having another big problem, which is supplies. Logistic is getting really difficult. So we already see Ukrainian soldiers looting supermarkets. So something is not coming. And also we see something very desperate today, which is Ukrainians sequestering civilians. Well, they were picking up, going from house to house and putting the man inside of vans. Cargo trucks. Really strange and disgusting. But it's very interesting. Why would they be doing something like that? It's, of course, they want. Yeah, it's strange. So the Ukrainians are
hostage exchange, POW exchange. I think hostage exchange.
Yeah, sure. But also when you
don't
know really what you're doing, you start doing irrational things. So we are seeing a lot of irrational behavior with the Ukrainians.
And this is positive for the Russians too. This is positive for the Russians too.
Of course,
it galvanizes the population.
So the other thing that Biotech talked about, which is very interesting, which is very strange for me because they tried it so many times, which is the idea that this would put Putin in such a questionable situation that could bring him down, which is very strange because Ukrainians are making the Russians even support Putin more. So now we need to be, actually the problem is that they will demand to be even meaner to the Ukrainians than they were before. So this is even more stupid. But Biotech is right. These people still believe they can do a revolution in Russia because that would be perfect. That would be the salvation of all these elites that they have all these amounts of wealth in dollars and they don't know where to do, and they need to expand their business to around the world, especially in things they are touchable like resources. So it would be amazing. Let's Russia fall down and get all their riches and solve all the debt problems around the world. Well, I'm speculating too much, but it's true that most North Atlantic strategists have been talking about these. This is going to provoke a revolution in Russia. So it's very strange. On the other side, there is something else I think it should be questioned, which is now, and this is genius from Zelensky, if it comes from him, which is the fact that how can I say? Now you have the Western countries in a dilemma. Either they stop supporting Ukraine like they were planning to do very soon, or they will. Now they have to keep giving them weapons because they can't be put into a position where Ukraine would fall because it doesn't get the weapons, although they are doing such amazing things. Go on.
One thing is in Germany they didn't stop all future aid. I heard the news like this.
They have to reduce. They cannot afford, and it will just like taper down very quickly. That's what I read. But I just read it on Twitter or Telegram. It's not like I read it from my research. Anyway, what Prata said was very interesting. What if this Kursk offensive, this Kursk success is deliberate by the Russians? Because they already saw that the Europeans are going to withdraw. their support. And he's like, no, it's not enough. We need to attrition the Europeans more. And then he's like, let's give them some success, you know. Then now that the Ukrainians have success, then Zelensky's like, see, we need more help. You can do it. No, we have invaded Kursk. We are having some success. You need to give us more money. And then the Europeans like, what the fuck? He's like, you know, they get stuck, you know. We could
be the amount of equipment that was destroyed is
I'm late to open mic.
Yeah, it's a lot. Oh, so that's just Iranian Putin, you know, making to the open mic. Like he need to announce because he's our resident Putin.
A lot of expensive equipment was destroyed, and with footage, it's hallucinating.
If I can explain anything about Germany, what happened is like this: they have Germany.
What happened? Oh,
I think I lag. And Nico was talking, so
you lag
there. So
you must be lagging very badly. Later you refresh your tab.
Okay.
I was thinking you were not lagging. I don't see the problem.
Oh my god, you're lagging so badly. That's like way more than 2 seconds. Prata, refresh. Okay. So what? I forgot what I want to say. Shit.
Germany, I think.
Before something that you said.
The damage that they were getting from.
Correct. I wanted just now earlier in the discussion when we first talked about the Ukraine war, I wanted to highlight how much crazy big important weapons got destroyed. Patriots, HIMARS, M270, and all the different missiles, and it's crazy. There's like these are the weapons that the Ukrainians previously hide so well that the Russians cannot find them. You know, the HIMARS, the M270 is so difficult to find. Now, because of this offensive, the Ukrainians push them all out, even including Patriot missiles, and all these things appear and become so obvious to the Russians, and they manage to find them and destroy them. And it's a big headache because it's like you get all these things destroyed, then what are you going to fight with later? And they have Challenger tank. They drive the Challenger tank. They do the enemy.
They will fight with shovels.
The Challenger didn't even meet the enemy. They just got destroyed by a Lancer. It's like they drive and they just.
How long ago was it that we saw a Challenger tank in active duty, and now suddenly they appeared again? The Challengers.
Yeah, it also does seems to like the Ukrainians just use the select all units and then just attack. Just click attack. That kind of situation, like select all, attack. Like fuck it, let's try and see how it goes. There's a feeling I get as well. It's like, why would you push the HIMARS so close to the border? Why would you put artillery system into Kursk region? That makes no sense.
It was the only option for them to be able to do a search advance like that. You just don't go with just troops and a few guns. You need to, if you go enter the Russians' country, you know you're going to expect the K-52s coming to you, the Sukhoi 25s coming to you, even other stuff coming to you, the Mi-28s, the Mi. You just expect that, so you take but like you say, take a Patriot inside of Kursk. What the fuck are you busy doing?
And what if the Russians deliberately redraw, like deliberately let the Ukrainians to take 20 kilometers in, 30 kilometers in, and that will force you to bring the artillery into the Kursk region because you cannot support your units 30 kilometers, 30 kilometers from the border. You have to bring them in. And when you bring them in, you're out of cover, you're out of concealment, and then you become a target. That's why the whole thing just feels so unusual.
This is why I said it's more and more a trap.
And you can't even talk up the Russians. If you talk up the Russians, it sounds like cope. It sounds like like Russian cope. It sounds like, oh, Ukraine is winning, but you're coping. It's like, but it's like, oh my god, Bradley.
Hello. Yeah, I kind of wanted
a few of you entered Kursk too, you know.
Yeah. Well, so exactly, I know. So I wanted to say that I wanted to jump in on exactly this point where I think that what Prada and Wyatt have been discussing, where it's like, yeah, I mean, maybe what it is, the way it looks to me is that the Russians purposely kind of maybe could have, obviously this is like conspiracy theory territory, maybe left a weak spot open, somewhere where they thought that that could maybe draw the Ukrainians in. Maybe they were even surprised. Genuinely, maybe they didn't expect that kind of scale. But I think that this is definitely every like serious military analyst that I listen to says this is probably a war accelerating move. It's accelerating the war closer to the end. The Ukrainians are already overstretched as it is. And the fact that the Russians were able to maintain their pace in other areas like New York and stuff, it didn't really slow them down in any significant way. I think that spells disaster for Ukraine. Go ahead, Biotech.
Yes, to be honest, I think the Russian leadership wouldn't do that to their own population or to their own soldiers to provoke them into their territory. But what is very interesting is that it's true, they have smashed a lot of their equipment in a much higher rate than earlier. And if you have noticed, the Russian has started to use some new technology on their drones now, this fiber optics. That means that they can't jam them anymore, as they have done previously inside of Ukrainian territory. So I suspect is that they have kept this technology back, not to provoke them, just waiting in case they would attack. So you see now that they rush in with their experience from the warfare on their own territory, all of a sudden it seems like they launch this new wave of technology. Now they can't jam their drones anymore. And so that, I think, could be one of the reasons to why we see so much damaged equipment. But also with the economic part, that now that Germany will stop their funding, imagine if Trump gets elected. Now it's a very interesting phase of the war. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to react on the
super chat. Wait, super chat.
Don't you have
I
time?
think you guys are just coping hard. It was a big failure from Russia. I mean, you could see on Putin's face at the meeting he was FKN pissed.
And I want to introduce a new, instead of L, it's C. It's a cope. I just want to.
Oh, please. If someone
I want to say one more thing as well.
Would say that.
I can agree with that. Yes, it was a big failure and a big mistake of Russia. It's also the big column that was attacked by the Ukrainians with all these dead Russian soldiers. So they were panicking a little bit in the beginning, and then I think they said, "Chill out, guys. They are in our garden. Chill out. Let's take time to destroy them all." And that is what Russia is doing actually right now. The biggest mistake is Ukraine enter Russia. That was the biggest mistake ever. Like we already said, they came in with Challenger tanks. They came in the neighborhood of the semi-region with Patriot systems have been destroyed by the Russians. The Russians just took their time, and they are busy still now. Just taking their time to find out where they are. And of course, they had some bad losses, civilian, military, all that stuff, because Ukraine was so stupid to enter the country. A very big mistake. And if you need to believe, if you believe the Western media, they're saying, yeah, now Russia is going to need to send off people that they already have on the front, so the front is going to be weaker, and they're going to need to help out in the Kursk region. No, they don't even do that. Just look at the maps. Just look at the changes on the maps. Russian troops are still on the same place on the front. They're still there. Russia now, they have the technology, they have the power, they have the machinery, they have everything to just now easily take their time and just look after targets to destroy. Von sent me a video of Patrick Lancaster that was in that control room. These guys were like chill out, relax, and their big sofas, playing with the drone. It was like they were playing with Call of Duty and just targeting tree lines with bombings. So yeah, Von?
They don't even need to sacrifice soldiers for it, right? So I want to add on to what Bradley
they didn't expect the invasion of Ukraine. I can agree with that one. That's why that Putin is also fucking angry. But now they chillaxed and now they're searching solutions. Vaughn?
I want to add on to what Bradley said and
Vaughn is in a hurry.
what Lambo said.
Well,
Wait, I want to add one small point.
God damn.
Vaughn is working.
One small comment, please.
Vaughn, please welcome.
Hold up. Let Wyatt finish speaking.
I just want to add one small point. I feel just now Bradley mentioned that all the serious military analysts say that this war will accelerate because of the Kursk offensive. I personally I don't think so. I think the Russians are morbid. They're gonna take their own sweet time. The front line will move faster because there is no one defending. But the Russians will take their own sweet time. I think they are morbid. They're just gonna slowly, make sure that they sweep very clean. They will make sure that no one is going to fall behind their real position and sabotage them. This is what I think. So as a result, I don't think it speeds up. It's just that Ukraine have lesser troops, so Russia will the front line will just move faster. But Russia is going to take their own sweet time. There's no rush, no reason to rush. Vaughn, biotech.
No, Vaughn was there because he's working.
Just a small comment. I mean, the scenario I just described. Here is a perfect example that the Russians are chess players. Actually, it was just a beautiful chess move to stay and hold their technology back in case. And now you can see they have surprised them.
Nothing back. They just have it. They just have and reserve. They have the technology already. Vaughn, please.
No, but they haven't used the fiber optic. They haven't used the fiber optic technology before.
No, they did already on the front line. They did already.
He's saying that the Russians didn't show all of their tricks right away, and that they have some secret punches to pull out during the Kursk offensive.
No, but he meaning about the drones and the fiber optic cables already been used. Vaughn, please.
Okay, Vaughn, wait, Vaughn B. And
I was just going to answer to the super chat. I mean, it's not cope to discuss the failure of the Ukrainian incursion. I mean, they had a good day or two, maybe 3. It's over. It didn't accomplish anything. No one can really tell you what it was about. They're taking massive amounts of casualties. Whether the Russians planned it or not is irrelevant. It's obviously turned into something the Russians can exploit like a death trap. So maybe they will. They probably will. They have all the advantages. They could flood in heavier units, more aircraft, more drones. And either the Ukrainians will keep feeding the kill box or they'll stop, and then the Russians will, close the border up again when they move down. But, I mean, it isn't cope. I mean, so what? The Russians got caught with their pants down one time or 10 times. Doesn't change anything. All those guys are just as fucking dead as they would have been if Russia was ready for it. I mean, they obviously picked the best place to take the best chance they had to do something to Russia. And then when they got in there, I mean, honestly, they pretty much half-assed it and didn't do anything but take pictures. So there's no coping it. It's just reality.
Hey, can I say something? Thank you. Can I?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to consider that possibility of the super chat. Like, yeah, it's possible that Russia really got screwed with that one. But think about it. Like, what are the chances that the least protected place has no defensive lines and on the border, and there's no ISR to monitor the buildup, and they were observing the buildup, but it didn't get to the chain of command. Like, what are the possibilities of that? It's possible, but the only reason why that would be possible is because the guys really can take it. It's not critical. Like, say they actually didn't have any ISR on the area. They didn't give any attention to the buildup. They didn't reinforce the borders. Let's say it was all a mistake. Why would they make that mistake? What are they losing? If they can make that mistake, is because they don't really have that much to lose. What? Putin is going to get embarrassed? Like, he's an autocrat, right? Like, he doesn't need the people's approval. That's why that's the difference between democracy and autocracy, right? That you don't need people's approval. So, like, what does he care of getting embarrassed? So
if it was actually like a defeat to Russia, well, what did they lose? What are they going to lose? What is that going to like topple the Putin government? Maybe did they take a nuclear power plant? Did they get critical infrastructure? I don't see what the win is there. I mean, even if we consider that it actually was like a failure, if they took the risk to make that failure, it's because they could take it, and now it's just feeding into their own benefit. And the same thing I'd say about the great super Kharkov offensive of the 2022. Same situation. Like the Russians lost a bunch of territory. Did they lose the land bridge to Crimea? Did they lose massive amounts of troops? All I see that came from the Super Kharkov offensive is that Ukraine had to build a new army for its next counteroffensive. That's all they took from it. So yeah, we can consider all those possibilities, and it's still awful for Ukraine.
For those people who are anti-Russia or anti-Putin, just remember, if you think Putin is a bad guy, stop expecting him to do good things. It doesn't make sense. The bad guy do bad things. I'm not sure why. It's the same thing for those anti-Israel people. It's the same thing. They keep expecting Israel to do good things. Like, even isn't there you say they are evil, Prata?
Yes. So towards the super chat. First of all, Putin didn't look mad at all. He was acting like staging like he normally would do in such a situation to show a bad face, and that was it. That's not a mad Putin. Putin is a very self-controlled person, extremely self-controlled, and when he wants to be mad, there are very few situations when that happens. He is really very mad, so you can see it. That was not the moment. I tend to agree with Gabriel a lot, but I think as well that the Russians were not so unprepared like they were, and they were just allowed to go through as they wanted. And what do the Russians take out of it, like Wade was saying, is that the war is not going to end tomorrow like it was looking to. Now the Europeans have to engage more. We'll give them more weapons, and the goal of the Russians is to grind the Ukrainians to that military incapacity, and second, to make the Europeans spend more money and fall into really desperate debt. So that's their point. So what happened in Germany? We have some people in the chat talking about Germany. Germany, what happened is that in the constitution of Germany, there is a limit to how much a government can ask for, can go into that. And they achieved that limit. Things were going bad, and now they are very bad because the economy is not going well. So they have to make more social spending, but they also want to cut social spending, but they are really, really on the throat. They can't do much. So what's happening now is that Germany won't be able to supply systems to Ukraine that need to be bought. So if they have something on storage, they will give them to the Ukrainians, more or less. That's what they are saying. If they need to be bought, then that's a problem. So now we already know that in Ukraine, there is nothing new to supply all the German equipment. They would have to be ordered, and they don't have the money to pay for that. So that's the bigger problem with Germany and Ukraine. And also, they won't be able to give more extra money, to promise more extra money than what they already did to the Ukrainians, and that's also quite a big problem. And that was pretty much it.
Yeah, can I just say real quick that I wasn't saying that was the reality. I was just contemplating that possibility. Like, even if it were true, it would still be a huge, massive L. But I still think that, like, just as in chess, you usually expose a piece so that the enemy comes and eats it, and then you screw him. That's like
discovered check.
Yeah. You prepare your second move already.
Basics of chess.
And let's not forget that just a few days ago, we had some very strange developments in Europe where the Germans started to implicate the Ukrainians into the destruction of the Nord Stream 2. And in implicating the Germans, they also tried to implicate the Poles. So there is a kind of, but we know that it was the Ukrainians, it was the Poles, it was most probably the Americans. But the thing is very interesting. Why would they implicate would want to implicate now Zelensky? Because Zelensky is actually directly implicated on it. This is to create a sense in the German society. Oh, we have to put Zelensky down. We have to throw Zelensky under the bus because he destroyed our energy.
Or they have to work with the Russians again and split Poland. No, if all the Germans have to work with the Russians again and split Poland in half. Again.
It's amazing how Poland like dissed Germany. Like Germany said that Poland needs to investigate the criminals who destroyed Nord Stream, and I think it was Duda or the other guy. But one of these ministers of Poland, he was like, those who spent and those who invested and thought of Nord Stream 1 and 2 should keep quiet. You know, you just need to shut up. Basically,
Yes.
Germany, shut up.
Yes, exactly. So Germany also
So soon.
planned the destruction of its own pipelines. Yeah, it was Tusk, Donald Tusk that said that. Yeah.
Okay, I want to hit on
and
the.
one more thing.
Go ahead.
Please.
So I just checked, Mr. Lambo, on Grok. There are no explicit confirmations that Russia used fiber optics control drones before the Kursk offensive. So it's true. It seems like it was a surprise usage of this technology. And if you noticed on YouTube, when you ever see this filmed drone attacks during the war, they always, just before, let me talk, just before they hit the tanks, whatever, you start to have this radio signal, so that comes interferences coming from the vehicle that are destroyed. But on these new videos, you don't see that anymore. Actually, now you can actually read the letters just before impact. So I was right, and you seem to be wrong here, Mr. Lambo, because it's a very important point.
We don't want to play the game of right and wrong. I didn't also completely explain to you. You can ask with Vaughn. We spoke about that on the DPA Open Mic launch months before. We had messages about Russians using this type of technology without seeing any proof. Like you said, like we saw the past weeks, a week, 2 weeks, I think it's 1 week or 2 weeks, we have confirmation about they using it. I was not clear about that, but I am saying we already knew about possibility of using that, and it made sense for us. We didn't know how big the drones were. We knew it were fiber optic cables because it makes sense. It's just one cable instead of a lot of them, so lighter, so you can go with one spool, you can go much farther away. But we had information. They said it on Telegram that Russians were using drones. Game changer for the trench warfare. Why? Because you don't need battery supply also. You can work with the cable spool that provides electricity directly to the drone, and you can stay hours in the air without needing to land. So you can spot and observe things for hours. You can ask it to Vaughn if you want to. He's not there for the moment, but we already were busy speaking about that months ago without seeing any confirmation. But now we
but give me 10 seconds. Okay, I agree if it has been used once or twice, but my point is that it seems like now they are really pushing it 100%, and that the Ukrainians and NATO wasn't prepared for that, right?
Exactly, and it's game changing. It's really game changing. That is amazing technology because you can't jam it. It's crazy.
And it's probably one of the reasons why they smashed. And it's probably one of the major reasons why they smashed so much of their equipment, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
But then we are.
Yeah, and one thing that we hadn't seen before, or at least I hadn't seen before, is Iskanders hitting moving targets. I hadn't seen that.
Also,
oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember observing that before either. I just really quickly, I want to jump on the super chatter's point because I think the super chatter might have a point. I don't know. It's just how, you know, I'm just saying how it looks to me, but I think that it's definitely still an embarrassing situation for the Russians. I don't know quite what to think yet, but I just don't see how this turns out well for the Ukrainians in the long run. Like, this could be the perfect excuse the Russians needed to, like, I don't know, escalate or move their goalposts. It seems like it was kind of a risky gamble on Ukraine's part, and I think it's one that probably is not going to pay off. But if your goal is not like a Ukrainian victory or a maximum Ukrainian like maximum amount of Ukrainian economy and population staying intact for the end of the war, like if your goal is to increase like the military and political costs for Russia, then this move makes perfect sense. And also this might, you know, just throwing it out there, this could also have been just the best case scenario to try NATO weapons and tactics, you know, NATO equipment and NATO tactics on the Russians, since the AFU seems to be losing the ability to have that specific type of fight. Like, they could still do a lot of stuff, but a major offensive, mechanized and armored and all that stuff. Yeah.
But losing all land is not the problem. You can still retake it. That's not thing. There's people that you're losing. That's bad.
Yeah,
No.
I don't think that.
If
I think it is
ASCII
costly.
wants to believe, if
I think
ASCII
it's
wants
Your
to
own
believe,
land, I bet you won't think like that. If your own hosts would get demolished because of Putin's incompetence.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
yeah, I'd be
you have
super
a point.
pissed if
You have a point.
You just
It
be
is
plastic.
like bullshit. Sorry, like ASCII. If you want to believe in fairy tales, it's okay with you. If you really want to believe that Putin is going to fall tomorrow, it's like on the beginning of the war. He was going to fall every next weekend. This is magical thinking. I'm sorry for you. Yeah, if you believe this makes you feel better, okay, it makes you feel better. But the thing is that Putin has an extreme high popularity. There is a news how we call it, sondage
Article?
in French. I forgot the name.
Article.
Yeah, and they asking the Russia. 70% of the Russians believe that Russia is going in the right path. This has never happened in Russia's history since they have been asking people these questions, and this is an amazing result. What would someone that is going to lose his house? Yes, it's horrible, it's a pity, but he also knows that the house is going to be rebuilt. So that's perhaps what ASCII doesn't understand about Russia, new Russia. Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah, what do you think is the,
no, I've been raising my finger for
Finger, Gabriel.
Okay. So first of all, it's not a very populated area, those regions. So it's not a lot of houses, and it's they can impose that because they have a lot of political reserve to spend it on that. Secondly, it will galvanize the people. Yeah, it will galvanize the people, and more importantly, in front of the global south, it will prevent them to do any concessions without they can go wherever they want without any negotiations. For example, they dropped off the negotiation about the last negotiation in Doha about the not hitting the energy facilities. So they can go as far as they want without doing any negotiation, and they can use that as a pretext. Because let's face it, they can get a lot of ground, more with fighting, then they get in with negotiation. So I think it's a win-win situation. They will lose some houses, like 1,000, 2,000. So what? They will gain a lot of kilometers and big cities. So I think it's a win-win situation for the. Plus, they are not losing man. As you see, guys, they are not losing man. They lost an amount of subscribes in the first way, but they are not losing that kind of man, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Don't exaggerate it.
Costly.
Didn't say Putin will lose.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you're making a fair point, but let's analyze it. Like what Nunya was saying, he's like, what is the cost that Russia is paying, both politically and financially, and what is the benefit? So, like, let's say Russia wanted to destroy these brigades that went into Russia, but they had to storm fortifications and bunkers. Or those huge industrial installations that Ukraine has, or high-rise buildings that Ukraine has peppered throughout its whole territory. What's easier, to Turkey shoot them on the run, or to go storm their positions? It's much more so you can make the argument that yeah, it's a loss, and I'm sure there's a bunch of people that are pissed in Russia because of that. But where do you think their anger is going to be directed? Is it going to be directed towards Putin so they weaken the government and they diminish their possibilities of victory, or is it going to be directed against Ukraine and NATO and all the countries that are sending weapons into Russia? Like, where's that anger going to go? Do you think the Russians are going to direct it towards their own government, or are they going to direct it like in signing for contracts for the Ministry of Defense, to go fight? I think that's very convenient, actually, all that anger that's going to be pumped into the Russian population. And really, like, if you calculate the loss versus gain, it's a good calculation. I mean, especially if Ukraine keeps on feeding forces and units into that bulge. And like, look at all the material they lost. Like, to lose 4 HIMARS, to lose Patriot systems and IST, it's an amazing gain. And that's one thing about making gambles. Like when you make gambles, like the saying that the house always wins. That what it actually means is that the person who's gambling is going to systematically lose against the house that is the one who makes the mathematical calculations. So the house makes a bunch of mathematical calculations, and yeah, you can win 1 or 2 gambles, but at the long run, the house is always going to win because they're doing math while you are gambling. And so it's a win. It might have been a mistake originally. I personally think that it makes sense strategically. And so, like, either it was a failure or it was a calculation, but anyways, they're still going to win because they're calculating while the other guys are gambling.
Yeah, I think that if once the Ukrainians didn't get, if they could have just imagined, let's put ourselves into a different world where the Ukrainians right now hold the Kursk nuclear power plant, that would have been a game changer. That would have been a massive change in the shift of the conflict right there. And then if the Ukrainians come out and they start demanding peace talks and the Russians look bad because they don't want to have peace talks, so I think that that's not to be over, like the cost that this is, the Russians are paying a political cost, right, and a military cost. It's embarrassing and stuff, but if the goal is to demilitarize Ukraine and denazify Ukraine, you have the hardcore troops that are invading Russia right now that they're capturing, that like the swastika tattoos, getting good equipment. So go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think the whole nuclear power plant thing is a non-starter, really. I mean, the idea that they're going to take it and hold it hostage and game change Russia. You take the nuclear power plant, that's a terrorist operation. Terrorists are killed. It's as simple as that. What is Ukraine going to do? Threaten to blow it up and create a nuclear disaster? they'd have 90% of the world against them. They might even have other world governments send special forces to help them take
negotiate. Use it to negotiate. Like, be like,
no, there's no negotiating. They can hold the plant indefinitely, and the Russians will still take what they want. And when they're done taking what they want, they're going to tell them to give them their plant back. And if they don't, they'll just kill it and take it back. I mean, the Ukrainians are not in any position to do anything. Taking that plant, that's a dick jerk for them for 5 minutes. That's all it is. They don't mean shit to the Russians. They're not going to blow it up. And if they do, I dare motherfucker, blow the plant up. I mean, they've already proven that they're unreliable and they're stupid anyways. How many times have they fucking attacked the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant? The only fucking country in the world that gets a pass on creating environmental disasters. The only country. And then they're going to go up there and threaten that shit. Go ahead, motherfuckers. Do it. I dare them to fucking do it. I bet you the United States would cut their fucking asses off so fast their fucking head would spin. Take a power plant. That's a terrorist attack. That's not a war attack. It's not a strategic attack. It's not a negotiating point. It's a fucking guaranteed death sentence. I mean, you do that shit, I'd fucking start bombing Kiev outright until you get out of my fucking nuclear power plant.
I got a new conspiracy theory. I got a new conspiracy theory hearing what Von say. Maybe the Europeans and Americans tell Ukraine to do it.
No,
then once they do it, they'll say, "Oh, how can you do it?" Then they all cut their fundings.
No,
That's pretty brilliant.
Everything is off the record. Do it off the
Because-
record, but do it, and then there's no.
I was gonna say that real quick, that the logic of taking the nuclear power plant makes no logistical sense at all. It's like so far away from the front that it would be impossible to sustain any unit of force in that power plant. You'd be encircled in no time. And it's just like those huge DRGs incursions, like really deep into Russia. Those guys, like, oh no, the Russian troops are encircled because a group of DRGs spread back there. Those guys are encircled because they have no logistic lines, so they're fucked. And yeah, like the only sense it makes,
you think that they think logically? Fighting Russia is
no,
logical?
that's the thing. The only sense it makes is that they're obeying orders that are in no good to their own selves. That's the only, just like with Israel. It makes no sense for Israel to be escalating tensions in all the Middle East, and it makes no sense for Ukraine to be invading Kursk. The only sense it makes is that they're buying time for the elections and obeying orders for someone else.
Yeah, and for the power plant, you be sure it's a fortress. You just can't go very close to that. We're going to say, yeah, but Russia is not doing like a lot to try to retake the Kursk region. Yes, they're doing. They take their time, but that nuclear power plant, be sure no Ukrainians are going to get inside the entry door. Nobody is going to get inside the entry door. Be sure now, Putin said, that place is more than a citadel. It's more than a citadel. It's like saying to Super Mario, try to save your princess, but you're not going to have a lot of that big monster, Brutus, or I don't know who he's calling, you're going to have an army of these big dragons to try to conquest. It's fucking, it's impossible to do that. It's just impossible. Russia is going to protect that power plant at block, at mask. Ukraine, try to do it. We're going to feel it. And like Gabriel pointed very well, that is an own suicidal thing. It's a one-way ticket. And that is what I said 2 weeks ago, last week. Going inside of Kursk is the one-way ticket for the Ukrainians. That's easy. I don't know if Van is still listening, but I have a question for him, because we were speaking a lot of times about challengers, and especially about after a very big ammunition storage explosion last year.
Oh, yeah.
We never saw the challengers, and suddenly they appeared in Kursk. What the fuck are they doing there? I don't understand anything anymore about the whole thing about how Ukraine is using the weaponry. It's fucking crazy.
They got
the
crinky brain.
Back. You
have to understand they got crinky brain. Crinky brain cannot be understood. No, it's a crinky strategy.
Going back to the super chat, humiliating Putin. This has been something that Western media, that everybody, all these great NAFO specialists and transatlantic specialists like to underline. Humiliating Putin. Who? The West has no respect for Putin whatsoever. They called him all possible things already. Who are they humiliating Putin? To the global south. To the global south. Putin is a hero. He's the one that stands like nobody ever dared to stand to the whole West. And this is something that people should not forget. They don't see it humiliated. It's not just because of a tiny little bit of territory that Russia is going to lose the respect that they gain in almost all the Arab world, Africa, Southeast Asia, and so on. So please, let's also try to not always believe in these easy explanations. Humiliating Putin, whoa. So now let's go to the conspiracy theory about the power plant. Westinghouse is the biggest American fuel producer and transformer or refiner of uranium in the US. And they don't have the dimension, they don't have the capability, but they want to be the competitor to Rosatom. Impossible mission, but they always. So there is some old reactors in Bulgaria. They were produced, but they were never installed because Bulgaria was always, with all the corruption that was going there. And the Westinghouse tried to create a situation when Ukraine wanted to buy those reactors for a very less than 1 billion euros. I don't know where they were going to get it, but yeah, that was the deal. And Westinghouse was there to inspect, and they realized that not all pieces are in Bulgaria. There are a lot of pieces that are still in St. Petersburg that were never delivered. And also it's old reactors. They were expecting it to be new with the most special technology the Russians are able to develop in the last years. And that's why they want Kursk. That's my theory, because they want to go inspect what the Russians are doing with these overdeveloped new reactors they have been developing. So this is, oh, by the way, the deal with Bulgaria is not going to be done because Westinghouse noticed they can't do anything with it. So that is it.
At Prota,
So
Russia
standing
against Western imperialism. Dude, Russia is a Western empire that holds vast lands of Asia, just as British/French did.
Well, it's
as
it
a
could
global
be true,
southerner.
but then you
As a global southerner
Archimedes
myself,
is
I
a
know
very
someone who's
intelligent
from the
man.
global south. Nika's from the global south. So yeah, and maybe Wyatt, but Wyatt is like the most developed country in the global south, so it's kind of on the fence there. But as a global southerner, I can confirm, like
A lot of people see him as a great
everyone.
patriot. A lot of people in the South and the Arab world see him as a patriot, someone who loves his country, someone who is against the West, the America, the hegemony. So I don't think that super chat is. And plus,
yeah, that's the thing.
Just one thing, comparing European, West European colonization and what Russia did is uncomparable. You need to read a lot of history to do the comparison.
Yeah, everyone in the global south that has a bit of historical conscience or like historical knowledge considers what Putin's doing as a massive heroic achievement. It's like he's like, I personally, for example, like I kind of gave up on geopolitics after Gaddafi fell, and when Syria, I have no like emotional sympathy with those countries, but just seeing how the U.S. could go and destroy countries around the world wherever it feel like it was depressing. Like we're totally fucked around the world. There's no one who can stop the empire, and now we see that someone is stopping the empire, and so that's super significant for every country who is under some sort of control or exploitation by the empire. So it's really
brought down financially. It's amazing. How many times was Argentina brought down financially?
Yeah, and you can see, you can say that the Russian Empire was the Russian Empire when it was the Russian Empire, but it became a colony when it got wrecked in the 90s, and now it's fighting back. So it's admirable for everyone who has been under imperial rule.
I want to respond to Archimedes. This one. The Russian is a Western empire from the view of the Japanese, the Koreans, and the Chinese. But the rest of Asia, we don't really have an opinion about Russia. And another thing is that Siberia, you know, all the thing north of the Gobi Desert, all this was so frozen in the past. There is no empires. It's unclaimed, generally speaking. So when the Russians take over, no one can complain about it. So to say imperialism is very hard. Very hard to put it. But when the Russians start to invade southward towards the northern side of Korea, Manchuria region, yeah, there's imperialism, but there's also the sign of those times. Because the empire that they defeated to take those land, the Qing Empire, is also an imperialistic empire. It's the same thing. They are just killing each other. So,
and it was two other empires that fought over it as well. So it was like,
yeah. So
nobody else's empires.
Yeah, it's just propaganda. And Archimedes want to say more.
So what are Russia's colonies?
I
then?
would like to
Chechnya?
disagree.
What? Yeah, like what
I would
would
like
you say
to
are
disagree.
Russia's?
Respect the finger, please.
Sorry.
Can respect the finger. So about that conspiracy theories and the nuclear plants, Prata, just that NATO is sitting and watching this without saying anything. It's just support my earlier conspiracy theory about the globalists and NATO, that their plan B to control the Earth when they see that their global state is failing, is actually to start a nuclear war and just nuke the whole fucking planet and just start the world from scratch again. It kind of supports this conspiracy theory that NATO just sit by and watch this. Then they have to be involved in this.
I would like to comment on the super chat from Archimedes. I know Archimedes is a very well informed guy, so I'm a bit surprised he's speaking up in this stuff. The Russian Empire has nothing to do with, and the reason it was called empire, it's still another one, but it has nothing to do with Western expansionism, not at all. And Western expansionism developed into colonialism later than people think. So real colonialism started in the middle of the 1800s and not before. Before, it was mostly occupation of territory with typical conquests. But real colonialism, the really bad thing, that started a bit later. Nevertheless, the Russian Empire was mostly expanded because the farmers didn't have enough production in their lands, and they had always to go search for better lands. And like someone said here, these very sparsely occupied territories. There are some conquests in the Russian history which are very important because they were big problems for Russia. That's like the Tatarstan or Kazan Khanate. It needed to be conquested because it was always a threat to Russia. Then when the second, third generation of Georgians, immigrants or refugees to Russia, convinced Katerina II and later the other czars to go and help Georgia, they had to conquest the North Caucasus in order to cross it, and that's how they conquest the Chechens and Dagestan and so on. And then, but mostly what happened with Russia becoming so big is because the farmers went to the east. They just went across the rivers. These were mostly empty. People that lived there were nomads, and they actually were very happy that the Russians came. They kind of started trading. They kind of converted to orthodoxy, and it's a mild It's a mild expansion. It's much slower than the other ones at one side. I'm not trying to make the Russians look good. I know it looks like that, but when this new, that never existed before, this new narrative that Russia is a colonialist empire, that's a lie. It is not. In no times of extent, it has some conquest. And if you look at those conquests, they are not even colonization conquests. These people were just subjugated, and that was it. They still exist. They still have their nations. This has nothing to do with colonialism like we saw in Latin America or in Africa on the 1800s. Sorry,
Yeah,
brother.
thank you. So for, I guess, just say something short about the Archimedes' point, it's like what I would ask is like, well, what are Russia's imperial colonies, like Chechnya and Dagestan or Novorossiya or like Transnistria? Like, if it's an empire, what are the, like, I just don't, I don't think, I think that this talking point is kind of a new way to try to provide support from kind of like the anti-imperialist left that normally would be a little bit maybe more supportive of, you know, maybe Vladimir Putin than try to maybe like undermine support from that side. That's kind of what how I see it. But yeah, that's so. Just going back to the Challenger point, I think that the British probably wanted the Ukrainians to save the Challengers for exactly something like this, because like if you've ever heard that Hamish to Brett Gordon guy speak, they like really think, at least some of them perhaps, that in the right situation the Challenger can outshine the T-64. So if you have favorable conditions, the T-64 will lose out to the Challenger, and maybe they kind of wanted to save the Challenger for those situations. Like this could have been their last chance for a proof of concept, or because there's not enough tanks for too many tries that the Ukrainians have, or even probably the British themselves. Like if they were going to use the Leopards, use the Challengers how they use the Leopards and the Abrams, where they were like getting taken out one by one slowly, then they would have run out of them a long time ago. So those are my 2 points. Go ahead.
I think we need to hear Vaughn about that one, about the Challenger. I really need to hear Vaughn about that one.
Well, I mean, the Challengers, like all the other main battle tanks, I mean, I don't know, the British love it. I mean, they think it's a great tank. I mean, that's their opinion. I don't think it's any better than any other tank. I mean, that one got hit by a Lancet. It must have got hit in the ammo compartment the way it went up. Or maybe they caught some guys in the middle of loading ammo and it went up. I don't know. I mean, obviously that was catastrophic. Then you saw the other one where it got hit and then disabled. And then, I guess they hit it in the tree line.
Whatever.
That's 2 to 3 Challengers destroyed, and that's out of 12. So they've got like 2 platoons left of those. And then you've got 18 to 19 Abrams destroyed. So that leaves about a company of Abrams, plus whatever they've got left out of their Soviet T-series. And then the DO 1s and 2s. But, I mean, that's whatever that number is, that's got to cover the entire front from, down around Kherson all the way up, to Kharkov and now Sumy and, Kursk. I mean, that can't be more than a few hundred tanks max. And then think about it, they lost that air defense and the HIMARS and the other stuff, the artillery. All that stuff is like got really good range and good coverage. That's the kind of stuff you don't have to move a lot to cover things. And now they've just lost those systems that could have been moved a little south to cover Kupiansk when this is done, or farther south to give those guys in Pavlovsk a freaking break from the fighter bombers and stuff. But it's all gone. That artillery, a lot of it's long range stuff. So, it might be a matter of driving a mile down the road and turning the other way. You can hit stuff far away, but now all those supporting assets are gone, and those are rare as it is and pretty irreplaceable. Like we were saying earlier, there could be a pretty bad hole left where Kursk was when this is all said and done. However it shakes out, whether the Russians let them keep feeding it for another month or two,
or when the Ukrainians finally quit and then the Russians can just push down to the border, what's going to be left then? Because you got to figure while this is all going on in Kursk, you're still having all the massive attrition between Chavish Yar and Pavrovsk and down to Volodar, really, or down to Zaporizhia line. I mean, that whole area is massive attrition.
But my question, Vaughn, sorry, Gabriel, to take before you. My question, Vaughn, is why now the challengers? Where the fuck were they? You know, it's like suddenly they appear. The challenger are there. I'm like, what the fuck happens? Why? And why in Kursk? Why after all this time we knew they were in the country? We all were thinking they were blow up, and suddenly they appear in Kursk. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't understand it anymore. I don't understand the tactic of Ukraine anymore. I like why it also they all the type of weaponry they're using in the Kursk, even patriot the neighborhood of the Kursk region. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing?
Maybe the good units get the good stuff. Maybe
Yeah,
the
it
good
makes
units.
sense to me. Yeah, I mean, you remember you had the explosion where everyone thinks they lost their ammo. Maybe they got pulled off the line until they got more ammo, and then they just kept them hidden until they had a reason to use them. And we don't even know how many are left, really. We know we've seen 3 potentially destroyed, 2 for sure. I mean, for all we know, they were one of these deployment points that got bombed 6 months ago or a year ago, and then that's why you don't hardly see them. I mean, I think they're hiding them and they're just waiting to use them for something, but I mean, everything they do in piecemeal, they can't really afford to assemble the force. Like Wyatt said, and other people have said, you know, if they wanted to do these big moves against Russia, they should have done it last year with the Zaporizhia offensive forces, and not these like brigades. They're not even brigades. They're busted up brigades of cobbled together battalions, you know, being sent into these battles. I mean, they're not even really probably totally coherent units. I think real quick, the 22nd Mech, which was sent up there, was a reconstituted brigade made up of all, and it was a quote, of decimated battalions. So, I mean, that's the kind of units that are being put together to be sent up there. So they're already depleted when they're put together, then they're probably attrited on the way up, and then they're, you know, obviously attrited at the battlefield.
Yeah, it seems to me that it's bottom of the barrel sort of tactics, you know, like because the challengers had been, and keep in mind that we really don't know how much equipment is destroyed in the rear. Like all these huge warehouses that get blown up every day by Iskanders or glide bombs. Much of them contain equipment. You know, not all. It's not always an ammo depot or a HQ. It's probably most of the time just a parking lot undercover. And so we really don't know how much tanks they have left. We have only the ones that we see on camera. But I think it really what they would said at least was that they were keeping them back because they didn't want the PR disaster of getting them blown up on screen, and they're using them now because they don't have very much left to throw at the problem. And one quick comment about the issue of imperialism is that Russia is a sovereign territory. You know, it's like you can say it's an empire, but you could say the same thing about the United States, that like every state since Lincoln's time is held hostage to the Union, and there's a bunch of ethnicities there that have no sort of cultural autonomy, much less now with the liberal hegemony and its like liberal despotism of the 21st century, and not to mention all of Germany and England has a bunch of ethnicities in it, and like China, every country, like even here in Latin America, you have a bunch of native populations that are held hostage under some sort of government, you know, that really doesn't give a fuck about them. And to my knowledge, I'm not so sure how it works, but to my knowledge, like the nations that are under the Russian Federation have a shit ton more of autonomy, culturally at least, than most of all like the ethnicities that have to coexist under some umbrella nation state. So just keep that in mind about like the imperialism of Russia. And yeah, it seems like they're scraping the barrel to like throw that stake at Kursk, and it really does seem like it's like a Hail Mary, and they're like stalling for time, you know, like making some sort of media win to keep them like afloat, probably before the elections. Probably it's just a face-saving mechanism before the. So that's kind of my point, that these guys aren't making very much sense militarily at all, and it's like it's a PR stunt that definitely harms them. So the only possible logic behind that is that you're getting orders, and like if you want to keep on being bankrolled, then you got to do something. Like just throw more men to the fire, throw whatever you got left, because you got to hold until November or something, you know. And if you like Wyatt's conspiracy theory, if you give us an excuse to drop you off, the even better, because you're kind of becoming a huge drag, you know, like to all their economies and to all their geopolitical stance and everything. It's just becoming a catastrophe. It's like Vietnam is a joke compared to this.
Yeah, but about the Challenger, are they using depleted uranium rounds now, or don't know? Because if they can,
they wouldn't have to use them unless they're in tank-on-tank combat, which I don't even know if there's really ever been. The only tanks that I could say maybe had some potential tank-on-tank were maybe the M1s around Berdichi when they broke up that first push out, you know, from Avdiivka and held it for about a week. But I don't know. I also think there was mostly IFVs that got hit and stuff, so I don't know if they even got a shot at a tank with it. And then, you know, one of the M1s was hit by a T-72 BB3 in the side and disabled. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's that one Ukrainian guy that said they shot 17 rounds at a building and it didn't do anything, which means he was shooting the Sabo armor-piercing round. But I don't know if they were depleting uranium or not.
So that's CNN.
One more thing about the equipment losses. There's been a shit ton of equipment loss in the Pokrovsk area, like a shit ton. They're trying to hold the salient that's right under Novomikhailivka, I think is the name. Well, like the bulge that's creating below like the salient that's advancing from Avdiivka to Pokrovsk is been like sort of operationally encircled for a while, and there's been like a shit ton of geolocations in that area. A road that was just taken by Russia a while ago, like a couple of days ago, but before they took it, there was like a shit ton of geolocations of equipment lost in that area as well. And they were using a lot of Bradleys and some Abrams, and I think some Leopards as well got destroyed over there. So there's been a massive amount of loss. It's just been like a endless stream of lost equipment.
It's crazy for the moment. And I think also about the Challenger is like the big ammunition explosion, depot explosion that happened last year something ago, that very big bang that the Challenger were in it and they destroyed all the tanks. That's why we never saw them. And now maybe UK resupplied them. They just got new Challengers and they just decided to use it in the Kursk region. That's what I'm thinking about the Challengers. And nothing in my head is going to tell me that they waited 1.5 years to just use a tank, maybe as good as an M1 or a Leopard. For Leopard 2, for me, it's just they didn't have any Challengers anymore left, and UK just resupplied them. That's what I'm thinking about these Challengers. So funny, we just seen them like last week or 2 weeks ago for the first time. So crazy.
Maybe it's it depends on what units. You know, some units have them.
Nah,
So
you
have
got
resting
you guys do not
units in
know.
the Kiev region waiting for doing something? I don't know.
Nah, it's just decoy. It's made from wooden planks, plywood.
Watching
You're
really
getting duped.
and Heimer strike. It's maybe decoy. No, I think it's the HIMARS that was just emptied his missiles and they hit the HIMARS when he was still empty. So that's why you don't see that big bang explosion. But we saw big bang explosions. We saw explosions of anti-air systems that you could see all the rockets going everywhere a few days ago. So yeah, but it can be decoys made of wood, or maybe with the Jeep underneath it that they can drive it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Not likely, but yeah, I think that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will go forward. I will start with the ending. So
closing.
Of course, everything is closing. I mean, everything is a decoy. Even the territory they conquered is a decoy too, of course. So yeah, so
that's true.
I think I will do a small recapitulation. I think the Kursk invasion is just a trap that played with the Russian. With the evidence that I have in mind and the way that the things is going, I think that's a trap. They will just increase the speed of advancing because they are going from a heavily defended area to less defended area to less heavily defended area, and I don't think the morale is good in those areas. Neither the equipment, neither the defenses. Yeah. So even the Ukrainian are preparing the trees and the trees for them. So everyone is prepared. In the Gaza-Palestine conflict, I think against all odds, maybe the Iranian will respond. I hope they will respond smartly and they don't get drawn to the war as Israel wants, because Israel and especially their leader want the war because they are sure 100% that America will go with them if they start a war with Iran. They can never win against any country like Iran, but with the help of the US, maybe they have a chance. That's what they think. They're forgetting that Iran is a vast. It's like Afghanistan 2.0. It's a worst case of Afghanistan. By the way, the video of the tunnels that Hezbollah had, it's amazing. It's like a bigger version of the tunnels that Hamas have in Gaza. It's amazing. It's an amazing facility if you saw the videos. And hopefully, of course, things will stop and we don't get another 40,000 death in Gaza. So hope everyone will be good and everyone in good health.
Thank you, Nika. So since Nika started, let's do the closing so that I can go and record the frontline changes report. A lot of frontline changes and all so massive. My brain melts. Yeah.
And don't forget, you need to at least drown one penis. Yes,
During the frontline change
I don't
report.
care where you do it.
It
I
depends.
need to see one penis.
It depends.
It depends whether the Russians draw it. It depends on the Russians whether they draw it on the map. It's not up to me. I never intended it, it's always.
How can you insist?
Accidental.
Yeah. Not all they need to do it easy, Wyatt. Sometimes we need to give you some challenges. So you make a penis and then you write underneath XX Mr. Lambo.
What a
yeah,
no.
Yes.
Lambo, don't be the diversity hire. But anyway, like the Russians always like salients are the name of the game, so it's not so difficult.
Come on, Wyatt, you can do it. Do it.
We shall see whether the Russians do it. It's not up to me.
Do not do it, Wyatt. Do not.
I'm not
you
the
need
one
to
that
do it.
draws the rhino. The rhino appears. No.
Yeah.
No.
You're
it's
First of
not.
famous
all,
for
yes.
your penises. To drawing your penises. You need to do it. Come on.
Okay. I guess
I need to see Mr. Lambo penis.
I'll go next for my closing. I was not
Okay.
here for most of our conversation, so I'll just make it brief. I think that this whole Kursk offensive is kind of, I think, just the way it looks to me, is that I think it's a bit of a gamble for Ukraine. But I suppose time will tell. When it comes to those challengers, I think that with those, like with the challengers, maybe it's those troops that got the challengers, like the motivated volunteers that were going to go into Russia, because they said that they've been training these guys for like months and months and months, right? So maybe those were the ones that the Brits were like, you guys will get the challengers. Maybe the Ukrainians thought that they could have sufficient of like the element of surprise would give them enough kind of juice, and then combine that with the motivated units and the good tanks and the HIMARS and the Patriots and everything else that's in short supply all over the battlefield. Maybe they could make some kind of an effect, but I don't think it's going to work out that way. It could be that it's both. It could be that the Russians had an inkling that something might be brewing, but wanted to let it partly happen. Maybe they got still thrown off by the scale and extent and didn't expect it to be that embarrassing, or maybe not. I don't know. It could be, like I said, I don't know what to think yet. So anyway, so that'll be my conclusion. I'm going to just say thank you to everybody who super chatted. Thank you to everybody that participated in the panel. I was listening the whole time, even though I was not part of it. So thank you very much. And especially thank you to our fearless and tireless commander. And we'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Bradley. Let's let Vaughn go first because he's working, right? So no closing statement, Vaughn.
Yeah, I just want to say again, thanks to Wyatt for providing the platform. And you guys need to like, subscribe, and share out there. If you like what Wyatt's doing, support him on Patreon. And like I say all the time, if you want to know what's going on, hit the situation report. If you're busy, hit the frontline changes report. You'll know what's going on for that day or maybe the next couple days. Obviously, Pavrovsk front is going to get hotter and hotter, and there's going to be more and more advances. Maybe we'll see a few more kilometers towards Pavrovsk in the next few days, maybe this week. Who knows? Maybe it'll be cut down to, it's about 10 kilometers now. Maybe it'd be down to 5 by the end of the week. Who knows? Just depends what happens. Some of it might have to do what happens in Kursk. I think the Russians will continue to contain the Ukrainians in Kursk and kind of play it by ear, use the small units to track them down and hunt them down, either capture them or kill them. And heavier forces will probably move in. And I think the Russians will probably let this develop into another meat grinder type situation if the Ukrainians are willing to go along. And that way they can tie up a lot of good quality units up there while they continue to rampage down south. So I think overall it's a lose-lose for Ukraine overall for the week, despite the Kursk incursion. But we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be another bad week for Ukraine overall. And you guys like, subscribe, and share. Thanks, Wyatt. See you, Lambo. Y'all take it
Thanks,
easy.
Vaughn. See you next weekend.
Thank you to
All right,
inform
and,
me, Vaughn, on the
one more this one.
Russia just got their cheeks clapped in Kursk.
Not wrong, not entirely wrong. ASCII is not entirely wrong. Yeah, Ukraine have gained quite a bit of ground in the Kursk front. So Mr. Lambo,
Yeah.
closing.
For me, it's good. I'm going to do my closing if you want to, because you need to do some mappings. And so, guys, on that watching, you need to watch the last mapping of Wyatt because it's going to be huge. It's going to be crazy, huge. It's going to be crazy. You also, if you're going to have the challenge to find the penis, Mr. Lambo written on the net, underneath it. Yeah, you're going to draw me penis. Yeah, you're going to do that. I love your penis drawing, so you need to do it for me. Because now I am not a man anymore. I'm a microwave, so I don't have a penis anymore. So I need to find it somewhere. Yeah, Very, very sad. Actually, about somebody with titties, did we hear something about that Sarah? That Sarah, yeah. I think something happened in a mountain driving. She fell off in a ravine. I think it's done. I think that person is not in in Ukraine anymore. Poor grip, stupidity, and insanity. Russia, Ukraine is actually very, 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 very stupid. That PR stunt to go inside of Kursk is going to be. I think it's just to like show to the media, to the people, like that they're doing something good, and actually they're losing everything. So that's why you need to watch the new mappings of Wyatt. You're going to see how big the changes are on the front line is crazy. Is it Val Siberia? Dude, come here, do your closing. You can speak a few minutes. Come here, join Val Siberia. Dan, come here. Come. But no, it's the Kursk region. Yeah, I don't believe about the power plant. They're never going to hit it because Russia is going to protect it. And if the Ukrainians try to do something, it's going to be utterly stupid. And like Von said it very, very well, if they manage to fuck up at the power plant, Putin is going to bomb Ukraine, Kiev, until they're going to leave Russia again. Then you're going to see a very angry Russian president, and that's going to be the reality. Now, okay, they did some mistakes. That's my thinking. They did know. It's like they explained also with the chess game. Okay, they let them enter. They panicked a little bit, and then they say we calm down. We let everybody doing their thing, but we're going to find them and destroy it in our time because there's no rush. It's not a very important region also. So I don't see why Russia need to kick them directly out of their territory. So I just don't see. It can't. There's going to be a game that's going to take for a few weeks, I think. But what the Ukrainians are doing there, using their very valuable equipment, is utterly stupid. It's just utterly stupid. The soldiers inside of the Russian territory the Ukrainian soldiers there, they have a one-way ticket. They're going to die. Sadly, it's fucked up. The whole front line is now fucked up for Ukrainians, and that is something they don't want to show to the Western media. So that's why they play that curse game. That's what I am thinking about it. So yeah, and still, I said last week also, you need to watch that footage of the Sukhoi 34 against the Patriot missile that was taken above Mariupol region 2 years ago. It's crazy. You really have an understanding how a pilot in danger can feel to avoid air defense system. To try to avoid the air defense system, and it's one of the most craziest sound records or footage I ever listened to. It's amazing. It's crazy. So that's one that's going to be in the history books for sure. One thing that happened during the conflict. But guys, everybody, thank you for the very good open mic of today. It was almost 100% about Ukraine-Russian conflict. It was very good. Happy to see Prata again. And Wyatt, you do so fucking good job every time. So I'm looking forward for your mapping. Now it's 2 a.m. So I'm going to sleep while you're doing the mapping. And
I already map finished.
Like, subscribe, and follow the channel and support Wyatt for the awesome job he's always doing. He's mapping on his website. You can see the links also. You always post the links also. It's very good mapping. And like we also say, you don't try to believe too much what the Ukrainians are saying on the maps. I don't try to believe too much about the Russians. But for the moment, we've seen that the Russians are braver than the Ukrainians and their mappings. But Wyatt put it all together, so you have the complete view on his mappings. That is what's unique about his mappings. He's putting the boat together, and that is fucking amazing. So thank you very much. Voila.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. Super chat stuff. Wait, I wanted to play this super chat.
Question: when Ukraine collapses, will Zelensky be getting cheeks clapped in Russian POW camp?
He will drop the soap in the prison, I think, and he's going to get the cheeks clapped in the prison.
I really don't think he's going to last that long.
This whole Ukraine-Russia conflict is pure corrupt stupidity and insanity.
Ukrainians are the most corrupt ones. That's for sure.
I don't think
No.
he will ever get into prison though.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
He's not going to have his ass clapped by other prisoners.
No, he's gonna get clapped by Banderites way before that happens.
So I just want to add I already finished the mapping. I only left with recording of the front changes report. So while you guys are chit-chatting, I'm doing the mapping actually. So that's why I'm always looking here, because I'm actually doing the mapping. Yeah, save time, you know. Yeah. So once this ends, I will immediately go into recording, and then I will post immediately. Yeah. Because this kind of timing now is the best time for me, because there's no competition. So my video can trend. That's why the views are doing pretty decent nowadays, very well. Because I'm posting.
Don't disappoint me, Wyatt. I need to see your penis on the mappings.
Yeah, probably no at the end of the video. No.
Yeah.
You see how.
Be fun, guy. Be fun.
Okay, Gabriel, closing.
Such a rogue, Wyatt. How you divert your attention from us, but it's a noble cause, so I can forgo it. I agree with what was said. Russia has no rush. They are quite steady in their advance. Their system of offensive is pretty efficient. They're not leaving gaps. They clear out everything nice and tidy, very well mopped up. Chances for DRGs behind their lines and stuff. And yeah, the situation curse, I mean, it's kind of exciting because like the desperation that it represents is an indicator of things to come. Like it can actually become really unpredictable what's going to happen now. And yeah, I wanted to put I heard most of the stream, but I couldn't participate in all of it because my signal was pretty unstable. And so yeah, I wanted to put to rest this idea that Ukraine is gonna do this guerrilla resistance Gaza style. I think like the most efficient comparison, if we're going to compare those two conflicts. If we're going to compare those two conflicts, it would be like the Palestinians are the people of Donbass, and Ukraine is the Israelis, and Russia would be like the Arab world that is actually using it to their advantage, both geopolitically, under the cover of defending the native population that is under imperialist attack. And so I think that Ukraine would have had a much better result if it would have done an unconventional warfare from the start. And the reason they didn't do that is because they don't have the critical mass of popular support to do that. If they would have had that critical mass, they could have done a much more efficient war with their resources by dissolving their armed forces among the population. If they didn't do that, it's because they can't do it. Really can't do a real guerrilla warfare if you don't have the approval of the population. Without the approval of the population, what you can do, though, is terrorist activity. Infiltrations, DRGs, sabotage, all that. And it's been happening in Russia a lot because the Russians opened their doors to the Ukrainians for a long time to actually start filtering what kind of background the Ukrainians that were going in had. Russia took most of the refugees from the exodus from Ukraine at the start of the war, and they've had to deal with the consequences of that. It's been pretty tough, but it looks kind of stable, though. It's not actually a critical situation. And so, yeah, thanks, Wyatt, for the space. Thank you for the effort in the mapping. Very accurate, very informative, and always some savvy and wise commentary on the world situation. So follow Wyatt's advice and don't fall for propaganda. Listen to alternative resources, compare information, figure out what makes more sense, and remember who's lied to you before. That's important. Remember the track record, who has lied to you before, and keep that in mind. Like, the truth can be said by the worst liar, but, don't believe him. Just try to verify things by yourself through other means. And hope to be more participant in the next open mic. Hope that there's not too much noise behind me and you can hear what I'm saying. And yeah, remember to stay free, to fight the good fight, and see you next week.
You need to
Thank you,
speak
Gabriel.
20
Good
minutes
luck.
longer because somebody paid for you 20 minutes. Gabriel, we need to speak 20 minutes longer.
So, I what are the super chats? Okay, this one I just play a few of the super chats.
Oh, I'm going to support.
Yes, good job, Wyatt.
And then which one? This one. Good job, Wyatt. Thanks for everything. But I say faster. And keep live stream going. I pay $1 per minute. Please don't. Save the money for next week's open mic. No, because the situation with the algorithm is serious, is real. The more time I have, before Whip and Military Summary post a video, the higher the view is.
Yeah.
If you ever look at the graph that I share sometimes, it's very clear. It was growing, and then suddenly they posted. The graph just suddenly changed gradient. It doesn't have a smooth curve. It suddenly just breaks. So it's very serious. The same thing happened when I post my own videos. Like I post on main channel. The moment I post on the war channel, it kind of cannibalized. I also eats into my own views. So yeah, which is why I have to ration my videos. The time slots that I have. So yeah, unfortunately,
we need to ask if Dan is still online. Maybe he can do his talk for 20 minutes.
I think Dan gave up. Then he's a busy man now. He need to build a house.
He's too busy with his wife. It's not good. It's not good.
He's playing survival game for real. You play survival game. You need to build a house in the RPG games. Like he built it for real. He literally live in the wilderness.
It's crazy. He also do tool reviews now. Also.
So naked Jesus, I paid for 20 minutes. Damn it, come back. And time to go to get a sandwich. So I also want to go and have breakfast with my wife. So I need to do the recording quick. And
going to sleep. I need to go.
It's 8:30 a.m. for me now. So it's morning.
For me, it's 2:30 a.m.
Yeah, 2:30.
So,
yeah. Time to sleep. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Lambo.
Bye-bye.
So,
Bye-bye,
do my
guys.
closing.
Yeah.
Bye, Lambo.
Bye-bye.
So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 92. Well, 92, crazy man. We have so many episodes. Ukraine gambles, Iran don't dare to gamble, and Israel stop gambling. And thank you for all the super chats, all the support to keep the DPA Open Mic running, to pay for my bills and salary, for the time spent doing all these things. And so I will be. There's a lot of frontline changes, a lot over the past 24 hours. It's crazy. The ADFK front collapse continues. New York front has collapsed as well. I think New York City has been fully captured. It's not on the mapping. It's not 100% fully captured, but it's as good as it's gone. The New York front is over, and the Ukrainians have doubled down in the Kursk region. The Ukrainians are taking grounds in Kursk, in the Kursk front. So they are getting more and more Kursk now, because I personally do think that it felt like a trap. It's too easy for the Ukrainians, so it does feel terrible. I mean, imagine you play a computer game, or you go into an assault, and then you just rush into enemy territory. Then you start running hours after hours after hours. You don't meet the enemy, and you're way far away from your spawn point. Something must be wrong somewhere, right? Then whatever strategy and planning that you have, invading, it's like, oh, I plan to attack, fight the enemy here. I will block them here, flank them the other side. Not all the plan is gone out of the window because you don't even meet the enemy. And so all the plans is now out of the window. They have to replan everything, and they still have not found the main force. And they are just stuck by ambushes, stuck by some defense line that is going to be quite disastrous right now. But of course, Ukraine we're going to find some bright spots in this Kursk offensive. And I think it's pretty profitable for the Ukrainians in terms of the fundraising side of things, trying to convince maybe the Western partners to give more. So it is a double trap. But then if the Ukrainians take some wrong advice or bad advice into hitting the nuclear power plant, like I discussed just now, the Europeans and the Americans will immediately throw Ukraine under the bus, for sure. Because they are looking for a way to exit, and Ukraine need to be careful not to give them this excuse to exit this thing. But of course, depend on where you stand. Maybe if you are French or you British, then maybe you want them to hit the nuclear power plant or something to get a clean exit out of Ukraine. But if you are pro-Ukraine and you really want Ukraine to win against the Russians, then maybe you don't want to hit the nuclear power plant. For the Russians, either way, Russia doesn't matter to the Russians. The Russians are going to continue to take more and more of Ukraine. I think that's the whole plan. And they definitely want Ukraine to have some victories somewhere, to force the Europeans into continue to invest in this war and continue to attrition them on the geopolitical and economic stage. That's what I think. So anyway, thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, and I will do the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update in the Frontline Changes report. There is so many reports I can do, but I'm not sure what to do. So Frontline Changes report probably is the most comprehensive for now. And bye, guys. Have a nice week ahead.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. They grow. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, uncovered, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, invading the future, unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, uncovered, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future, unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table, the world convenes. Every culture, every scene. In the marketplace, Together we stand.